Chapter 1: A New Papa. 13-year-old Harry Potter sat waiting in the office of the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He was nervous. It had taken all of his Gryffindor bravery to make the decision to speak to the headmaster about his problem. Every year since he started school he had wanted to talk to the headmaster, but he had chickened out the last 2 times. This time he had actually made it inside the office. He was about to get up and leave when the headmaster's pet phoenix fox flew over and landed on his lap. He trilled a soft song that calmed Harry. "Hi, Fox. Miss me?" The bird nodded his head as if saying yes, and Harry stroked the feathers on top of the firebird's head. "How can I help you, Harry?" A soothing, powerful voice came from the other side of the room, and Albus Dumbledore walked over. "Hello, Professor. I was wondering if I could talk to you about something," Harry said nervously. "Go ahead, Harry." The headmaster sat behind his desk, and Fox flew over and rested on his shoulder. I was wondering if there was any way I could stay here at Hogwarts for the holidays rather than go back to my aunt and uncle's. I am sorry, Harry, but there are rules which states that students are not allowed to stay in the school during the vacation. But tell me, Harry, why would you want to leave your aunt and uncle's home? You are safe there. Safe? I am safer living with Draco Malfoy than with my aunt and uncle, Harry mumbled. Harry, you know there are wards on your aunt's home that protect you from dark wizards. It is one of the safest places in the world for you. But they hate me, sir. They may not like you, but I am sure they don't really hate you. They lock me up, hardly feed me. For most of my life, my bedroom was the cupboard under the stairs. My uncle beats me, hits me, and kicks me trying to get the magic out of me. My cousin likes to go Harry hunting with his friends. Please, sir, don't make me go back there. Albus Dumbledore looked at the boy who was considered the savior of their world. He had in fact been the one who placed Harry with his aunt, hoping that the woman would give him a normal life, one where he would have a cousin who would be like a bigger brother and a father figure in his uncle. Obviously that did not happen. Fox flew to his perch as Albus got up and called Harry across. He took him to a nearby couch and they sat next to one another. "Okay, Harry, tell me everything." For the next half an hour Harry told Albus all about his life at the Dursleys. By the end Harry was in tears and Albus had his arm around the boy. "Tell me, if you could stay anywhere besides at Hogwarts, where would you stay?" Albus asked. "I was hoping I could stay with you, but you said I can't stay at Hogwarts," Harry said quietly. "Well, you could stay at Hogwarts if your parent is a professor and they are staying in the castle. But I actually do have a home outside of Hogwarts," Albus said with a laugh. "Does this mean you will let me stay with you?" Harry said hopefully. "Of course. In fact, I want to show you something. Do you have a couple minutes?" "Yes, sir, of course." Albus stood up and said, "Follow me." Albus led Harry to his personal quarters and took a photo album out. He sat on his bed and motioned Harry to do the same. He opened the album to the back and said, "When your parents were still alive, I would babysit you sometimes." He showed Harry some pictures and said, "I loved your parents like they were my own children. I love you to Harry, I always have. I hated to leave you at your aunt and uncle's. You were always a part of my family, even if you didn't know it." "Thank you, sir," Harry said, a bit emotional. "Now that's something else. While I insist on being polite, you can't keep calling me sir all the time now, can you?" Harry smiled and said, "Of course not, Papa." Albus smiled and said, "You used to call me that when you were younger." Closing the book and putting it back in his library, he then said, "Now on to other matters. There are some things you will have to know before becoming a Dumbledore, and then you will make up your mind if you still want to officially be part of my family or if you just want to stay with me." Albus came and sat next to Harry. "Firstly, if you become a Dumbledore, you will get a new middle name along with my last name." "You mean like Tim or Jack?" "If you wish, but I was thinking of something like Godric." "Harry James Godric Potter Dumbledore." Harry tried it out and nodded. "That's quite a mouthful, but I like it." "Secondly, as my son, I will expect you to behave yourself and not get into fights, and you will be expected to keep your grades up. You will have a few chores, a curfew, and a few other rules, like not going to town without informing me and such." Harry didn't think this was unreasonable, so he nodded. "Thirdly, there is a difference between my being the headmaster and me being your papa." "How so?" "Well, as headmaster, I cannot punish you for sneaking out of the castle, being out of bounds, putting yourself and your friends in danger by trying to take on an escaped convict and attacking a teacher. Because the headmaster does not officially know. Because the headmaster will have to report such a dangerous incident to the Board of Governors, who may want you suspended or expelled, and who will report you to the ministry. Albus looked at Harry over his half-moon glasses. Harry gave him a very guilt look. But as my papa, you can punish me. Albus nodded yes. But I will not punish you like your uncle. I would never starve you or lock you in a cupboard or punch or kick you. I do, however, believe in extra chores, grounding and spankings. So you are going to spank me for what happened 2 days ago, Harry said quietly. If I become your papa, yes. However, after a spanking it is forgiven and forgotten. Understand? Yes, Harry answered, but Albus could tell that something was bothering him. What is it, Harry? You know you could tell me anything. Harry was hesitant, but he did trust Albus. When you spank me, will you use a belt? I will never punish you more than you deserve, and I will never abuse you. However, depending on the severity of the crime, I may decide to use an implement. You are still young, and I will mostly just use my hand. However, if it is something really bad, I may decide to use a hairbrush or a slipper. Not a belt. I have used a belt on my elder sons on a few occasions, but they are much older than you are and knew what to expect before they were naughty. Harry nodded. It didn't sound unfair. Then he turned and asked, You have children? Yes, 3 adult sons, 2 adopted and 1 who is not actually an official son, but unofficially I consider him a son. You will meet them this summer. Harry smiled. He liked the idea of having older brothers. He had always envied Ron in having older brothers. Now he would have brothers as well. Now, do you think you still want to be a Dumbledore? Albus said with a huge smile. Yes, of course, Harry shouted excitingly. Albus and Harry moved back to this office, and Albus went into his desk and took out a stack of papers. Before I left you at Dursley's, I was thinking about adopting you, but I thought you would be happier with your real family. I am really sorry I didn't follow my heart. I still have the papers. They both sign the papers, and the papers seal themselves and disappear with a pop. Albus enveloped Harry in a big hug and said, Welcome home, son. Thanks, Papa. Harry smiles and then said, So are we staying here in the castle, or are we going to your home? Our home, Harry, and it's up to you. I have some paperwork I always have to do after school closes, and there is the graduation of the Newt students, so I must be in the castle for at least a week. But we could either stay the entire summer here, or we could go to the cottage after the first week. Can we go to the cottage? Of course. I will inform the staff and tell my sons. I am sure they will be pleased. I can't wait to tell Hermione and Ron. They will be so happy. They were the ones who gave me the final push to come and talk to you. They are really good friends. Albus looked over his glasses and his eyes twinkled as he said, Friends who are there for you and even follow you into danger. Harry's face dropped. Are you now? He said sadly. Not until after dinner, all right. After dinner you come up here and we will deal with it then. But remember, I love you and I always will. In the meanwhile, you could spend the afternoon with your friends. Harry smiled. I love you too, Papa. He ran over and hugged his papa again. Now go on before Miss Granger starts to form a rescue party. Harry laughed and ran to the door. See you later, Papa. See you later, son, Albus laughed. Harry entered the Gryffindor common room and looked over the crowd of students, until he saw his 2 friends sitting around a small table playing a game of chess. He ran up to them and grabbing a chair plopped it down next to them. Hermione looked up at him. How did it go? Let's go to my room and talk, okay? Harry noticed the Creevy brothers coming across. The 3 friends went up to the 3rd-year boys' dormitory. When they were sitting on Harry's bed and Hermione had cast a silencing charm so no one would hear them, Ron shouted, Okay, spill what happened? I'm not going to my aunt and uncle's anymore. Hermione and Ron looked at him with glee. I told Dumbledore all about the Dursleys and he agreed for me not to stay with them. Where are you going to stay? Hermione asked. Are you getting to stay in the castle? Ron asked almost the same time as Hermione. No, students can't stay in the castle unless their parents are professors. The headmaster asked me who I wanted to stay with. Are you staying with us then? Ron asked excited. It will be just like last summer. Sorry, Ron, but no. I love your family, but while we were talking I told him I wanted to stay with him. Your family's great, but when I'm there I can't help but feel in the way. And while we were talking he showed me some pictures. Apparently we were really close when I was a baby. I used to even call him Papa and everything, and then well, he adopted me. Harry, that is wonderful, Hermione said, almost jumping on him, giving him a hug. Yeah, mate. I'm glad you got a papa. But I was kinda hoping you would become my brother. You'll always be like my brother Ron, but now I have 3 big brothers for real, Harry said excitingly. Wow, Harry. What are their names? Hermione said, just as excited. I don't know, I forgot to ask. But I will meet them this summer. But speaking of names, I got a new name. What, you are no longer Harry? Ron stated, astonished. No, Ron, it's still Harry. I just have another middle name, and Dumbledore added onto my surname. My new name is Harry James Godric Potter Dumbledore. What do you think? Ron stared at him, then started to laugh. Mate, just think about whenever you're in trouble, instead of just calling Harry James Potter, it'll be Harry James Godric Potter Dumbledore. That is a mouthful to say. That's exactly what I said, Harry laughed. Harry's not going to get into trouble. Are you, Harry? Now that the headmaster is your father, you are going to have to behave yourself, Hermione stated. Yeah, he warned me. No fighting, and I have to study more and stuff. Yeah, but think of it, Harry. You can't ever get suspended or expelled now, because you Papa will never do that to you. You could pound Malfoy into next week and not get suspended or expelled. But I will still get punished, Harry pondered for a moment, and then said, Can I ask you guys a personal question? They both nodded, and Harry said, When you get in trouble, how do you get punished? You know, grounded, yelled at, or a spanking. Harry felt the heat rising to his face as he said it. Ron nodded in understanding. Don't be embarrassed, mate, I still get spanked. If my mom is really mad, she even does that whole stand in the corner thing. I feel you, don't worry. What about you, Mione? Same here, but no corner. The worst thing for me is when my parents say they're disappointed in me. That stinks because I feel so bad. Why, Harry? The whole putting myself in danger with the whole werewolf serious thing. After dinner, I have to go up to his office for my punishment. He says he's going to, but he said that after it's forgiven and forgotten. Harry, you know, a spanking is normal punishment. My parents use it all the time, and sometimes it's not just with their hand. They use a brush, slipper, paddle, or my mom's favorite, a wooden spoon, and if we're really bad, a belt. Which one did you get so far? Hand and brush. I only know about the others thanks to Fred and George and Bill with the belt. Wow, Dad said I am too young, but that he had used the belt on his other sons. Man, I would never want to get it. Bill told me about it once. I saw Bill crying while he was lying on his bed, and I asked him what's wrong, and he told me Dad used the belt on him, but he didn't use the belt for the whole time, just the last 10 or 15. Bill said it really hurt. Ow. What about you, Mione? I wouldn't think you'd ever get in enough trouble to get a spanking. Yeah, what did you do, Mione? Steal a book or something? Ron said with a laugh. Harry laughed as well. Hermione didn't say anything. The two looked at her, and oh way. Look, I wasn't always a law-abiding model citizen. When I was 6, I wanted a new Nancy Drew book that came out, but my dad told me that I couldn't get it until I finished the one I was reading. I wanted it so bad, and there was only one more remaining, and I saw one of my friends from school who I knew was going to buy it, so I swiped it first. Wow, Hermione. Well, obviously you didn't get away with it, Harry said, looking at his friend. She shook her head. The store had one of those sensors which could tell if someone was leaving the store without paying. My dad was charged as I was a minor under the age of 7. So what did he do? Ron said, forgetting what had started the conversation. Harry rolled his eyes. Duh. She got spanked. He was so mad. He used his hand and then a brush. My parents were so disappointed. But that was the only time, right? Ron said, lying back on the bed. Nah. I was always trying things I shouldn't have, and I went through a phase of fighting when kids told me about my strange behavior. Accidental magic? Yeah, but it wasn't the magic I got punished for, it was the fighting. My dad has a slipper that, well, let's just say I really hate it. Ron laughed, and jumping up on the bed, he challenged. Come on, Granger. Let me see what you got. He put up his hand as if he was boxing. Harry laughed. Don't know, mate. She took out Malfoy. My bet's on her. Hermione jumped up. Okay, Weasley. I accept your challenge. Harry watched as Ron put up his hands and Hermione axioed a pillow right into his face. What followed was a pillow fight to beat all pillow fights. The three friends played until they were tired. After using her wand to clean up the feathers and repair the pillows, Hermione helped the two boys pack their trunks, while teaching them the charms and arranging everything neatly. When they were finished, Ron asked Harry, "Are you going to take the train with us, Harry?" "I didn't ask, but probably not because Papa has to stay here a week. We wouldn't be going home until then." Hermione gave him another hug. "It's great to hear you talk about your Papa." "It's great to say it, Mione. I'm sure this is going to be the best summer ever," Harry said excitedly. "Well, once you get over tonight," Ron said seriously. "Man, Ron, I actually forgot. Thanks for reminding me," Harry said sarcastically. Hermione slapped Ron on the arm. They made their way to the Great Hall for dinner. The trio sit at the Gryffindor table and Ron immediately started putting food on his plate. Hermione and Ron watched Harry sympathetically as he picked at his dinner. "Come on, mate. Eat something. You know it's not the end of the world," Ron stated, putting more mashed potatoes on his plate. "Well, how can Harry eat when you're eating all the food?" Hermione chastised. "I'm hungry and I'm a growing boy. I need to eat." Hermione shook her head. Ron smiled and said, "Besides, I need to bulk up if I am to have a rematch with the Gorgon Granger." Hermione laughed. "Yeah, well, I think you and Hydra Harry are going to have to train for the entire holidays to be able to challenge me." Harry laughed. "Well, me and Raven Ron?" His two friends groaned at his lame attempt. "What, there aren't many creatures starting with R. Wait, I know. Harry tried again. "Well, me and Runespore Ron." Ron and Hermione cheered and Harry laughed. "Me and Runespore Ron think we can take you." The three friends laughed and continued joking around while Harry ate all his food, forgetting totally for what was to come after dinner. As soon as dessert was over and most of the Gryffindors started leaving, Harry looked up at the head table and saw the headmaster looking at him. Harry sighed as the headmaster gave him a nod which meant, "Wait for me." Ron and Hermione decided to wait until Harry had to leave. They waited for 5 minutes after Dumbledore left before Harry took a deep breath and got up. His two friends got up and left with him. As they reached the junction where they would part, Hermione placed her hand on his shoulder in support, and Ron gave him a well-meaning look. "Good luck, mate." Harry took a deep breath and walked towards the headmaster's office. As he neared the hallway that ended with the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office, he heard Professor Snape and Professor Lupin having an argument. "Please, Severus, I can't go. I'm still too weak. You know this was your fault. I am always saving your hides. You owe me." Severus stopped when he saw Harry in the shadows. "What are you doing here, Potter?" "I have a meeting with the headmaster. He told me to come up after dinner," Harry said. "Well, you better go, Harry. It will not do to keep the headmaster waiting," Remus said, giving the boy a sympathetic look. Are you okay, Professor?" Harry asked, looking at the frail-looking Dada teacher who had turned into a werewolf 2 nights before. "I'm fine, Harry. Hurry along. Don't keep the headmaster waiting." Harry nodded and went to the gargoyle, which opened without the password. Harry saw the headmaster sitting on his couch waiting. He patted the seat next to him and Harry walked over. "So how did your friends take it?" "They were fine." Ron laughed at my new name. Hermione was happy for me. "How'd the teachers take it?" "Professor McGonagall is delighted. She never wanted me to leave you there anyways. Everyone else is happy." "Papa, am I taking the train with the rest of the students?" "Not if you don't want to. We'll be staying here for a couple of days after term ends." "Do you want to?" "No, it'd be stupid to take the train there then have to come back here. I'll just stay and say goodbye before my friends leave." "Okay, now as to why we are here. Harry, you know what you did was dangerous, so I won't go on about that. But why didn't you tell me or someone else?" "We were already there and didn't have the time to get you, or something could have happened to Ron. Hagrid's hut was right there, and I was with him. Either you or Hermione could have come to get one of us." Harry whispered, "I know, Papa," barely loud enough to be heard. Albus sighed. "Let's get this over with. Come, Harry, stand up and drop your pants." Harry moved further along the couch. "Please no, Papa. Not like that." "Harry, don't make it harder on yourself. Come over here and bare your bottom." Please, Papa, Harry begged, but he stood up and walked over. Not bear, please. I'm sorry, but you were very naughty. Albus reached over and pulled down his pants and laid him over his lap. Once he was in position, Albus pulled Harry's boxers down, exposing the pale white quivering bum. Albus wrapped an arm around Harry's waist and then took a deep breath as if steeling himself. He raised his hand and brought it down right in the center of Harry's bare bum. He quickly turned Harry's bottom a bright pink and then started to talk. Why am I spanking you, Harry? Harry gasped in shock. How am I supposed to be able to answer questions at a time like this? A hard sweat to his thighs told Harry to answer. Ow, because I went and put me, Ron, and Hermione in danger instead of going to a teacher. Oh, www. Yes, you could have been really hurt, Albus said with a series of really hard spanks. Finally, Albus lowered his left knee and raised his right. This movement exposed Harry's sit spots and Albus delivered the final smacks to them. You swat will swat come swat and swat get swat a swat teacher swat next swat time swat you swat think swat something swat is swat wrong. Swat understood. Oh, www, yes sir. Albus stopped spanking and began to rub soothing circles on Harry's back. He waited until the sobs are all gone and helped Harry fix his clothes, and then he sat him on his lap and held him saying, all forgiven, and you are much loved. Love you too, Papa, Harry mumbled. After a couple minutes, Albus pulled Harry back and said, Okay now. Harry nodded and Albus said, Why don't you go pack your trunk? Already did it before dinner. Do you want to stay here in my guest room, Harry? Harry nodded against his chest and Albus carried him into the other bedroom, pulled back the covers, laid Harry on his stomach, transfigured his clothes into pajamas and tucked him in. He sat on the edge of the bed and rubbed Harry's back till his breathing was even indicating he was asleep. Albus then fire-called Minerva and asked her to come over. Minerva came through and said, What do you need, Albus? Nothing, I just wanted to know if you could tell Mr. Weasley that Harry is staying here tonight. You did it. Yeah, it's not easy. It never is. I'll go tell Mr. Weasley. You should get some sleep, you know. I will. Night, Minerva. Night, Albus. Minerva walked to the Gryffindor common room and saw Ron, who was waiting for his friend to return. She said, Mr. Weasley, can I talk to you for a moment? Yes, ma'am. Is anything wrong? No, the headmaster just asked me to inform you that Mr. Potter is staying there tonight. Thank you, Professor. Night. Ron got up to go to his bed. Good night, Mr. Weasley. Chapter 2, The Marauders. Harry woke up the next morning wondering where he was. He was lying in a big 4-poster bed with red and gold beddings. The bed itself was soft, like sleeping on a cloud. He turned over, ouch. The memories of the night before came flooding back, as his aching backside quickly reminded him. He groaned and buried his head in the pillow. If you're trying to suffocate yourself, you're doing it wrong, an amused voice said from the hallway. Harry looked over his shoulder towards the door and saw his new dad standing there. Not funny, Papa, he mumbled indignantly. Someone is obviously not a morning person. Come on, son, it is time to get up. No, I'm too comfy. Let me go back to sleep, Harry said as he put the pillow back over his head, trying to eliminate all the light. Albus walked over and sat on the edge of the bed. It's time for breakfast and I am sure your friends are waiting on you. Anxious to know if you are still alive and that I did not murder you last night, Albus said as he moved the pillow and stroked Harry's hair. Ron. He must have stayed up whole night waiting on me to return. Harry sat up worried about his friend. Don't worry. I had Professor McGonagall tell Mr. Weasley last night that you would be staying here with me, Albus said, reassuring him. Okay. Nighty-night then. Harry plopped back on the bed and put the covers over his head. Albus smiled and waved his hand. The blankets disappeared, leaving the small form cold and exposed. Immediately, Harry curled up in a fetal position. Get up, Albus said, way too cheery for Harry. Harry groaned but still did not get up. He knew he was being childish and a bit naughty, but he never had a father to harass like this. Albus shook his head and waved his wand and then walked out the room. Harry, you have 5 seconds and don't say I didn't warn you. Harry looked over and was confused as his papa left. But his unanswered question was answered when he saw a huge bucket of cold water hovering over the bed. Harry jumped up a second before the bucket tilted. I'm up. I'm up happy, he called out. Ecstatic. Come on, time for breakfast, Albus said as he came back in the room. I'm still in my pajamas, Harry exclaimed, making Albus chuckle. Albus handed him his clothes and directed him to the bathroom. 5 minutes and then I come and carry you to the Great Hall as is. Harry ran to get ready. As soon as Harry arrived in the Great Hall, he saw Ron and Hermione waving him over. They had kept a space for him between them. Once Harry was sitting at the table, Ron asked the inevitable question. So how was last night? Ouch, was all Harry said as a reply. That bad. What did you get? Just his hand, and it killed. That old man has a hand of iron. Now that it was over, Harry took delight in getting all the sympathy from his friends. Hermione gave him a one-hand hug and put some food on a plate. Once Harry had started eating, Hermione asked, "What about the train? Did you get a chance to ask him?" He said I could go if I want to, but I chose not to. Sorry. I mean, to ride all the way there then just to come back just doesn't make sense. I mean, going with you guys would be great, but I will have to come back with the train all by myself, and it would be hours with just me alone on the train. We can still say goodbyes though. Ron looked at him for a minute and then smiled an evil smile. We'll make a deal. We don't make a big deal about you not going on the train, and you tell Mum that you decided not to let her adopt you. Your mum's going to kill me, Harry said, thinking of Molly Weasley's reaction. And then he got an idea. Got any parchment? You're going to write her a letter? Hermione asked disapprovingly. Why not? This way I tell her and I don't get to see her disappointed face. Hermione handed over parchment, a quill and ink, and Harry started his letter. After 10 minutes, he showed it to Ron, and Hermione leaned in and read over his shoulder. What do you think? Harry asked. Dear Mrs. Weasley, I just wanted to let you know how grateful I am for everything you have done for me this past year. I have some interesting news that I thought you would like to know. I am not living with my aunt and uncle anymore. I was adopted by Professor Dumbledore and I love every minute of it. He gave me the option to choose who I wanted to live with, and I decided on him because he can best protect me. I do not want you and your family to be hurt because of me. I love you guys too much. I am sure my new papa will let me come and visit. I'll talk to you soon. Harry. Nice mate. I'll give it to her myself. Now today is our last day and we will not see each other for some weeks, so let's go cause some mischief. They all got up and went outside. They set up near to a tree overlooking the lake. Harry and Ron skipped rocks and tried to see who could hit the giant squid, until the squid splashed them back, leaving the two soaking wet. Hermione laughed at them but sent a drying charm at them. Harry sat down and leaned back against the tree trunk and asked, Are you guys really okay with this? Or are you just going along with it because you don't want to make me mad? Ron turned to him. Harry, you're my best mate. I'm happy for you no matter what. You will always have us, Harry. Remember that, Hermione said sincerely. At least this year you guys could come and visit me for my birthday, Harry said with a big smile. Yeah, mate. Do you think your papa will let you have a party for your birthday? Ron said excitingly. Hold on there, I never said anything about a party. I just said you two, and I don't even know for sure. The headmaster may not want students invading his private home, Harry said quickly. Yeah, Ron, we don't want Harry to get in trouble, Hermione stated. Well, if Dumbledore doesn't want us by him, I'm sure that we could use the Burrow. Mom will be really happy to host it, and this year is the Quidditch World Cup. We could organize to go to a game or two. Ron started planning different activities for the summer. It would be great to spend the summer in the wizarding world and not weeding the garden in the hot sun every day, Harry admitted. What about you, Mione? Think you will be up for Quidditch matches this summer? Ron asked, watching the girl. Harry looked at her anxiously. That might be okay. If I go with you guys, Hermione said with a smile. Ron and Harry cheered. Hello, you three. Harry turned and saw Remus Lupin standing next to the tree. Good morning, Professor. How can we help you? Harry said with a smile. Professor Lupin was their favorite teacher. He was the best defense against the dark arts teacher they had ever had. He was really cool and didn't like giving detentions. The students all loved him. For Harry, he was even more special as Lupin was a friend of his real parents and had told him many stories of them over the past year. I was asked to escort Harry to the headmaster's office, Lupin said, looking at the boy seriously. What did I do this time? Harry mumbled under his breath. Harry, come, we can't keep the headmaster waiting. Ron and Hermione looked worried. I am sure it is nothing, Harry. I don't think you're in trouble. You will properly be seeing your friends soon. Lupin saw the relief in the faces of the three teenagers in front of him. They reminded him of another group of teens who used to hang out under this same tree, though many years ago. Harry sighed and said, "See you later, guys." He then somewhat reluctantly followed Lupin up to the headmaster's office. As they entered, Harry saw Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall sitting talking. Professor Lupin said, "You wanted to talk to me, sir?" Harry said as he came in. "Am I in trouble, Papa?" "No, Harry. Someone just wanted to talk to you. Snuffles, if you will." A big black bear-like dog came bounding out of Albus' private chambers. Harry recognized the dog that he had first seen a few months ago, and most recently 2 nights when he had attacked Ron. The dog that transformed into his godfather, Sirius Black. The dog transformed into a middle-aged man, with shoulder-length scraggly black hair, a drawn face and deep gray eyes. He was no longer wearing the ragged, torn prison robes he had on a few days ago, but a new set of green robes. He looked like he had a long bath and had eaten some food. He still looked sick and tired. Harry ran to the man and pulled him into a tight embrace. "I thought you left?" he said, but sounded worried. Sirius looked at him lovingly. "I do. I just wanted to make sure you were all right," Sirius said calmly. "I'm okay, but isn't the ministry still looking for you?" "Yeah, I've been taking them on a wild goose chase all over England. Buckbeak can fly really fast, but I doubled back and came here. It is the last place they'll look for me." Harry suddenly looked really sad. "What's the matter, Harry?" Sirius said, seeing the change in the boy's expression. "I know you asked me if I wanted to stay with you, and well, I thought you were gone, and well, Professor Dumbledore has adopted me, and I am going to be staying with him." "Oh, Harry!" Sirius brought him in a big hug and after a minute released him, and then they walked over to the couch and sat down. The professors joined them. Sirius turned to Harry and said, "You were absolutely right in letting the headmaster adopt you, Harry. He is the perfect person to adopt you. You can't be with an escaped felon always on the run. You need a stable home." Harry nodded, indicating he understood, but he still looked unsure. "You want to know a secret?" Sirius said, and when Harry nodded, he continued, "When I was 16, I ran away from home and went by your dad. But my parents, they would have made things really bad for your grandparents, so the headmaster let me stay with him at his home. He couldn't adopt me because my parents were still alive and I was their heir and all that nonsense, but I stayed with him and I had a ball of a time. And I know you will have loads of fun with your papa." Harry nodded. "I know living with him will be great and I love him, but he wouldn't be able to tell me stories about my mom and dad, not like you could. Harry, you would be surprised about all the stories I could tell you about your mom, dad, Sirius and Remus here," Albus said with a laugh. "Really? Would you, Papa? That would be great," Harry said with a big smile. "What kind of stories?" Sirius asked with a hint of nervousness in his voice. Albus smiled and giving Harry a wink said, "Just some stories from when you were at school. You know, some of your pranks, punishments, and how James would chase Lily around. Just normal stuff." "You really wouldn't tell him that stuff, would you?" Sirius said with a nervous laugh. Remus looked uncomfortable. "Why are you embarrassed about that, Mr. Black?" McGonagall asked. Sirius looks affronted and says, "Why, Minnie, I, Sirius Black, a murderer, am shocked you would ask that. I am proud of the pranks we pulled, but I hated the punishments. Well, they were all deserved, and I'm sure for every prank that you were caught doing. There was one you got away with," McGonagall said sternly. "Yeah, you're properly right," Sirius said with a grin, and didn't seem to notice the glare he got from McGonagall. "But we sure had lots of fun. Right, Moony?" Sirius said, looking over at Remus, and forgetting himself said, "Remember that time we put real cockroaches in Slughorn's cockroach clusters, or the time we put laxatives in the teacher's coffee?" "Mr. Black," McGonagall shouted, and she stood up, her lips thin and her hands on her hips. "Oh, come on, Professor, they were harmless pranks," Sirius said with a laugh, but Harry noted he was a bit nervous, not that he could blame him. "You have 5 seconds, Mr. Black." "For what, Professor? Do you really want to go there, Mr. Black?" "You wouldn't," he dared. 3 seconds. Professor, come on. This was years ago. Time's up, McGonagall said, and she grabbed Sirius' ear and put him in the corner. Come on, Professor. This is not fair. You just stay there in the corner, young man. I don't want Harry getting any ideas. What about Remus? He was a marauder too? Leave me out of this, Padfoot. You are the one with the big mouth. I remember it was the day after a full moon, that is why we thought it was the Slytherins and not you. Harry's a good boy, he's not going to be doing anything bad. Come on, I hate the corner, Sirius whined. Harry suddenly felt a little guilty. He wondered what his godfather would say if he found out about all the stuff he did. Like sneaking out of school. Wait a minute. Moony, Padfoot, marauders. Harry turned to Remus. That's how you knew? You're Moony. Remus sighed, realizing that Harry figured it all out, nodded. So who was Prongs? Your dad, Remus said quietly. Wait, you have it, don't you? Sirius asked, turning from the corner, but turned back quickly when he saw McGonagall looking at him sternly. No, it got confiscated. Harry gave Remus a glare. Care to clue us in on what you're talking about? Albus asked, gazing over his half-moon spectacles. Remus sighed again and pulled out an old, worn-looking piece of parchment out of his robe pocket. He grabbed his wand and tapped the parchment and said, I solemnly swear I am up to no good, and a map appeared on the paper. He handed it over to Dumbledore. Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs are proud to present the Marauder's map. He looked at them and said, Boys, care to inform me about this? I just got it this year, Papa, but Professor Lupin took it away when he used it, and I realized he had it, Remus said quickly. Sirius, come over here and sit down, and you and Remus tell me about this. Sir, me, Sirius, James, and Peter made this map when we were in school. It helped with all our pranks and our nighttime strolls. Remus said, sounding like a naughty schoolboy who was caught. McGonagall looked shocked. You made this? Yes, ma'am. It's just really good magic. We could have used this map earlier this year. I'm sorry, Papa, Harry spoke up suddenly. All eyes turned to the small child who was staring at his feet. What for child? Albus asks. If I had given this to you before, well, we could have caught Pettigrew earlier and Sirius would be free. Hermione told me I should have handed it over and I didn't. Dear child, we all make mistakes, and besides, if we had caught Sirius earlier, we may have never known about Peter, and the Dementors may have just taken Sirius away. Yeah, Harry. While I am not happy about Peter getting away, I am really glad for what you did, and that you tried, Sirius said. What exactly happened that night? I've heard bits and pieces, but not the whole thing, McGonagall said. Harry looked fearful, wondering if he would get punished again. Albus looked at him, understanding what he was thinking. You were already punished, Harry. What did I tell you? Albus asked, peering into the beautiful emerald eyes. It was forgiven and forgotten. Exactly, so you're not in any trouble now, relax. Quick question. What were you in trouble for? Sirius asked. I'd rather not say. Harry, he won't punish you. It's okay, you can tell them. Harry then told them the whole story from when they snuck out to Hagrid's to when he cast the Patronus. Albus hugged Harry and looked at McGonagall, Lupin, and Sirius. They all smiled and Albus said, Harry, you're not in trouble. Sirius just wanted to know what happened. Now do you mind me telling them how you got punished? Harry shook his head and said, No, I trust everyone here. Albus let go and said Harry's punishment was a spanking. He got it last night. Sirius went over to Harry and said, Harry, don't be embarrassed. We used to get spanked all the time, me, Moony, and your dad. It was the only thing Albus could do to get us to listen. But you got off easy. How did I get off easy? Albus wasn't the only one to spank us. Minnie there has a hard hand and an even harder paddle. Really? You spanked them? Yes, I did, Mr. Potter. It was that and time in the corner, which as you can see is still very effective. She gave Sirius a glare, but then turned back to Harry. There is one thing I don't understand, Mr. Potter. How did you get to Hagrid's without us seeing you? We were patrolling the hallways constantly. Harry gave his papa a worried look, and then he reached into his bag and pulled out a silver cloak and handed it over to his head of house. McGonagall looked at it and asked, Is this what I think it is? What do you think it is, Professor? I think James' cloak is back. When did you get it? She said, giving Albus a knowing look. Christmas first year. Is that how you caused all kinds of mischief? Yes, ma'am. Don't worry, Mr. Potter. I trust one will not be seeing it again in a hurry. No, ma'am. I think, Mr. Potter, that it is time you return to your friends, McGonagall told him, still giving the headmaster a look. Harry looked at Sirius and was about to protest when Sirius told him, Don't worry, Harry, you will be seeing me real soon. Sooner than you think. Harry, before you go, there are 2 more things we need to discuss. Firstly, the ministry insists that I get your relatives to sign over custody from them to me, so we will have to go and visit them, so we will both take the train to London tomorrow. Harry smiled. This was great, he would get to ride with his friends. And secondly, I didn't think it fair that you alone was punished for your little adventure. After all, you had 2 willing accomplices, so I have written letters to your friends' parents about what happened. So you may want to warn them. I'll tell them, Papa. He gave Sirius a hug and said, By Padfoot, see you soon. Chapter 3 Brothers. Harry met up with Ron and Hermione in the common room, went up to them and said, We need to talk. What's wrong? Not now, upstairs. The 3 friends went quickly upstairs to the boys' dorm. Something wrong, Ron said as they entered the room. Not really. Papa told me to tell you. He wrote to your parents to tell them what happened. My ass is toast. What do you mean, Ron? Mum at best brush, worst paddle. Dad at best slipper, worst belt. Mione, you okay? No. At least my parents will talk about it first. But at best brush, worst paddle. Harry was worried for his friends. Ron, couldn't you tell your mum that we were just trying to comfort Hagrid before Buckbeak's execution? Then when we were walking up to the castle we heard it and stopped for a minute, and a big black dog just came and grabbed your ankle and dragged you away. Wouldn't that help at all? She can't blame you if it wasn't your fault. Not likely. Mum would just say, You weren't supposed to be outside in the first place, so she would see it as being my fault that I'm hurt. Harry just shakes his head and turns to his next best friend. What about you, Mione? Couldn't you just say you were taking too many classes and just overstressed and overworked? No good. Since I'm so smart, I should know the consequences for using the time turner, and I did it anyway. Since what we did was illegal, if we were caught we would have gone to Azkaban. My plea will go on deaf ears. That just sucks. That's having parents. They often only see the bad when you get yourself in trouble, and no amount of pleading will get you out of it. Sometimes you'll make it worse by pleading. Now you've got your papa, you'll learn. New topic. Looks like I am coming with you both on the train. We have to go get custody signed over from the Dursleys. So Papa and me will be coming. Ron snickers. Well, at least we know we wouldn't have to worry about Malfoy. He wouldn't try anything with Dumbledore around. Just like when we came with Lupin. Hey, I also found something out. What is it? When my dad, Professor Lupin, and Sirius were at school, they got into lots of trouble and got spanked from Professor McGonagall and the headmaster. Ouch. Accompanied with time in the corner. Also my dad, Sirius, and Professor Lupin are the Marauders. The Marauders, as in Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs? Yep, my dad was Prongs, Professor Lupin is Moony, Sirius is Padfoot, and well. Ron gave a shudder when he realized who Wormtail was. Hermione broke the tension. I wonder what they did to get that punishment. Papa said he'd tell me some stories about the over the summer, and I'll tell them to you. Ron looked at them for a minute and then said, Not that I'm complaining, but I wonder why we never got that kind of treatment when we got in trouble here. Do you want that kind of treatment? No, I'm perfectly fine with not getting it. Just I am wondering why we didn't get in trouble for any of it. Just look at all the stuff that we did. In first year we had the incident with the troll. We were out after curfew with Norbert and were really disobedient going after the stone. In second year the flying car, going into the forest, the polyjuice potion, tricking Lockhart and going into the chamber. Then there's this year sneaking out to Hagrid's for Buckbeak's execution, helping Sirius, and knocking out Professor Snape. I mean, we weren't exactly angels in school. Speak for yourself, Papa. Got me good for the stuff we did this year. Well, yeah, Dumbledore did it, as your papa, not as headmaster, but McGonagall never gave us anything more than losing points and detention, never the treatment. I am perfectly fine with just losing points and getting detention and not getting the treatment, Harry says, using Ron's term for spanking. All the stuff we did were attempts to save people, none of it were like pranks, Hermione volunteered. From what I recall, the Marauders used to pull pranks just like the twins. Do you think my brothers got that kind of punishment from McGonagall for their pranks? Don't know. Do they know I got adopted? Let's go find them. The trio found Ron's twin brothers huddled together in a quiet corner of the common room, planning pranks on the train. Harry laughed as he picked up a dung bomb from a pile of items in front of the twins. He quickly warned the boys that Dumbledore would be on the train and told them about being adopted. To his surprise, the boys both enveloped him into a big hug and congratulated him. That's great. Little brother. No more awful Dursleys. But of course, we will still break you out if things get too boring. After 3 years, it still surprised Harry how the twins would finish each other's sentences and laughed as he fondly remembered how the two boys and Ron rescued him using their dad's flying car the summer before second year. Ron rolled his eyes in amusement and then told his brothers about who the Marauders were. After a few moments of excited babble about their heroes, the twins went into a whining lament that they had Moony here for an entire year and they could have gotten so much from him, but immediately started in a rapid talk that made sense to only the two of them, but Harry made out something about writing to Lupin. Hermione broke through the boys' chatter and asked them about their punishment from McGonagall. What moin are you? Scared of Auntie Minnie? Did you three do something Marauder worthy? Harry explained that he found out that McGonagall had a special punishment for the Marauders and wondered if they had received more than loss of points and detention from their head of house. Well, we have lost a whole load of points over the years and have served more detention than anyone currently in school, Fred started. And don't forget a whole drawer in Filch's cabinet, his twin added. But Minnie only reserves the special punishment for the most serious pranks. You remember last year the incident with Flint? We stole Flint's wand and then locked him in the broom cupboard on the second floor. Well, that's not so bad, Hermione started. No, but we also put in that cage of Cornish pixies we stole from that Git Lockhart and opened the cage as we locked the cupboard door. Ron and Harry broke out laughing. Harry, Ron, that's terrible. Flint could have been seriously hurt. He spent a few days in the hospital wing. Days? Ron exclaimed. Yeah, well, we forgot him and he was there for over 12 hours. McGonagall was not pleased. She spanked our hides like there was no tomorrow. One of us got it while the other was in the corner. She used the word treatment, not the S word, Ron said, horrified at his brother's casual use of that dreaded word. Anyway, we realized early that Minnie only used the treatment for the more cruel pranks where people were hurt or placed in danger. We never got it from Dumbledore, however. He did call in the big guns on occasion. Big guns? Mom, the twins both said with a shudder. Well, I hope we satisfied your curiosity, little brothers. And sis. Now, if you would, excuse us. We've got some pranks to plan. You do remember what I told you Dumbledore will be on the train tomorrow? Yes, sometimes. The outcome of the prank is worth the risk. Turning back to his twin, Fred exclaimed, Do you think we could get Dumbledore to try our canary cream? George's eyes lit up and the two pranksters continued their plans. The trio returned to their own plans and talked excitingly of the holidays ahead. The leaving feast was magnificent as always. As with the previous 2 years, Gryffindor had won the House Cup, thanks in part to them winning the Quidditch Cup. Harry was sleepy but excited. He felt like this was the start of a new journey. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were almost to Gryffindor Tower when Ron's brother Percy came up to them and started talking. Percy went on a bit about how the headmaster had personally thanked him for his wonderful job as head boy over the last year and how the headmaster had high hopes for him and such, until Ron rudely asked him why he was talking to them. Percy humphed and gave Harry a note from the headmaster. The note indicated that he wanted Harry to come to his office for a family meeting. He quickly told his friends and Percy that he had to go to the headmaster's office and ran off. Harry's head was spinning with excitement. A family meeting? It sounded great to be going to a family meeting. He barely stopped to knock on the door and ran into the office. He noticed his papa sitting on his couch with Sirius, Professor Lupin, and No. There sitting on a single armchair to the side was the greasy bat of the dungeons, the most feared professor in Hogwarts, the man who hated Harry more than anyone else, Professor Snape. Harry reluctantly came over and sat next to his papa, but his eyes did not leave Snape. "Well, Harry, I thought it best that I introduce you to your brothers, Remus, Sirius, and Severus." "But you hate one another," Harry said, looking at the three, remembering how they were in the shack, and then looking at Snape said, "You hate me." It was Severus who answered, "No, we don't, and I certainly don't hate you, Harry. It is all an act. You see, there are other factors involved. Your mom, Lily, and me, we were best friends. Even though we were in different houses, but we had a big fight at the end of 5th year, and I was really angry." Sirius cut in. "At that time we were not friends, and the Marauders and Severus were always after each other, always pranking and fighting. The reason for most of our special time with Aunt Minnie. As a matter of fact, we were the cause of the fight between Severus and Lily," Remus added. "Yeah, we did not sit properly for a week after that incident," Sirius said, remembering. Severus continued, "Anyway, I was really angry and turned to my colleagues from Slytherin House, namely Lucius Malfoy and his friends. That summer I had a bad time. First my mom died and my dad. Well, he was a muggle who didn't too much like magic. Anyway, I started hanging out with Lucius and ended up spending most of the summer with him. He introduced me to his other friends, and near the end of the summer, he took me to meet his uncle, who turned out to be the Dark Lord. I was given a choice, join his group or die." "So you joined? You became a Death Eater," Harry said, shocked. "Yes, I became a Death Eater, but I really didn't want to. Anyway, when we came back to school, Lily and I made back up, but my new friends kept threatening to do her real harm, so we had to hide our friendship. In public I was really mean to her, but in private we were still friends. We didn't know they were still friends. All we saw was Severus being real mean to Lily, so I decided to prank Severus and scare him really bad, but it backfired and almost got him killed," Sirius said, sadly looking at Remus. "Lily convinced me that things couldn't continue the way it was, and I came and confessed everything to Dad here. Lily actually came with me for support. In the end, he decided to adopt me. Things got a lot better with the Marauders, however I would have been a target for the other Death Eaters, so I decided to become a spy." "You spied for us." "For the good side," Harry said, now amazed and proud of having a brother who was a spy. "Yes, and I continue to do so. To everyone else I am a snarky bastard who hate all Gryffindors, but I am not. As there are still Death Eaters around and some of their children go to school here, I have to come across as being mean. Especially to you, Harry. I am really sorry about how I have had to treat you, but I can't be seen as being nice to the Dark Lord's enemy." "I understand. So question, you don't really think I am a dunderhead in potions?" Severus laughed. "No, you are a dunderhead, but we will fix that over the summer. Your friend Miss Granger, on the other hand, is brilliant. Even I couldn't brew polyjuice potion in my 2nd year." Harry paled. "You knew about that?" He glanced at his papa nervously. Severus rolled his eyes. "Yes, and if you were my brother back then you would have been in serious trouble. But I had to turn a blind eye and just secretly keep checking the potion to make sure it was being brewed properly. And for the record, no more sneaking into the Slytherin dorms. Harry, let's make a deal. We are starting from scratch, a clean slate. I am not going to punish you for any deeds you did before now, but anything after now is fair game," his papa told him with a smile. "Fair enough, but I wished we made this deal before last night." Harry pouted a bit and everyone laughed. Harry turned to Remus. "So when did Papa adopt you?" "After Easter my 1st year, my dad died and my mom was a muggle and couldn't really handle the complications of me being a werewolf. The ministry wanted to banish me to the wilds with the other werewolves, but Dad here adopted me instead." "And Sirius, he is the one you said you couldn't adopt but loved like a son," Harry said, remembering earlier conversations. "Yes, unfortunately we all really wronged him, thinking he betrayed us, but he is back now with us. This is partially why I called this meeting. The original plan was that we stay here at Hogwarts for the next week and spend the rest of summer at the cottage. However, I received a note this afternoon from the ministry. Apparently the school governors have requested that they come and strengthen the wards of the school and repair what the Dementors have damaged. So they will be sending a team to stay here for the next week. It would be too dangerous for Sirius to remain here, so I want him to go to the cottage tomorrow." "That's okay with me. I have been on the run for a year and would really like to go home, Sirius said quietly. Yes, but Poppy has said that Sirius needs supervision and someone to help nurse him back to health. Besides all the damage done over the years in Azkaban and from the last year, he was nearly kissed and this has had a grave effect on his body. So he cannot go the cottage alone, Albus said looking at his son who looked weak but was putting on a brave front. I'll go with him, Harry shouted. No, Harry, you would not be able to handle Sirius physically if he has a fit, which Poppy expects from time to time. These uncontrolled fits are after effects of the Dementors. There will be some bad days and you will not be able to deal with him, Albus said seriously. I'll go. I could handle everything. After years of needing medical attention after a full moon, I will be able to handle anything that occurs. I will have to give up being a professor as Siri would need somewhat long-term care, Remus said, and he held on to his brother's hand, reassuring him that it was okay. You just can't quit, the ministry will question it. They are still looking for Siri. You quitting for no reason will look suspicious, Severus said, shaking his head. What do you suggest? Albus asked. I'll spread the rumor about him being a werewolf and force him to quit. Fudge didn't want him appointed this year because of it and had warned that if the parents knew they will ask for him to leave. Well, I will make sure the parents know. That sounds reasonable, Remus said. What do you think, Harry? Harry was shocked and pleased to be part of the discussions. I think it is a great plan. But everyone besides the Slytherins would hate to see you go. You are the best data teacher we ever had. Anyone is better than that, Git Lockhart, Severus said with a sneer. Harry laughed. Remus then said, Thank you, Harry, but I will still get to teach you over the summer, and if you want you can come with us tomorrow instead of staying a whole week in the castle with only teachers and ministry officials for company. Harry nodded but then asked, Couldn't we all go to the cottage and Papa and Severus could flew to Hogwarts when they need to? That sounds like a plan, Albus said with a smile, and then noted that both Sirius and Harry were yawning. And now I think it is time for Siri and Harry to get bed. We have a long day tomorrow. Sev, Remy, it would be good if you could come with us to the Dursleys. Siri would come as Snuffles and then we will all go to the cottage. Sirius kissed Harry on the top of his head and bade the others good night and headed for Albus' guest room. Remus got up and said, Harry, I will escort you back to Gryffindor Tower as it is after curfew. Actually, Remy, I want you to stay a bit. Severus, do you mind escorting Harry back? Severus nodded and directed Harry towards the door. Now that Harry knew the truth about Severus, he didn't mind being around him. As they reached the door, they heard Albus say, Now, Remy, since you are sufficiently recovered from the full moon, we need to have a discussion about you taking your potions on time. Remus groaned and Severus shook his head. He opened the door and he and Harry left, leaving their brother to his fate. Chapter 4, The Train Ride. The next morning Harry brought his trunk down and rested it in the common room with the others. He did not have a chance to talk with his friends last night as he was way too sleepy and just promised to fill them in this morning. Hey Harry, why are you bringing your trunks? I thought you were staying here? Hermione asked as she saw him with his trunks. Change of plans, I go home today. Anyway, I can't discuss anything now. I am going to tell you everything on the train home, Harry said, watching as a group of second years were crowding around. Where's Ron? He went to breakfast early, something about stocking up for the journey. Harry laughed and he and Hermione went down to the Great Hall for breakfast. When they reached, they heard a great uproar and Ron and his brothers fuming. What's the matter, Ron? What happened? Hermione asked, but Harry had his suspicions. You would not believe what that slimy, no good, evil git did, Ron said as he viciously stabbed a kipper on his plate that was quickly turning to mush. Harry was a bit annoyed but let it go. Fred or George leaned over Snape accidentally. Announced to a few Slytherins. George or Fred continued. That Professor Lupin is a werewolf, Ron finished. Hermione gasped, Oh no. When he realized what happened, Lupin left the hall without even sitting down for breakfast. Ron continued, Percy recons that he will have to resign as all of the Slytherin parents wouldn't want him to teach here now. The Dada curse strikes again, Seamus said from their side. Yeah, it was too good to last, Dean said, but then joked. You think we could get a vampire next year? That would be really cool. Harry didn't say anything and Ron looked at him. Harry, I know you must be really mad. Come on, we got to make a plan to get the git back. Hermione was looking at Harry suspiciously. Ron, I think you better drop it until we are on the train. There are too many witnesses around. Yeah, right, we will plan on the train. Ron continued eating. As they were about to get up from the table, Draco Malfoy and his two goons walked past the table. Hey Potter, I heard about your little wolf friend. Don't worry, my dad will make sure he doesn't stay another night as a professor. I guess he too will join your godfather in exile. Draco laughed and walked out. Harry almost laughed. Their plan was working perfectly. Ron, however, stepped forward, looking like he wanted to pummel the Slytherins. Harry and Hermione held him back. Hermione whispered, Ron, come on. Don't do anything in front of the professors. You will get Harry into trouble. Ron blinked and looked at the head table where the headmaster was looking down at them. Yeah, we will leave it for the train. The trio were one of the first to get on the train and find their usual compartment. When they got in, they locked it and warded it to make sure no one would come in or hear them. Harry was about to start talking when Hermione gasped and pointed out the window. Professor Snape and the headmaster were making their way to the train with Professor Lupin in the middle. Snape and Dumbledore looking like guards escorting a prisoner. Why that no good? Ron started, but Harry stopped him. After the adults got on the train, it moved off. Harry then proceeded to tell his friends all about his brothers and about Professor Snape and his mom and how he was a spy and how this whole thing with outing Remus was planned and how it was so they could help Sirius. When he was finished, Ron and Hermione looked shocked, but they both promised to keep the secret and not tell anyone, not even Ron's parents or brothers. Yeah, Hermione and Severus said, he thought you were brilliant in potions. Hermione blushed. Really, he said that? Yeah, he said I was a dunderhead, but you were brilliant and that not even he could have brewed Polyjuice potion in his second year. He knew! Both Ron and Hermione shouted. Harry laughed. Yeah, and apparently he kept checking it to make sure you were doing it correctly. Secretly, of course. Wow. Maybe he is not so bad after all. You think he would mind if I do some experiments over the holidays and send them to him? Hermione asked. What about the whole no magic during the summer? Well, potions don't really count. I mean, you don't use a wand. I did some stuff last holidays and I didn't get any warnings or anything from the ministry, Hermione stated. I'll ask him, Mione, Harry said, but then thought of something which he shared with his friends. I wonder, Remus said he will be helping me this summer with Dada. I wonder if I will get to use my wand. Being the headmaster's son and all. Well, you know, we could go and ask them. They are on the train right now, Hermione said, wanting a chance to talk to the potions master. They opened their compartment door and headed towards the front of the train, where they assumed the professors would be. They were, however, stopped by Malfoy and his cronies. Harry glared at him and said, What do you want, Malfoy? Well, if it isn't Scarhead and his sidekicks, Weasel and Granger. Why don't we just skip this? You know how it will end. You insult us, we insult you, you try and curse me. Then we duel, you lose and mope. Let's just stop it now and you move out of the way. You think you're so bad, Potter. You think you can do anything because you are the precious boy who lived. I heard you tried to go after your godfather, but the Dementors stopped you. Rumor is you hear your parents begging when the Dementors are near. Draco, don't make me pop you one again, Hermione said, coming forward. Draco stepped back and Crabbe and Goyle stepped forward. Lucky punch, Mudblood. I should have known that a common wench like you would resort to physical violence and not the higher-level sophistication of a real wizard. Harry, Ron and Hermione pull out their wands and Harry said, Do you want me to show you what a real wizard could do? Ferret face. Malfoy pulled out his wand and said, Anytime you want to join your mummy and daddy, just tell me. Harry was about to hex him when they heard the soft, silky drawl of Professor Snape. Harry smiled, his brother was here. He had forgotten that Severus would have to take Draco's side and pretend not to like him. Is there a problem here? No, sir, we were just talking, Harry said, frightened, as he looked at the scowl and the look of hatred on Severus' face. Last time I checked, Mr. Potter, talking didn't include wands being drawn. Mr. Malfoy, go back to your compartment. You three come with me, he said sternly and walked away, not looking to see if he was being followed. They heard Malfoy snickering. Harry turned and gave Malfoy a glare. Severus opened the compartment door and they saw Dumbledore sitting reading the Quibbler and Remus and Snuffles were resting. Snuffles barked and wagged his tail. Harry did not see him come on and as if answering his unspoken question, Remus said, He came on while all the students were at breakfast, so no one else knows he is here. That is if he doesn't stop barking, Severus said with a glare to Snuffles. Dumbledore looked at his youngest son and sighed. What happened now? I found them along with Mr. Malfoy with wands drawn and pointed at each other. Dumbledore looked at them and said, Is this true? Yes, Sir, Harry said nervously. While his friends knew about his papa spanking him, he would be mortified if Dumbledore decided to wallop him here in front of them. Was there a reason for this? We were coming to see you and he stepped in our way and we asked him to move, and he didn't and he kept insulting us. But then Harry looked at Hermione. Malfoy teased Harry about hearing his mom and dad dying when the Dementors are near, and then he called Hermione a mudblood and a common wench with no sophistication. Ron practically shouted, still angry at Malfoy. And well, Crabbe and Goyle stepped forward and well, wands were drawn. Hermione finished the explanations. You hear Lily dying? Severus said quietly and looked at Harry, who nodded. Who drew the wands first? Albus said, looking at them over his glasses. The trio hesitated, and then Harry said, We did, sir. I am pleased you didn't lie, Harry. Now since you three were the first to draw wands, well, I am afraid I will have to punish you. Harry closed his eyes, fearing what was to come. He heard Snuffles whimpering. You three are grounded for the rest of the train ride, Albus said with a smile. Grounded? Harry was relieved. Yes, you three will stay here and not leave until the train stops in London. Albus motioned for them to sit. He then turned to Severus. Please go and get their things and bring them here. The trio sat quietly, not wanting to get in any further trouble. Severus came back with their trunks, and once the trunks were secured, he took out a book and sat down next to Ron, who looked really uncomfortable. Albus warded the door and Snuffles changed into Sirius and laid back. Ron looked at Sirius with a glare. Sirius laughed and said, How is your leg? I'm really sorry, but you look not any worse for wear. I'm okay. Hey Harry, there was something I forgot to tell you earlier. I was the one who sent you the firebolt for Christmas. I knew you needed a new broom, and well, I owed you 12 years worth of Christmas and birthday presents. Thanks, Siri. It's totally wicked, Harry said with a big smile. Ron and Harry heard Hermione humph. They rolled their eyes. You don't have to say it. Yes, I do. I told you so, Hermione said, feeling vindicated. Yes, well, he didn't charm it or put any dangerous spells on it to harm Harry, Ron said indignantly. Yeah, there was no need for Hooch and Flitwick. Harry started and he heard his papa cough. Madam Hooch and Professor Flitwick, to strip it down, Harry continued. They did what? Sirius screamed. Oh, the sacrilege! He put his hand on his head, pretending to faint. Albus decided to end the tirade, which would have gone on for hours if he let it. Harry, you said you were on your way earlier to see us when Mr. Malfoy approached you. Was there a particular reason why you were coming, or was it a social visit? Well, actually both, Hermione, and I had some questions for you and Severus. Severus looked up and Albus smiled. Go ahead, ask your questions. I assume you informed them of the identity of your brothers, and these questions are related to that. Yes, and in a sense Hermione's are, but my concerns are about the restriction for underage wizardry. Can I use my wand over the holidays, seeing that I am with you? Harry asked. Albus' eyes twinkled. A very pertinent question, Harry. The restriction was really placed for two reasons. The first was to prevent uncontrolled magic from getting away from young witches and wizards who would want to practice or use their magic on their own with no supervision. If you have adult supervision, that is, an adult witch or wizard who can control the magic if it gets out of hand, then the ministry really does not mind. So if I am with my mom or dad or Bill or Charlie, I could do magic, Ron said, excited. He didn't include Percy, as he would have never agreed. Actually, yes, but it is the responsibility of the adult to closely monitor the child's magic use. Wicked, Ron said, immediately thinking of asking his dad to use magic. Well, that is not fair to us Muggleborns. Wizards like Ron can get to practice during the holidays, but I can't. Besides potions, Ron mumbled under his breath, and Harry saw Severus' eyes widened. Well, Hermione, that is true, however that brings me to the next reason. You see, it goes towards preserving the secrecy of the wizarding world. Muggleborns live in the Muggle world where the chance of accidentally revealing the existing of the wizarding world is too great. If it were a matter of slipping up and saying something, for example talking about doing a spell, well, it could be dismissed as a child's fantasy or imagination. But actually doing the spell is concrete proof. I have found in my experience that Muggle children have had a harder time keeping the secret, as they often want to prove to their friends or family that they are not crazy. Hermione nodded. She understood the temptation and reluctantly agreed to the logic. Your friend Moaning Myrtle, for example, when she was alive, twice I had to go to the Muggle world to change someone back from being a frog, after they had teased her about her wild stories about going to school in a castle with unicorns and giants. The trio laughed. They could actually see Myrtle doing that. So when I became head of the Wisengamot and headmaster, I created that rule. You created it? Sirius said in shock. Yes, I created many of the rules we now use, most of it really to protect the rights of all children, magic-born and muggle-born. For instance, one of the first rules I changed was that female students be allowed to do nude exams and not have to get married when they became of age. Hermione looked shocked and then said, "Thank you." Everyone laughed. So back to my question? Harry asked, looking at his papa hopefully. You will not be allowed to use your wand without supervision of one of the adults in the house. Once one of your brothers or myself is around, you can use it, Albus said, his eyes twinkling. Harry cheered. Yeah. However, if you use it unsupervised, you will be in really, really big trouble, his papa warned. Yes, sir, Harry smiled. And you, Hermione? I believe you too had a question? Albus said, watching the girl, who suddenly looked nervously at Professor Snape. I was wondering, now that I know you don't really hate us, if it would be okay if I did some potions over the holidays and send them to you, Professor Snape? Hermione started, and noticing his eyebrow go up, she continued, My dad is a dentist, but he did a first degree in chemistry. He wasn't sure which area of medicine he wanted to go into. Anyway, we talked a lot about the differences between potions and chemistry, and he bought me a chemistry set. Well, actually, it is more like a chemistry lab which I have set up in one of the spare rooms in my home. Last year, I started experimented using potions ingredients with some of the chemistry ingredients that I had. So I was wondering if I could send you some. Severus looked shocked but said, I would love to, Hermione, but I would really like to see your lab. When we were young, Lily had something similar, but hers was more chemistry and mine more potions. It was fun to experiment. So I would love to see what you have done. What about the whole secrecy thing? Sirius asked. Well, any explosions are explained by saying it is chemistry. Most of the neighbors have known my dad since he was a child and know how much he loved chemistry and experimenting, so they just assume I am doing the same. They actually believe I go to a school called Hogwarts School for gifted youngsters and believe that the experiments are just part of my being a genius, Hermione said a little smugly, but then blushed when she realized how it sounded. They all laughed and Albus said, You are quite right, my girl, you do go to a school of gifted youngsters and you are a genius. I think I will put that in the school pamphlets as a name the Muggle-born students can use. It's a lot better than St. Brutus School for the criminally insane, Harry said sadly. What? Severus, Remus, and Sirius shouted together. That's where my aunt and uncle tells everyone I am going to during the school year, to the St. Brutus School for the criminally insane. They would never tell anyone I was a genius. As a matter of fact, they used to tell my primary school teachers that I was mentally retarded. I think I am going to have fun with them when I see them today, Severus said with a sneer. Ron, Hermione, and Harry looked at him and saw the expression that had many Gryffindors run in fear. They were glad it was not directed at them. No, you will not, Severus. I want no conflict today. I want Harry's adoption to go smoothly, and I don't want the Dursleys appealing later on saying we beat them up or tortured them into signing. They will not mind you taking me away. It's something they always wanted, Harry said, and Albus looked at him sadly. Papa, how are we going to get this done with the Dursleys? Are they meeting us at the station? I sent them a letter telling them that they do not have to pick you up as you will no longer be living with them. We will have to go to Privet Drive to get them to sign. Well then, I think I should give you a crash course in the Dursleys. How about it? That would be good. They hate magic, anything related to magic, and me. They are mostly concerned with looking as normal as possible. Their greatest fear is other people thinking them not normal. My Uncle Vernon, well, with him there are warning signs. If he turns red, purple, can't fully talk or yells, watch out, he'll come after me and I better duck. My Aunt Petunia, she goes along with her husband on everything no matter what. My cousin Dudley, him just ignore, he'll probably try to hide behind his mom, but he won't be able to because he's so big. If you want to scare them all, just pull your wand. It really works, or just mutter nonsense words under your breath, trust me. Why are they scared of a wand, Harry? Ron asked. I never told you guys about when Hagrid came to get me, did I? No, you didn't. Okay, story time, Harry, Sirius said, settling back looking like a little child waiting for a story. When I first got my Hogwarts letter, my aunt and uncle didn't want me to come to Hogwarts, and they didn't give me my letter. The letters kept coming every day, hundreds of letters, but they still didn't want me knowing. We even tried hiding, going from place to place to outrun them, but the letters kept coming. Until my uncle found this rundown old shack on a rock in the middle of the sea. We stayed there even though he knew a storm was coming. Anyway, at midnight on my 11th birthday, Hagrid came pounding on the door and broke it down, Harry said, laughing. It must have been a scary sight, Hermione stated, remembering the kindly Professor Flitwick who came to talk to her and her parents. Yes, it was actually. Anyway, my uncle came out with a shotgun and told him to leave. Of course, Hagrid said no. He then told me about Hogwarts and being accepted, and that I was a wizard, and about my parents and that they were magical too, because the Dursleys never did. Wait, they never told you. So how did they explain how your parents died and your scar? Remus asked. They told me. Harry paused and took a deep breath. They told me my father was a good-for-nothing drunk who crashed the car and killed both my mother and him, and that the scar was from the accident. What? Sirius shouted. James was not a good-for-nothing drunk. He was the greatest Auror in the world. A car killing Lily and James? That's outrageous, Remus exclaimed. Harry saw Severus' hands fisted, and he looked like he was trying to control his magic. Anyway, they kept insulting my parents, and I guess Hagrid was getting angry, and then they insulted Papa and Hagrid exploded. Sirius was ranting again about sending Moony to visit them next full moon. They insulted me. Well, I hope they were creative. I have heard some good ones over the years, Albus said with a laugh. Uncle Vernon called you a crackpot old fool, and said he would not pay for me to learn magic tricks. Anyway, Hagrid pointed his umbrella at Dudley and gave him a pig's tail, so now they get freaked out by the sight of a wand. I'm surprised, Harry, that you didn't use that fear against them and pull any pranks. It's what your father would have done, Sirius said with a smile. After first year, I did, until Dobby came and caused a pudding to land on top my aunt and uncle's guest, and the ministry sent me a warning letter. They found out, and my uncle was not pleased. Dobby, the Malfoy's house elf. Draco sent him to get you in trouble? Severus said sternly. No, he came on his own. He wanted to warn me about the whole plan to kill me using the diary and stuff. What plan? What diary? Remus asked. Albus put up his hand. That is another story for another time. We have arrived. And true enough, they felt the train stopping. They waited until all of the children had left the train before exiting. Albus shrunk Harry's things and put them in his pocket. As they exited the train and got on the platform, they saw Ron's parents and Hermione's parents waiting for them. Both Ron and Hermione said at the same time, "This is not good." Chapter 5. Dealing with the Dursleys. Harry looked over at Ron and Hermione as they watched their parents standing waiting for the group to arrive. Now that the moment had arrived and they had to face their parents, their Gryffindor bravery went out the window. Molly looked like she wanted to throttle Ron the minute she got her hands on him, and Arthur was trying to calm her down. Hermione's parents were talking, and Harry noticed her mom's hands were gesticulating wildly. Harry sighed. His friends were in trouble. While he had not been happy about being spanked, he was glad that his punishment was long over. Dumbledore gave the trio a gently prod, and the whole group moved over to the waiting parents. Despite their reservations, Hermione and Ron were greeted with hugs. Hermione introduced her parents to the headmaster, Remus and Severus. Hermione's father immediately started a conversation with Severus about the difference between potions and chemistry. Snuffles, not wanting to be left out, came up and jumped up and down, barking loudly. After Molly had greeted her children, she turned to Harry and gave him a motherly hug. "Mrs. Weasley, I have something to tell you and Mr. Weasley." When the two looked at him, he said, "I got adopted." "Oh, Harry, that's wonderful. I was so worried thinking of you having to go back to those awful people." "Who adopted you, Harry?" Arthur asked, concerned. "The headmaster, Professor Dumbledore. He adopted me," Harry said with a smile. Arthur, Molly, and Hermione's parents, Andy and Matt, all congratulated both Harry and Professor Dumbledore. Harry looked over and saw Ron's worried expression, and Harry made up his mind to help his friends. Harry looked at his friend's parents and said, "I just wanted to tell you all about the letters that Professor Dumbledore sent to you. It was my fault that Hermione and Ron got in trouble. They just went along with me to protect me." Both Ron and Hermione grabbed Harry and said a quick, "Excuse us please," and dragged him away. "Harry, what are you doing?" Ron said, "I thought we told you not to interfere." "Ron, they'll most likely go easier on you if they think you just followed me and you didn't really mean to put yourself in danger. It's okay, trust me." "Yeah, they probably will, but I don't mind, Harry. I went along. I'll take my punishment for agreeing. Don't worry." Harry turned to Hermione and asks, "You feel the same way?" "Of course I do. It'll be fine, relax. Harry, you can't keep trying to save us. Our parents really love us. They are not going to kill us." Harry was suddenly tackled from behind, as Snuffles signaled it was time to leave. His actions, however, drew attention to himself, so Harry decided to pretend he really was a dog. "Snuffles, down, boy." Snuffles jumped down and walked over to Albus, who patted him on his head. "Are you ready to leave, Harry?" Albus asked. "Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go and get this visit over and done with." They walked over and said their goodbyes to everyone and were just about to walk through the barrier to the Muggle world when Hermione reminded them they needed to change into Muggle attire. "You still look like wizards. You need to look like Muggles." Dumbledore waved his wand and his, Harry's, Severus, and Remus clothes were all transformed into Muggle clothes. Dumbledore's clothes changed into dark blue trousers and a red polo shirt with his hair and beard trimmed and colored dark brown. Harry was dressed in blue jeans and a red and gold t-shirt. Severus was dressed in black slacks and a green button-down shirt. Hermione, Ron and Harry all giggled when they saw that the headmaster had given Severus wavy blonde hair. Remus had on jeans and a blue button-down shirt with dark brown hair. Albus turned to Snuffles and said, "I know how much you hate it, but you need one for the Muggle world." And he pulled out a collar and leash. Snuffles whimpered but allowed the headmaster to put on the hated items. Remus took the leash from the headmaster and they walked through the barrier and caught a cab to Privet Drive. They arrived, they saw the perfect neighborhood. All the houses were neat and tidy, the grass all cut, and there were children and families were out walking. Albus noted that some of the parents were pulling their children away from Harry as they passed. Harry sighed and pretended not to notice. Severus remarked to Remus about how all the houses looked the same and wondered if the Muggles needed a bit of magic to identify their houses. Remus was pulled as Sirius started barking at a cat that was on the other side of the road. Severus just shook his head. Harry just stood in front of number 4 and sighed. Like Ron and Hermione, now that he actually had to face his relatives, his Gryffindor bravery seemed to be leaving him. Albus came and stood behind him and placed his hands on his shoulders, reassuring him. Severus and Remus came to stand beside him, one on either side. With his new family beside him, his bravery started to return. "Remember, they hate magic and, more importantly, me. They are going to say really hurtful things, but I am used to it, so just let it go." Albus squeezed Harry's shoulder. "Come on, let's just get this done. Then we can leave here forever." They walked up the drive and Harry knocked on the door. The first person he saw was the last person he wanted to see. "What do you want, boy? I thought we were not going to see you again." A big beefy man with a huge mustache almost screamed. "Hello, Uncle Vernon. I need to talk to you and Aunt Petunia," Harry said quietly. Petunia came in from the kitchen and called to her husband. "Who is it, Vernon? The freak's back and he brought some friends." Harry got angry and snapped in a harsh tone. "We need to talk and then you will never see me again." Harry felt the hand on his shoulder tighten and he took a breath and tried to calm down. Severus saw the next-door neighbor peeking out of her window. "Mr. Dursley, may we please come in? I doubt you want your neighbors to hear what we have to say." While his voice was soft and silky, his tone was one he normally reserved for troublemakers, and no one ever disobeyed. Vernon opened the door and let them in, making sure that the neighbors didn't think that there was anything strange going on. Dudley looked terrified when he saw Harry with these strange men, who he quickly realized were wizards. He ran and hid behind his mother. Albus actually led the way and moved to the living room, and everyone else followed. Albus took the comfortable single chair and Severus and Remus sat on the couch, Snuffles lay on the ground near Remus. Severus motioned to Harry to sit in between them. Vernon, Petunia, and a reluctant Dudley sat on the couch opposite. Vernon looked ready to explode. Petunia was watching the scruffy-looking dog resting on her clean carpet. Dudley looked like he wanted to pet Snuffles but kept looking at Remus and the scowling Severus and thought better. They all sat watching each other until Albus gave a slight cough and said, "I think introductions are in order. My name is Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Vernon turned red when Albus mentioned the words witchcraft and wizardry. Petunia scoffed and said, "I know who you are." Albus continued, "The two gentlemen with me are my sons Severus Snape, potions master at the school, and Remus Lupin, who was the defense against the dark arts professor this year. The dog is named Snuffles." "Severus Snape and Remus Lupin, you were her friends." I recognized the names. Severus grabbed the couch and Harry noted his knuckles were white. "Yes. We were Lily's friends." Harry decided to intervene before things got ugly. "Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, Dudley. The headmaster wants to adopt me and make me part of his family." Albus pulled out some papers out of his pocket and says, "If you will just sign these, we will get out of your hair." Vernon looked at him and said, "What are they?" "Adoption papers. As Harry said, I want to adopt him, but I need you and Petunia to sign transferring guardianship to me." "Why would you want to adopt that freak? He is nothing but a good-for-nothing waste of space." Harry bowed his head and Severus grabbed his hand in comfort. Snuffles started to growl, so did Remus. "Harry is not a freak. He is a fine young man and I love him, we all do." Vernon looked at Harry and said, "Why would you want him to adopt you?" Harry stared his uncle straight in the eye and said, "Ever since I went to the school they have cared about me, but more importantly they asked me what I wanted. Something you never did. Don't use that tone with me, boy, we gave you everything. Clothes, food, a roof over your head. It was more than you deserved. You gave me nothing. You gave me Dudley's cast-off, which were 4 sizes too big. Or whatever he didn't want. You barely fed me, you gave me scraps off the table, and I was lucky to get even that, and the roof you said was a cupboard under the stairs. You made me do all the chores, cooking, and gardening since I was 4-inch." Harry started to shout and his magic started making things around the room shake. Seeing that Harry was about to lose control, Snuffles came over and laid his head in his lap to calm him. Severus tightened his hold on his hand and Remus put his arm around Harry's shoulders. Harry closed his eyes and took another deep breath, trying to keep control on his magic. "For once, do something nice for me. Please sign the papers." Uncle Vernon was hesitant to sign. If Harry left, who would do the gardening? Petunia would want him to do it. Seeing his hesitance to sign, Harry said, "If you sign the papers, you will never see or hear from me again." A quiet voice from the couch said, "We'll sign." Everyone looked at Petunia as she moved forward and signed the papers. She then passed the pen to Vernon, who reluctantly followed. Harry said, "Thank you, Aunt Petunia." Aunt Petunia looked him in the eye and nodded. She then softly said, "Harry, before your mother died, she left me something for you. I think she knew something was going to happen. If you want it, there are 2 trunks in the basement that are yours." "What? Why didn't you ever tell me this? Was this some way to try and piss me off more? Keeping stuff from that is rightfully mine in the first place. How could you?" Harry asked. Remus looked over at him and could tell by his voice that Harry was close to breaking down. He looked over at Albus and saw the silent message in his eyes. "We need Harry to calm down." Remus leaned over to Harry and said, "Why don't I help you carry those trunks, okay, Harry? Then we can get out of here and go home." Harry stared at him for a minute, then says, "Home. Home sounds good. Let's go." 10 minutes later they came back up. The trunks had been shrunk and were now in Remus' pocket. Harry saw Dudley running scared out of the living room and to his room. They saw Vernon and Petunia shaking on the couch and Dumbledore calmly sitting on his chair, his eyes cold like ice. Severus was holding back a growling Snuffles. Harry and Remus stepped into the room and Albus said, "Good, are you ready?" Harry smiles and says, "Yes." "Let's go then." Without another glance at his aunt or uncle, Harry walked out the door. They walk in silence up to the alley by Magnolia Crescent where there were no nosy neighbors. "We can apparate from here," Come here, Snuffles. Albus took the collar off and Snuffles transformed back into Sirius. He gave Harry a bone-crushing hug. Harry looked over Sirius' shoulder at Albus and mouthed the words, "Help me, can't breathe." Albus laughed but took pity on him and said, "Siri, he needs to breathe." Sirius grinned at Harry and said, "Sorry, kiddo," and ruffled his hair. "So how are we going home?" "Apparition, your brothers will go ahead as they know the way, although Siri, it might be better if you go with Remus to hide your signature." "You will have to side along with me, Harry," Albus answered. "Come here, we need to be touching for it to work." As Harry reached his side, Albus wrapped his arm around his shoulder and said, "Hold on. This could be quite uncomfortable the first time, but don't worry, I have you." "Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Harry closed his eyes before Albus said 3. He felt like he was being squeezed through a narrow passage and then popped out at the end. When he opened his eyes, he saw they were in a huge garden with big shady trees around and a beautiful cottage in the distance. It was so peaceful and he had a warm, comfortable feeling inside him. He was home. Dumbledore looked down at him and said, "Welcome, Harry, to our home, or as I call it, the Candy Cottage. Come on, Harry, how about a tour? Do you 3 want to help or what?" Albus called to his 3 older sons. Sirius turned to him and said, "Is my room still set up? I'm kind of tired." Albus nods and said, "Go on. I kept it nice and clean for you." He then turned to Severus and said, "I assume you're going to your lab? I think I'll unpack then head to the weight room. I think I overdid it at the leaving feast." He turned to his newest brother and said, "Have fun." Albus looked at Remus and he said, "Remus, how about I start making dinner? Have fun cooking and don't destroy the kitchen again." "Yes, sir." Remus ran off towards the kitchens. Harry and Albus entered the cottage. It was a very homely place with a huge living room with a massive fireplace. There was a painting of Hogwarts over the fireplace. There was a wooden staircase to the left of the living room and several doors and hallways perfect for exploring. Harry made a mental note that the house was much large on the inside that was possible from looking at it from the outside. Magic. Harry smiled, this was perfect. Albus smiled as he saw Harry's approval and then said, "Now, how about that tour? There is a basement, first floor, second floor, and an attic. Where do you want to start?" Harry thought about it and then said, "Basement." "Okay, we made the basement into a potion lab and exercise area or weight room. You can use either. But it might be wise to talk to Severus before you try any potions." They walked through a door to the right of the living room and Harry saw a flight of stairs leading down. Unlike the basement by his aunt and uncle, the place was well lit and did not have an eerie feeling. They entered the weight room and saw Severus in a black track pants and green t-shirt running on a treadmill. Severus looked over as they entered and said, "Check-up time." "Shush. I am just showing Harry around." Now Harry, through that door is the potion lab, also known as Severus' lair. Albus tried to put on a creepy voice when he said, "Severus' lair," and Harry giggled. Severus laughed and said, "Nice voice, Dad, but it doesn't creep anyone out at all." "Let's go, Harry, and leave him to train. Next is the first floor." Once they get there, Albus stopped and said, "Harry, there is something I need to know first. There are 2 rooms from which you can decide you want as your bedroom. There is either the guest room on the second floor or the attic. Can I look first then tell you?" "Of course, now in here we have the living room which you have already seen." They moved on to the other side of the stairs. "This is the dining room and over here the kitchen that Remus is currently destroying," Albus said as they entered the kitchen. "Excuse me, young man, what do you think you are doing?" Albus placed his hands on his hip. Harry looked around Albus to see Remus on the ground trying to pick up a large bowl. There was a huge puddle of what looked like goo on the tiled kitchen floor. He. "Oh, hi, Dad." Remus tried to sound cool, but there was a slight tremble in his voice. "What did I tell you?" Albus said sternly. "Not to mess up the kitchen, but I just fell and the bowl dropped." "I'll clean it, I promise," Remus said quickly. "Oh, I know you will. This is your last warning. You don't want a repeat of last summer. Now be more careful when you cook." "Yes, sir." "Stop smiling, Harry." "I can't," Harry teased his new brother. "Come on, more to see." Albus moved through a door to the back of the kitchen. He showed Harry the laundry room, a dueling room, and a media or fun room. Now upstairs is our bedrooms, on the right side of the hallway is my room, then Sirius' room followed by the bathroom. On the left side are Remus and Severus' rooms with an adjoining bathroom and then the guest room. They enter the guest room. The room was really nice. It was 3 times the size of his room by the Dursleys. There was a built-in cupboard on one side and a 4-poster bed on the other. There was also a small window near to the bed. Now up next is the attic. Albus pulled down a hatch and ladder at the end of the hall. They climbed up and Harry stared at the room they entered for a few seconds. It's huge. I want the attic, please? Of course you can have it, but we will be redecorating it. So how do you want it? Harry pulled out a drawing from his pocket and said, I drew this after we talked and you adopted me. It's my ideal room. He handed over the drawing to his dad. Albus watched the drawing. It had a large window with a window seat, 2 huge bookcases lining the walls, a large 4-poster bed with a nightstand, an owl post for Hedwig, a wardrobe and a bathroom and a desk opposite the bed. What color do you want the room? Can you do a really light blue and gradually get darker till it's almost black? Yes, I can. Now do you want to go shopping today or tomorrow? Today, please. Harry was bursting with excitement. Okay, go and see if anyone wants to go to Diagon Alley with us while I paint your room, Albus said to the little jumping bean next to him. Yes, Papa. Harry ran off and shot. Harry found Sirius in his room lying on his bed. Poking his head in, he asked, Hey Sirius, you up? Yeah, kiddo, I'm up. What you need? Papa and I are going to get the furniture for my room, and we want to know if you wanted to come or if you needed anything. I need a lot of things, but most importantly, can you see if he can get me some new robes, please? Sure. You gonna get some sleep? Yeah, night. Night. Harry ran into the kitchen and found Remus covered in flour and asked, Lose a fight with the flour monster? Funny. Thanks. You want to come to Diagon Alley? Getting stuff for your room? Yeah, you coming? Nah. Gonna go exercise. Giving us bonding time. That transparent? Yeah, but thanks. Harry started to leave, and then said as he was going through the door, Papa should be down soon, so you should clean up. Ah. Harry saw Severus coming up from the basement and said, Severus? Diagon Alley, you going or staying home? Going shopping for your room with Dad? I'll pass. You don't want to shop with him. Okay, see you later. 2 hours later. Harry and Albus had stopped at almost every store in Diagon Alley. Despite Severus warning, Harry had a lot of fun. They were almost done when Harry saw a music shop and asked, Can we go in? Albus nodded and smiled. Harry looked around and walked over to the guitars and saw the perfect acoustic guitar. He looked at his papa and asked, Can I get it, please? And a beginner book and some music. Albus nodded and paid for everything, and the clerk threw in a carry case. By the time they got home, Harry was exhausted, but Albus made him help set up everything. By the time they were finished, Harry didn't think his body would move again. Albus sat next to him and said, Tired. You are mean. I love you too. So now what do you want to do? Sleep for 5 years. Not an option, Albus said with a laugh. They both turned as they hear a knock and saw Severus at the entrance. Rem wanted me to tell you that dinner is ready. Be right down, Albus replied. Nice room, Harry, Severus said as he walked down the stairs to the 2nd floor. Harry groaned, Do I have to get up? Can't I have dinner here? Albus gave him a warning pat on his bum. Dinner is always eaten on the table. No exceptions. Well, except on full moons. After dinner, Harry offered to wash up and his brothers happily dumped all their dishes in the sink. He started doing the dishes and thought about the last week, about everything that had happened. He now had a new father, 2 new brothers and a godfather/brother and a new home. He sighed. He finally felt like he belonged somewhere in this world. When he was finished and the kitchen was spotless, he walked upstairs to his room and grabbed his guitar and the beginner book. After about an hour, he finished the book and grabbed the sheet music he bought and looked through them. He decided to try an easy piece, so he picked Broken by Lindsay Hown. What he didn't know was that he had an audience. As he finished the song, he heard clapping and turned to see Sirius standing on the ladder smiling. You're a pretty good kid. Been playing long? Nah, actually just got through with the beginner book a half hour ago. What's up? Nothing though, I'd come see how you set up your room. Love the color. Especially how it starts at one wall and gradually grows darker. Thanks, Papa did it, Harry yawned. Sirius looked over at the clock on the wall and saw it was 9:45 at night and said, "You should take a shower and then go to sleep. It's almost curfew and you don't want Dad on your tail the first night home. Trust me." Harry laughed and said, "Yeah. Thanks, Sirius. See you tomorrow?" "Yeah, night, kiddo." Sirius leaned over and kissed him on the top of his head. After a hot shower, he walked back into his room and was surprised to see his father sitting on his bed. "Hi, what's up? Just wanted to make sure you're okay. Today was very hectic and I was wondering if things aren't moving too fast for you." "If it was moving too fast, I wouldn't have said yes. I feel kind of stupid saying this, but ever since I started at Hogwarts, I felt safe there, like I had a family, people who cared about me. You were the main one. You are my father, maybe not biologically, but in my heart always. I will always love James and he will always be in my heart. But you are who I need now. Thank you for taking me in. It means a lot to me." Albus grabbed him into a hug. He then placed Harry on his lap and held him close as Harry's emotions overcame him. Harry sat on his papa's lap, not thinking he was too old. All he thought about was the love of his father and how good it felt to be wanted. Harry cuddled up to the man and fell asleep feeling safe and loved. Previously in Harry's true family. After a hot shower, he walked back into his room and was surprised to see his father sitting on his bed. "Hi, what's up? Just wanted to make sure you're okay. Today was very hectic and I was wondering if things aren't moving too fast for you." "If it was moving too fast, I wouldn't have said yes. I feel kind of stupid saying this, but ever since I started at Hogwarts, I felt safe there, like I had a family, people who cared about me. You were the main one. You are my father, maybe not biologically, but in my heart always. I will always love James and he will always be in my heart. But you are who I need now. Thank you for taking me in. It means a lot to me." Albus grabbed him into a hug. He then placed Harry on his lap and held him close as Harry's emotions overcame him. Harry sat on his papa's lap, not thinking he was too old. All he thought about was the love of his father and how good it felt to be wanted. Harry cuddled up to the man and fell asleep feeling safe and loved. Harry woke up feeling very content and at peace where he was. He looked up and realized he was in his father's arms, where they fell asleep last night. He reached out and shook his dad's arm to wake him. His dad looked at him and asked, "Harry, what are you doing in my room?" "You're in my room, Papa," Harry said while trying not to laugh. "I guess I fell asleep while I was holding you. How do you feel now?" Harry got out of bed and went to get his clothes and gave his papa a hug. "Feeling pretty good. Guess I just needed a good cry and a good sleep. Now I'm going to take a shower. Why don't you go see if your son's destroyed the house yet?" Albus got up, looked at the clock and said, "It's only 6:30 in the morning. They are all still nice and cozy in their beds, where you should be." "Not a chance, Papa. I'm used to getting up early. Life at the Dursleys. Why don't you go get some more sleep and I'll wake you up in about an hour?" "I think I will, if you don't mind waking me up." "Go on, sleep tight," Harry said as he went into his bathroom. After Harry took his shower, he looked at his bookcases and grabbed his potions book, deciding that he should strive to be better in that class. He went to his trunk and grabbed his homework out of it and sat at his desk. He pulled out his potions homework so he could try and become better in potions. He reads his assignment, which is to write an essay on the various ingredients in a pain relief potion, why each ingredient is used and the importance of the various amounts. An hour later, Harry looks at the time and goes down to his papa's room. He enters and goes over to his papa's bed and said, "Papa, wake up. It's 7:30 in the morning," and gives him a little shake. Albus stirs a little then says, "Harry, has it been an hour yet?" "Yeah, come on, wake up." "Okay. Go downstairs, I'll be down in a little bit." Harry goes downstairs into the kitchen and upon seeing no one he decides to fix breakfast. By the time everyone is downstairs he has breakfast which consisted of scrambled eggs, bacon, toast, sausage, orange juice, coffee and tea on the table and is patiently waiting for them. "Good morning, breakfast is served." Everyone just stared at him and After 5 minutes, Sirius finally said, "Who are you trying to butter up?" "Now, what makes you think I am trying to butter anyone up, Siri?" They all sat down as Sirius said, "You made us food." "Yes, because I like to cook." "Dig in, everyone." Albus looks at Sirius and asks, "Siri, how are you feeling?" "I feel fine, Dad." "You still need your potions from Poppy." "Dad, I'm fine, I don't need them," Sirius says, trying to get around taking them. "Sirius Orion Black, you will take these potions now, or will I have to help you?" Siri shakes his head and says, "Of course not, Dad," and takes his potions. An hour later, after everyone was done eating breakfast, Albus said, "I have to go to work. Wonderful breakfast, Harry. I should be back around noon. Do not destroy the house, and Sirius, it's your turn to do the dishes. Have a fun day." "Dad, I'm not feeling too good. I think I need to go lie down," Siri says, giving Harry a wink. "Nice try, you were feeling fine a minute ago. Do the dishes, it is not that strenuous and is the only chore you have until you get back to your usual strength. I have to go. Bye." And he leaves to disapparate. Severus looked at everybody and said, "I think we all need to talk for a little bit. Let's go into the living room and talk. This way we'll be comfortable." Remus said, "I'll be right in, I just have to soak these dishes." Severus, Remus, and Harry go into the living room to wait. Harry sits in the recliner and Severus and Remus sit on the couch. When Sirius comes in, he sits down on the love seat. Harry looks at Severus and asks, "What did you want to talk about, Severus?" "I wanted to ask you how you were taking everything in." Harry sighs and says, "It's like I told Dad, you're my family. I love the fact that I have brothers. True, I don't know Remus and Sirius all that well. Also true that me and you haven't always gotten along, Severus. I would like to try and rectify that if you are willing to." "What happened to make you sound so old? You're not angry or anything, why?" "I thought about it and decided I want a family. I wanted to know what having a father feels like and what brothers are supposed to be like. I see the Weasleys, how they act together, but I want to know. Does that make sense?" "Actually, it does. You don't know what exact ally to expect, so you're taking everything one day at a time until you can get used to it," Remus said. "Yeah, that's what I mean. Anything else you want to talk about?" "Harry, I just want you to remember that how I am at school is just an act. I'm really not that bad a guy." "Yes, I know, but it will take some time for me to adjust. I know it was an act, but you have been a really scary teacher for the last 3 years. But now I know the truth, I won't be scared. Harry, I know I have been a real bastard to you, and I am sorry, but I will make it up this summer, and among other things I will get you back on track with potions. You know, potions was the one subject I was really looking forward to before coming to Hogwarts, and not wanting to sound rude. But I would do a lot better if people like Malfoy stopped throwing stuff into my cauldron." "Yes. Well, there is something you need to know. Draco is my godson, and he usually spends a week with me during the summer." "What, that pompous git will be coming here?" "I haven't discussed it with Dad yet, but we will have to see. He does not know about Remy or Siri. He just knows I have 2 brothers and he thinks I stay with Dad because I have nowhere else to go. Usually Dad is not here when Draco comes over." "Okay, this really sucks. You do know that Draco is my sworn enemy, right?" Harry said with a pout. Remy and Siri laugh. "He sounds so much like James." Sev shook his head. "Anyway, you should get started on your homework." Siri frowned. "Come on, it's the first day of summer. It's a time to explore, to have fun. Homework shouldn't be done until the end of summer." Remy looked at Siri, "Which is why you were always in trouble with your professors. Harry should do his homework first. He will have plenty time to explore and have fun." "Actually, I already started. I have already finished my potions essay," Harry said with a smile. Remy smiled and said, "Very good, Harry." Siri shook his head. "Suck up." Sev frowned at Siri and then said, "You finished already. I am proud that you have made the effort, but I want to take a look at it." "That will be great, I'll go get it for you, and then I'm going to go out in the backyard and do my transfiguration reading." Harry goes to his room, grabs his transfiguration book and potions homework, goes back downstairs, hands the homework to Severus and went outside. "Well, I'm going to finish the dishes before Dad gets back," Sirius says and goes back in the kitchen. 3 hours later, Harry is disturbed from his reading by a throat being cleared behind him. Harry turns around and says, "Hi, Papa. How was work? Just some boring paperwork. The ministry people came and searched around, possibly still looking for Siri. They gave me a headache. I was glad to come home. Do you mind? Albus asks, motioning to the spot on the grass next to Harry. Harry pats the ground and says, "Well, did you at least get a lot done?" "Yeah, I have finished today's and tomorrow's work. I always split my paperwork into a couple days." "What were you reading when I came up?" Harry picks up his book and says, "I was going over my Transfiguration reading." "You were a Transfiguration teacher at one time, weren't you?" When his papa nodded, he said, "I figure you would be able to help me after you got back." "Well, I most defiantly would like to help you. What is your assignment?" "I have to study the theory behind changing things like rocks, sticks, branches, and etc. into small household items, i.e. bowls, baskets, pillows, blankets, and etc. I wanted to try and do the practical also just to try and get the hang of it before school starts. Can I?" "I'll test you first, and if you pass the theory then you can try the practical, okay?" "Thanks, Papa. I'm trying to improve my grades. They aren't always the best." "That is something I wanted to talk to you about, but since you brought it up now, we'll talk now, okay? But can we go inside? I am an old man and can't stay on the ground for too long." "Okay, Papa, can we talk in my room? I would have gotten up soon anyway, I am started to feel hungry." Albus stood up and helped Harry stand and then said, "Yeah, I think your brothers will have lunch ready soon." Happy face, 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 happy face. When they reach Harry's room, Albus sat on Harry's desk chair and Harry sat on his bed. "What I wanted to talk to you about was your grades. You are doing amazing in defense against the dark arts. You are doing really well in transfiguration, charms, herbology, care of magical creatures, and astronomy. You are just scraping by in potions. However, you are doing dismal in history of magic and divination." "Papa, I know about potions. I asked Severus to go over my potions homework today. I gave it to him after breakfast and he has not given it back to me yet, so I'm waiting for that to see how I did. For history of magic, can you blame me? I mean, we have Professor Binns, all he does is drone on and on about goblin wars and he is very boring. Most of the class use the time to sleep. Divination is real CRA. A nonsense, and I really think I made a mistake choosing it. Do you think I could switch that for something else, like arithmancy? I do not like having my death predicted each and every class, and I snuck a peek at Hermione's arithmancy book and I liked it. Defense just interests me, it will help me stay alive. Astronomy, I guess I just like looking at the stars. They're beautiful on a clear night, and whenever I can't sleep I stargaze and I feel at peace. Transfiguration, I just need help with the practical and I'll be a little better. Herbology is not my forte, that is more Neville, but I can understand it okay. Hagrid's class is awesome. I loved Buckbeak this year. The flobberworms were kind of boring, but I looked at the monster book and some of them are really cool, and Hagrid said he wanted to bring in most of the creatures in the book. If they are like Buckbeak, it would be great. It felt so amazing to ride on him. You feel so free when you ride a hippogriff. Do you understand? You mean, did I get the important stuff out of that whole long speech? Yes, I did. We'll ask Severus how you did on your homework at lunch. After that, I'll help you on your practical in Transfiguration. If you want, I believe Remus did very good in history. He could probably tutor you if you want. About the arithmony, people have been able to switch electives as Mrs. Granger has done, but you would need to take a test to decide. Severus is very good at arithmony. He could tutor you in it, and if you do well, I can ask Professor Vector to make up a test for you to see if you could join the class next term. That would be great, thanks. Papa, I feel kind of stupid for not asking this before, but where are we? Albus chuckled and said, "Do you mean your bedroom or where the cottage is located?" Harry laughed. "The cottage, of course. We are in Scotland in the country. Not too secluded, but we do have about 15 miles of woods on one side and a small local village about 5 miles the other way. We also have a medium pond in the back a little ways away from the house." "Is this a muggle or magical village?" "It is muggle. Why?" "I wanted to get some muggle notebook, pens, pencils, paper, binders and stuff. It'll be easier for me to use that stuff during the summer than using quills and parchment. Plus, I won't run out of parchment before we go school shopping." "Harry, do you have any muggle money?" "About $15. Would I need more?" "Yes, but I think you need to get an allowance. I would say about $20 a week. That is guaranteed you keep up with your summer work and your chores and not get into any trouble. However, for things like stationery and books I will pay for it. We can walk down to the village after lunch and we'll pick up the stuff you want. I admit I'll probably want some also. Just then there is a knock on the hatch and Harry called out, "It's open." Remus sticks his head in and says, "Dad, Harry, there you are. We have all been looking for you for about the last 10 minutes. Lunch is ready. We'll be right down, Remy," Albus says, and they all go down to the dining room. When they are all eating, Harry looks at Sev and asks, "Severus, did you look over my homework assignment yet?" "Yes, and it still needs work," Sev replied quickly, but then noticed that Harry's face dropped. "But it's not bad for a first draft. It's in my room, come get it after lunch." "Okay, thanks. Remus, do you think you could tutor me in history? What brought on the sudden concern for your grades?" Harry looks at his papa and then back at Remus and said, "Papa saw my grades and said I needed a tutor in history and divination, but I want to drop divination and take up arithmancy. So I was hoping you could tutor me in history and Severus in arithmancy." "Sure, I will tutor you, Harry. History can be real fun if you look at it from the right angle," Remus said, ignoring Sirius' glare. "Thanks, Remus. Severus, what about you? Would you teach me arithmancy? Papa said if I could pass Professor Vector's test, I could transfer. So would you teach me?" "Please," Harry said, giving Severus a puppy dog look. Sirius gave him a thumbs up. Severus laughed. "If you want, little bro, we can start in a couple days. You will need the books for the class. I'll owl Hermione and see if I can borrow hers. She'll love it if I stop with divination. She hates that class. Or we can have Dad borrow a few from the school library," Severus said, gesturing at their father. Harry turned to Albus and said, "Papa, do you think you will be able to get me copies of the books from the school?" "I think that can be arranged. I'll get them when I talk to Professor Vector." "Thank you, Papa." After Harry cleared the table and helped Sirius put the dishes in the sink, while Remus started cleaning the kitchen, Albus came in and said, "Harry, how about we look at your transfiguration after dinner? So we can go to the village this afternoon?" "That sounds great, Papa," Harry said, smiling. "Good, we will leave in about half an hour." Harry went up to his room and decided that he had enough time to write some letters. He sat at his desk and got out paper and a pen. "Dear Hermione, hi, how are you? I have so much to tell you. After we left the train station, we apparat to my aunt and uncle's house. We got them to sign the papers and a copy was sent to the ministry. We went home, that is to Dumbledore's home. Its name is Candy Cottage. It's a pretty cottage. Once I saw it, I relaxed instantly. It looked so peaceful. There are 4 floors, basement, first, second, and an attic. The basement is a weight room / potions lab. The first floor is a living room, dining room, kitchen, laundry room, a dueling room, and a media or fun room. The second floor is where Papa's, Sirius, Remus, and Severus rooms are, along with 2 bathrooms and a guest room. The attic has been turned into my room. It is so big. I have a large window with a window seat, 2 huge bookcases, filled, lining the walls, a large 4-poster bed, with a nightstand, a perch for Hedwig, a wardrobe, a desk, and my own bathroom. The color starts as a super light blue and goes to a deep blue, almost black, all the way around the room. Me and Papa started talking about my grades. Sniffle. I decided to drop divination and take up arithmancy. Severus said he would tutor me in that. Remus is tutoring me in history, YAWN. Just thought you would want to hear from me. I'll talk to you soon. Harry. P.S. Ha 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 ha. For once you can't start on me, I already started my homework. Harry put it in an envelope and set it aside and went to work on Ron's letter. Dear Ron. Hi, how are you? I have so much to tell you. After we left the train station, we apparat to my aunt and uncle's house. We got them to sign the papers and a copy was sent to the ministry. We went home, that is to Dumbledore's home. Its name is Candy Cottage. It's a pretty cottage. Once I saw it, I relaxed instantly. It looked so peaceful. There are 4 floors, basement, first, second, and an attic. The basement is a weight room / potions lab. The first floor is a living room, dining room, kitchen, laundry room, a dueling room, and a media or fun room. The second floor is where Papa's, Sirius, Remus, and Severus rooms are, along with 2 bathrooms and a guest room. The attic has been turned into my room. It is so big. I have a large window with a window seat, 2 huge bookcases, filled, lining the walls a large 4-poster bed, with a nightstand, a perch for Hedwig, a wardrobe, a desk, and my own bathroom. The color starts as a super light blue and goes to a deep blue, almost black all the way around the room. Me and Papa started talking about my grades. Sniffle. I decided to drop divination and take up arithmancy. Severus said he would tutor me in that. Remus is tutoring me in history, YAWN. I know you think I am abandoning you, but I can't stand that class and I'm kinda like arithmancy. Just thought you would want to hear from me. I'll talk to you soon. Harry. Harry got Ron's letter set and grabbed them both and sent them off with Hedwig. Here, girl, take these to Ron and Hermione, please. And let Hedwig out of his window. Harry heard a knock on his door and opened it to show Albus. Are you ready to go, Harry? Yeah, just let me get my sneakers on. Anyone else coming with us? Sirius is sleeping, Remus is in the media room watching TV. I think Severus might want to come. He's in his room, I think. Do you want to go ask? I'll meet you by the door? Yeah, let's go. And they went downstairs. Harry knocked on Severus' door and her to come in, and opened the door. Harry, you are here to discuss your essay? Come in. Severus asked and picked up the essay. Hi, Sev. Actually, me and Papa are going into town. Do you want to come with us? Severus looked at him for a moment and then said, Yeah, why not? They went to the front door and meet up with Albus and left. The walk to the village was peaceful, and with Severus pointing out things along the way, it didn't seem long. The village itself was beautiful, it was small, and the main area was slightly bigger than Diagon Alley. There were several modern-looking stores and a few that looked like they were there since nearly Headless Nick was alive. They found the stationery store and Harry bought all his items and Severus bought several items himself. Severus suggested Harry buying a filing cabinet and Albus asked the store clerk where they could get one. He told him about the furniture store in the next road. Harry was amused as several older ladies waved to Albus. They met a few families who stopped and said they were glad Albus and his son were back in town. Several asked Severus if Harry was his son. Albus explained how Harry was his new adopted son. By the time Harry reached the furniture store, his cheeks were red from the pinches by all the old women. Severus laughed at him and told him that he was just glad that someone else's cheeks were being pinched and not his. As they were going into the furniture store, Severus excused himself and told Albus he would join them in about half an hour. Albus and Harry bought a filing cabinet and Albus told the clerk he would have his son pick it up later. Albus explained that the people in the village did not know about magic and that they often tried to help the old man. By saying Severus would come and get whatever it was, they would assume that Severus would carry all the heavy stuff home, when in reality Severus would carry it behind the store and shrink the item. They visited several stores and Albus and Harry had fun talking and shopping. They met up with Severus by an ice cream shop and he left them for a few minutes while he went to the filing cabinet. Harry ordered a milkshake for Severus and one for himself. They both drank it on their way home. Severus told Harry about some of his adventures with Lily, and in no time they saw the cottage in the distance. When they passed a farmer with a herd of sheep, Harry asked if any of the Muggles ever came to the cottage. Albus explained to Harry that the cottage had magical protections on it, so that while the Muggles in the village knew they lived somewhere around here, they could not see it. Any wizard who was not keyed into the wards would cause an alarm to sound if they entered the boundaries. As they neared the house, Albus sighed and said, "At least the house is still standing." However, as soon as they opened the door, they saw Remus and Sirius wrestling on the floor. The living room was a complete wreck and the coffee table was turned over. Albus put his stuff on the floor, went over to them and grabbed a handful of hair in each hand and pulled. Sirius looked up at who had his hair and gulped and said, "Hi, Dad. How is the town?" "Rooms now, both of you," Albus said, releasing the hair he held. They both ran to their rooms and Albus tuned and picked up his stuff and said, "Harry, I'll come and put your filing cabinet in your room in a little while, okay? Why don't you go put your stuff away? Both of you." "Okay, Papa," Harry said and went off to his room. "Dad, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Sev. Just not looking forward to finding out what happened to make them start wrestling. You do know they used to play like that when they were younger." I'm gonna go put my stuff away. Why don't you go get some tea and calm down? I need to talk with Harry about his essay, so I will keep him occupied for an hour or so. Always the seasonable one, aren't you? Go on, I'll be fine. And they split ways, Severus going to his room and Albus going to the kitchen. Harry packed away all the things that he bought when he heard a knock on his door. He opened it to see Severus there with a book and some papers in his hands. "Hi, come on in," Harry said, stepping back to give Sev room to enter. "Let me guess. Papa wants you to keep me busy for a while, so he can deal with Siri and Remy?" Harry said, remembering the angry look on his papa's face when they entered the house. "You're smart. I thought we could go over your essay. I can show you what went wrong and help you if you need it," Severus said with a smile. "Okay." For the next hour, Severus went over all Harry's errors. The important details left out, the grammatical and spelling errors. Harry immediately noticed the difference between Snape the professor and Severus his big brother. There were no insults, no yelling, and no sarcastic comments. Severus patiently explained everything. He encouraged Harry in figuring out errors and showed him how to use the reference material to improve the essay. Harry smiled when Severus told him that he had done well, and he did not complain when his big brother gave him another essay to hand up next week. When they were finished and Severus was packing up his things, Harry turned and asked him, "Sev, do you think you could tell me some more stuff about my mum, please?" Severus smiled. He knew that the young boy was starved for knowledge about his parents. "Sure, what do you want to know? What was she like? I mean, you told me about some of her achievements in school, but what was she like, outside of class?" Sev conjured up a couple of beanbag chairs for them to sit in and said, "Your mother was nice, sweet, caring, kind, funny, and had a temper to be reckoned with. Did you meet at Hogwarts?" "No, I actually used to live near her, so I knew her before. We lived on the same street. Her house was on one end and my house was on the other. We meet at a nearby park which was near the middle. I remember the first time I saw her. She was like an angel. She and some other children were playing a game, and I remember she was trying to get Petunia to join the game as they needed another player. So let me guess you went and joined the game," Harry said, picturing a young Sev running to join the game. "Me no, I was a real loner as a kid. The other kids, they all thought I was weird and I was afraid I would use accidental magic, so I used to hide behind this big bush and watch them play. It actually took me a whole year before I got the nerve to go and talk with your mom and Petunia." Harry knew how Severus felt. The children of Privet Drive never played with him because they thought he was a freak. "So you didn't speak with her until Hogwarts?" "No, we became friends before then. One day when I was watching your mom and Petunia on the swings, Lily did magic. Petunia was really scared, but I ran out and told her she was a witch. She thought I was calling her a bad name till I explained it to her. We became instant friends. I told her all about the magical world, and we would often play games using magic, and I started teaching her some of the things my mom had taught me. At first Petunia used to play with us, and I even taught her how to make simple household potions, the ones to clean and polish. She was good at those. She only stopped playing with us after she didn't get into Hogwarts." "Did you and Mom stay friends at school?" "Yeah, we never let the house rivalries get in between us. We were like brother and sister." Severus saw Harry smiling and then saw an uncertain look on his face, as if he was trying to get the courage to ask a difficult question. "Can I ask, why didn't you like my dad?" "You mean James?" Harry nodded his head. "When I first met him, I thought he was a pompous, snobby jerk. For a few years I really didn't like him because he, Remy, and Siri used to curse, hex, and fight with me all the time. I was always getting in trouble because of them. But as we got older I realized he wasn't all bad. Most of the stuff they did were childish pranks, and it his way of making me join in their games. Siri once described it as they were always playing cops and robbers, and I was always the robber or the bad guy. When Lily and I got into that fight, they were really angry with me and thought I was hurting her, so they did some really mean things. But Lily helped us put aside our differences. By the time Dad adopted me, we were friends. We were both older, and he wasn't so much of a jerk, but I really got to know him, and while we weren't brothers like Remy and me, we were close. I really didn't mind it when he and Lily got together. He made her happy, and I wouldn't have wanted an old jerk being with my best friend." "So you and my dad were like cousins?" Harry smiled. He was glad he didn't have to feel guilty about liking Severus and not betray his father's memory. As if reading his thoughts, Severus said, "Yeah, you could say we were like cousins. If James and Lily were alive, I am pretty sure I would have been a big part of your life growing up. I know for a fact that Lily would have hated how you were treated at Petunia's. I also know for a fact that she would have skinned me alive for how I treated you in class for those years. Harry heard regret in Severus' voice. He knew his brother was feeling guilty. Severus looked at him and gave a small smile. Come. Dad should be through with those two dunderheads. You want to go to the kitchen and get a drink? Severus got up off the beanbag chair and offered Harry a hand as he saw the trouble his brother was getting to get off. Severus was about to vanish the chairs when Harry piped up. No, can you leave them? I kinda like them. His brother smiled and waved his wand to make them permanent and changed the color to match Harry's decor. As they started to the doorway, Harry looked at his brother, Sev. You know, if my mom and dad are watching down on us like I think they are, then they know how you treated me was all an act. I'm sure that they are not mad at you for treating me like that. I've forgiven you already. Don't beat yourself up over it. Thanks, Harry. Every once in a while I need to hear it, Severus said and reached over and gave him a hug. While Harry was hugging Sev, he picked up a pillow and whacked his unsuspecting taller brother upside the head. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door that no one heard, so the visitor walked in unnoticed. Albus looked at his two sons holding pillows with feathers coming out of them. Harry was standing on the bed and Sev was standing in front of the bed just out of reach. Albus' eyes twinkled. Unlike his other sons, these two were having fun, and he was relieved that they were finally getting along. He watched them for another few minutes, until Harry's pillows were flat pieces of cloth and Harry was now hanging over Severus' shoulder. The two boys turned sharply when they heard a throat cleared and saw their father standing by the doorway with his arms crossed. Well, this certainly looks like you're going over an essay. Severus put his little brother down and saw the twinkling eyes of his dad. Years of experience told him that his dad was amused. It's all finished, Dad edited and everything. We were just having a little bonding time, Severus said with a smirk on his face. Really, bonding time? Well then bond over this, Albus said, and with a flick of his wand he made all the feathers that were all over the floor raise up like a tornado, form a cloud over their heads, and then dumped over both Sev's and Harry's heads. Dad! Papa! Albus looked at them and ever so calmly says, Yes. How can I help you? Harry looked at him like he was crazy and said in a somewhat rude tone, You can clean us off. Albus looked at Harry over the top of his glasses, giving him one of his behave looks. Harry saw the look and quickly said, I'm sorry for saying it that way, Papa, but can you please clean us off? Albus flicked his wand and banished the feathers. Now I came up here to see how the homework was going and to give Harry his filing cabinet. He pulled the shrunken filing cabinet out of his pocket. Albus walked over and arranged the cabinet next to Harry's desk and then picked up Harry's essay and perused it. When he put the essay back on the desk, he said, So what brought on the pillow war? Severus sat on the edge of Harry's bed. We finished the revision of the essay and started talking about Lily and how Lily, Siri, Remy, James, and I became like a family. I guess talking about them made me think about how Lily would react knowing how Harry was treated while he was at Petunia's and how I treated him in class. I became a little depressed thinking she would blame me. Of course, I then had to tell him that he was completely crazy and that my parents would have known it was all a ploy and that they would not be mad at him for treating me like that. I guess Harry felt I needed a little cheering up, Severus said. Albus sat on the desk chair and said, I am glad you two are getting along, but I know two others who need some cheering up, Sev. If you will excuse us, Harry, and I have some work to do. Severus smirked, thinking that whatever punishment the two dunderheads got they deserved, but still he was going to pass by his lab and pick up his pain relief balm. Albus looked at his youngest son. Are you ready to practice your transfiguration? Harry nodded and Severus got up to leave. Albus called out to Severus as he reached the stairway and gave him a knowing look. Severus, I trust you, remember the rules. No pain relief bombs or potions. Severus blushed and nodded. Harry wanted to laugh looking at his big brother's guilty look, but quickly hid his smile as his papa looked at him. So Papa. What first? Remember what I said. I'll test you on the theory first, then if you do well I'll let you practice with your wand. Why don't you just put your wand on your nightstand for now? After Albus thoroughly quizzed Harry on the theory of transfiguring sticks, leaves, branches, etc. into small household items, bowls, pillows, blankets, etc., He had Harry try and do the practical. After about an hour of practice, Harry finally managed to get it right. Harry was really happy, working with his brother, and now his papa had made all his homework fun. If he continued like this, he would rival Hermione when they got back to school. When they were done with Harry's transfiguration work, Albus looked at Harry and said, "Harry, can I ask you a question?" "Of course, what is it?" Harry said, looking at his papa curiously. "After your first trip to Gringotts with Hagrid, you knew you had money, right?" Harry nodded. "Yes, why?" "Harry, why didn't you ever buy yourself any new clothes?" "If I had showed at the Dursleys with new clothes, they would have demanded to know where I had gotten the money. Uncle Vernon would have made me tell them about my vault. They would have wanted me to give them all my money for taking care of me," Harry said, and Albus noted the venom in Harry's voice when he said, "taking care." Albus went and sat beside Harry on his bed and put an arm around his shoulders and said, "Harry, you're not going to be with them anymore. You don't have to see them at all now. So what do you say to getting you some new clothes, both Muggle and Wizard?" "I'll think about it." "Papa, what about my vault?" "What about it? Am I still able to go into it, or do you have it now?" "Your vault will be saved for when you are older. I will pay for your tuition and things like school books, clothes, and anything else you need, and as I said before, you will get an allowance so you could buy little things you want. You shouldn't have any reason to go into your vault, okay?" "Okay, it's just I'm not used to this, Papa. I'm used to taking care of myself. No adults help. It'll just be a little hard. Do you understand?" "I understand, Harry. At your aunt and uncle's house, it was you against the world. But you have to understand that now you have 3 brothers and a loving papa who will help you." Harry smiled and nodded. "So when do you want to go shopping?" "Never." "Nice try. When?" I don't know, tomorrow. We'll go to Diagon Alley for your wizard clothes and then Muggle London for your Muggle clothes. I'm just not all that sure about what to get for Muggle clothes. Do you know?" "Yes, Papa, I know what to get," Harry said with a grin, and then looked at his papa and said, Papa, about the wizard clothes, can I choose my own colors and stuff, because I really don't think I would look good in purple and green stripes or pink and blue polka dots." He thought about the outrageous clothes the headmaster often wore. Albus laughed and said, "Of course, Harry. Not everyone has the finesse to pull off those colors. I will wait until you get older," his papa teased. Harry stood up from his bed, stretched, and said, "Papa, can you transfigure my clothes into workout clothes? I want to go check out the exercise area." Albus waved his wand and Harry's oversized clothes changed into a t-shirt and jogging shorts. They both went downstairs. Albus went to the kitchen and Harry went down into the basement to work out. When Harry went into the gym, he set the treadmill on medium and got into a rhythm where he could run and let his mind wander. He let his mind wander back to his time with the Dursleys. He thought of everything. How they would belittle him and praise his cousin for every little thing. How they would shove all the manual labor onto him and pamper their son. How he would be lucky to get a scrap of food while his cousin got humongous portions. How, until he went to Diagon Alley and found out the truth, he believed himself to be a burden and a freak. How, when he started school, if he received a higher grade than Dudley, he would get punished. How Dudley would terrorize him at school during recess, so much that he had to seek refuge in the school library. How if anything freakish or abnormal happened, it was his fault and he would be punished for it, no matter what. Then his mind turned to the good points in his life. When he found out he was different than his last living relatives. Not because he was a freak, but because he was special, he was magical. When being away from Dudley, he actually made friends. When he found out the truth about his parents. How he wasn't some creature that no one wanted and was thrust upon someone but the son of heroes. When he found people who love and care for him. He started to think that this shopping trip could be a good thing. He could finally get clothes he liked, change his look, and finally be his own person. He wondered if there was some magical way to fix his eyes and get rid of his glasses. What Harry didn't know was that as he was running, someone was standing in the doorway watching him. He saw how Harry was running hard, like he was trying to rid evil thoughts from his mind. He walked up next to Harry and said, "Harry, take a break." Harry turned around and saw Severus and got off. Severus summoned a drink and handed it to Harry as he sat down next to him. Harry took a sip of the drink and then said, "I'm fine, just running." "I know what you were doing. You can try to outrun those memories all you want, it doesn't help at all. I know, I've tried." At first Harry was shocked that his brother knew exactly what he was doing. Then he thought about what Severus had said about the kids in his neighborhood. Thinking he was weird, Harry felt that if anyone would understand how he felt, it would be his big brother. I was just running, then my mind started to wander back to the Dursleys and everything came back. How they would treat me, how they lied to me most of my life, and then how I found my family. Harry, if you ever need anyone to talk to about them, you can talk to any of us, we all understand. I used to be abused and had a real difficult childhood. Siri did as well when he was a kid. He had to fight evil witches and wizards, most of them related to him. Then he had to deal with the Dementors in Azkaban. Remy, he had his problem that kept people distant. We all got through it because we helped each other. But the main thing that helped was having a loving, caring support system in Dad. I know that sounds corny, but it's true. Harry nodded. How about tomorrow we all do something together? Severus asked. Harry shook his head. I have to go shopping again tomorrow. Dad making you get new clothes? Of course. Such fun, Harry said sarcastically, and Severus smirked. After 10 minutes of comfortable silence, Harry said, The Sorting Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin. Severus' eyebrow went up into his hair. How on earth did you talk the hat out of it? I thought it was impossible. I asked him. I meet Malfoy in Diagon Alley and he acted like a prat and he was already in Slytherin. Ron told me Slytherin was for evil wizards and meeting Malfoy proved it. Yes, he acts like that a lot, sadly. I try to stop him whenever he is with me, but he acts like it anyway. Lucius' influence is really strong. But I hope you know now that not all Slytherins are evil. Yeah. Harry was silent again for another few minutes and then said, First year we tried to tell McGonagall about the stone, but she didn't believe us. She told us don't talk about it and go outside. Why didn't you tell anyone else? We told an adult who didn't believe us. Why would a different adult believe us? We did send an owl to Papa though, but he said he missed it. He was already on his way back. Severus nodded. As a child, he too never confided in adults. Actually, he never confided in anyone besides Lily. He sighed. He promised himself he would always be there for Harry. What about second year? What made you take the flying car? The barrier was blocked and we couldn't get through, and Ron remembered the car and suggested we take it. To be honest, it sounded like an adventure at the time, and part of me was scared that I wouldn't be able to reach the school and I would be stuck in the Muggle world for the year. I panicked. When Ron suggested we take the car, it seemed like the only way. Don't worry, I know next time to use an owl, Harry said, remembering the disappointment in his papa's face when he told him about using the car. What about the chamber? How did you figure out where it was? Well, actually it was loads of little things. First we found out about Tom. No, wait. First we found the diary. One day we found Myrtle's bathroom flooded and we found her crying and yelling about someone throwing something that went straight through her. It was a diary belonging to Tom Marvolo Riddle, which is Voldemort's real name, by the way. We found out that Tom went to school around the same time as the last time the chamber was opened. The diary Tom told us that Hagrid opened the chamber. We didn't believe it, but we went to Hagrid to find out what really happened back then. But that was the night that Git Fudge had him arrested, but Hagrid left us a clue and told us to follow the spiders, and well, Harry stopped and looked at Severus with a hesitant look. Did you follow the spiders? Severus asked, trying to prompt Harry. Before I continue, I want you to remember that Dad said that I was not going to be punished for anything I did before, Harry said, looking at his brother. Severus chuckled. Yes, Harry, I remember. Go on, you are not going to get in trouble. We followed the spiders right into the Forbidden Forest and we met Aragog. Harry looked at his brother, who was pale and was biting his lip as if trying to stop himself from exploding. Don't worry, we got out alive and without a scratch. Anyway, Aragog told us that Hagrid was innocent and that the girl who died had died in a bathroom. We eventually figured out that the girl who died was Myrtle. After Hermione got petrified, she left us a clue. You see, Hermione had a piece of paper in her hand that spoke about the basilisk and had written the word pipes at the side. She figured out that the creature was a basilisk and that it was traveling in pipes. When Ginny was taken, we went to ask Myrtle about how she died, and we realized the chamber entrance was in the bathroom. When the entrance opened, Ron pushed Lockhart down first and well, we followed. Why did that idiot go with you? We thought he was going to try and save Ginny, so we went to tell him all we knew. See, we went to an adult, Harry said with a smirk. Yeah, an idiot adult, Severus said sarcastically. Harry chuckled. When we got to his office he was packing and was going to obliviate us, so we forced him to come with us, but Ron pushed him down the chute to the chamber first. Lockhart pretended to faint and got Ron's wand and again tried to obliviate us, but it backfired and caused part of the ceiling to cave in and separated us. I went on to try and find Ginny. That's when I saw Riddle. We insulted each other and he told me he was Voldemort. He started on how he was the greatest, and of course I told him that Papa was greater than him. Then Fawkes came with the sorting hat. Riddle called the basilisk. I ran for my life. Fawkes blinded the dirty snake, but it still came after me. I pulled Gryffindor's sword from the sorting hat and I stabbed the snake through his head. I got my arm pierced with a fong, but Fawkes healed it. Damn, that's one hell of an adventure, Severus said with a whistle, and Harry grinned proud that his brother, who was a spy, was impressed with his adventure. Harry, what happened to the basilisk? I mean the corpse? Severus said, his brain thinking about all the rare potions that needed basilisk ingredients. I don't know, it's still in the chamber as far as I know. Do you think we could talk Papa into letting us go check out the chamber? Severus thought for a few minutes and said, he shouldn't mind if I want to harvest the corpse, but he would be pleased with letting you go. If we tell him we want to explore the chamber for educational and historical reasons, he probably would. Want to go ask him? Harry jumped up excited. Where is he? Do you think we can ask Remy and Siri if they want to come? That is if Papa didn't ground them? No, they are not grounded, and I think they would love this kind of adventure. I saw Papa going to his study when I was coming down here, and he too got up feeling just as excited as Harry. Let's go ask him. Severus went to his dad's office to ask, and Harry ran to his other two brothers to ask them if they wanted to come. Harry found Siri pacing up and down in his Snuffles form. After Harry asked him, the dog ran excitingly to their other brother's room. Remy was lying on his bed on his stomach, reading a book. He was a little hesitant at first, but saw both Harry and Snuffles giving him puppy dog eyes, so he said yes. The three brothers went to the living room where they saw Severus sitting on the couch with his arms crossed and looking upset. Sev, what did he say? Harry asked, sitting next to him. He said it's too dangerous to go now. The ministry officials are on the lookout for Siri. He said we could possibly go next week or the week after. When the coast is clear, Severus said with a slight pout. Siri had turned back into himself, said, oh man, and I was really looking forward to going today. But Siri, it's for your own safety. You know what would happen if ministry catches you. Dad is right, we should wait, Remy said. Harry saw Severus frown. He obviously wanted to go right away. I know, Remy, but it's not like the ministry officials are going to be patrolling Hogwarts corridors at night. Now are they? Siri said at his brother. Severus looked at Siri and then stood up and cast a silencing spell around his brothers. You're right. We could go tonight. No one would know. Are you daft? Dad said no. Are you going to tell him? Severus said softly, and Remy shook his head. Good. We could leave at midnight after Dad's asleep. We'll go for an hour or two and be back long before Dad gets up. So many things could go wrong, Sev, Remy said with a small whimper. Remy, who stole Slughorn's and Minerva's wands from their bedsides and switched them and didn't get caught? Severus asked. You did. Who painted the Ravenclaw girls' dorm black and pink while everyone was sleeping and did not get caught? You did. And who snuck into Dad's office, got Siri's fake charms book with the, he glanced at Harry, stuff in it and switched it with a real book, while Dad, Phileas and Minerva were in the room yelling at you too, I might add, and did not got caught? Remy sighed. You did. I am a master spy. We are not going to get caught. Harry, make sure and get some sleep after dinner. You need to be alert if you are going to go on this mission with us, Sev said like a true spy and then walked off. Harry was so excited. This was better than going after the stone or going to the chamber. He looked at Severus as he walked away. He had the coolest big brother in the whole world. Chapter 8, Adventure in the Chamber. After dinner, Harry went upstairs and practiced his guitar some more, and then played the song Daddy's Hands by Holly Dunn, and then Wild One by Faith Hill. After he was done playing Wild One, he noticed his papa was sitting at his desk. He put down his guitar and turned and said, Hi Papa, what's up? Nice songs. I wanted to see if Severus told you my answer to your request. Yes, he told us you said not till the ministry workers are gone. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I was thinking that we could go shopping tomorrow after I get back from the school. We could get all your wizard clothes first, then go into the muggle stores. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. I was actually wondering, could we get my eyes looked at? Try getting rid of these glasses? Harry said, taking off his many times patched up glasses. We'll go get them looked at, maybe get you a new pair. What about contacts? Maybe, we'll see. Now, why don't you get some more homework done? Yes, sir, Harry said as he walked over to his desk and got to work on his history essay. Compare and contrast the Muggle World War II and the Battle of Grindelwald. He went to his bookshelf and got his textbooks down and started the boring task of reading History of Magic. Once he got to the page and started, he actually found out that it was not as boring as he thought. He was so into reading that 2 hours later, when Albus came back up to say goodnight, he was still engrossed in his book. Albus tapped him on his shoulder and Harry jumped and turned around. He saw Albus and said, "Hi, Papa. What did you need?" "I came to tell you that it is time for bed. It's 10:30 at night. What have you been doing?" "Really, it's that late, man. I was reading my history book for my homework." "What is your history homework?" "I have to compare and contrast the Muggle World War II and the Battle of Grindelwald. It's actually quite interesting." "You thought it wouldn't be?" "No. It's just that with Professor Bin's teaching, I usually fall asleep." "I've done that too." It's his voice, he just drones on in that monotonic voice of his. "Did you write your essay yet?" "No, I have been taking notes and reading about it first." "I could have helped you, Harry. I did fight in that war, you know. Some people actually say that I was the hero of that war." "I know, Papa. I just thought it would be better to read up on it instead of bugging you to talk about something that could have been painful for you." "You wouldn't have been bugging me, Harry. I'm here to help you for whatever you need. Never forget that. As for talking about the war, I would not have minded talking to you about it. It's no problem." "Okay, Papa, I'll try to remember." "That's fine, but it is time for bed. You can finish this tomorrow. Good night." Albus went over to Harry and hugged him and gave him a kiss on the forehead. Harry was sound asleep when his brothers came into his room. Severus gently shook him and called his name. Harry woke startled and almost screamed when he saw the dark figures hovering over him. A hand covered his mouth and his glasses were put over his eyes. When the dark blur cleared, he saw his brothers standing over him wearing all black. He was momentarily confused, but everything came to him. He and his brothers were going on an adventure together. He nodded his head to indicate to Severus that he was coherent, and his brother removed his hand. Severus tossed him a set of black clothes similar to what his brothers had on. Cargo pants, turtleneck sweater, and a black beanie hat. Harry raced to his bathroom, washed his face, and changed his clothes. When he returned, Remy gave him black socks and a set of black combat-looking boots. While he was putting his socks on, he saw Siri rummaging through his things. After shaking his head, Siri transfigured Harry's lamp into a torchlight and then handed him a pocket knife, both of which he stuck into Harry's cargo pockets. Sev looked at Siri. Why does he need a torchlight when he could use Lumos? "Come on, Sev. You've seen Lily's movies, you just have to have a torchlight," Siri explained and gave Harry a wink. Remy handed him a tiny travel-sized first aid kit, which he put into another of Harry's pocket. He saw Sev and Siri shaking their heads. Severus then came up, inspected his little brother and nodded. "Harry, you will need a canteen for water. Dad said you were practicing earlier." Severus handed him a twig and Harry turned it into a fairly reasonable medium-sized water canteen. He smiled when he saw his brothers looking at him proudly. Remy then taught Harry Aguamenti, which filled his canteen with water. Severus then signaled to Siri, who came up with 2 brooms, one of which was Harry's firebolt. Harry saw Siri opening his window. Seeing Harry's confusion, Siri said, "We can't very well go through the front door now, can we? We will fly to about a mile away from the cottage's border, then we will apparate to Hogwarts," Remy explained. Harry excitingly looked as Remy and then Siri flew out the window. He looked at Sev, who indicated for him to go. Harry felt the cold air hit his face as he exited his window and was grateful for it. He had fully intended on getting some sleep before he left with his brothers, but got caught up with his history homework. He was still sleepy when they woke him, but the cold air and the excitement of the adventure with his brothers had him now fully awake. He followed his brothers to the spot away from the cottage, and as they landed, Remy took his broom and shrank it. Harry put it in one of his many pants pockets. "Siri, you will side along with Remy. Harry, you are with me, Severus said as he too shrank his broom and pocketed it. They soon found themselves right outside the closed Hogwarts gates. Harry looked a bit disheartened and then saw Severus guiding them to a secret entrance which he told them was the one he used as a spy to get in and out the school where no one could see him. Only he and their father knew about this entrance. It led them to a closed door which Severus opened both with a key and with a password, and they found themselves inside the school near the dungeons. Severus quickly went to his potion stores, got a phial of Phoenix Tears in case of an emergency and a small kit, and rejoined his brothers. Harry took them to the second-floor girls' bathroom where to their horror Myrtle was floating. Remy took a breath and signaled to the others to stay back. He then went in. "Hello Myrtle, how are you this fine evening?" Harry looked at Remy and wondered what his brother was doing. "Hello Remy. What are you doing here? I thought you went away. You were always away. You never play with me anymore," Myrtle moaned sadly. "Well, I wanted to visit, but I was too busy fighting with the Grey Lady," Remy said sadly. "Why were you fighting with her? Your dad is going to be very angry with you, Remy. You know he doesn't like you fighting, and I wouldn't want to see you in trouble," Myrtle said with another moan. "I know, but it would be worth the trouble. You see, she said that you were the ugliest ghost in the castle, and I was really upset. She was really mean and I had to do something," Remy said. "Why, that no good. I will show her," Myrtle said and floated off in anger, not noticing the others crouched outside the bathroom. "And they say I have a way with women, but then again it's Myrtle," Siri said laughing as he thumped his brother on his back. "Okay Harry, your turn to show us some magic," Remy said. Harry said the password and the chamber entrance opened. Siri laughed and jumped in before Remy could grab him back or Severus give him a warning. Harry laughed and shook his head, and he too jumped after his reckless godfather. Harry landed with a soft bump and quickly realized it was Siri. They both scrambled out of the way as Remy and then Sev came tumbling out. "That was revolting," Sev said, and Remy laughed. Remy then cast a light and looked around until he found a torch on the wall which lit up. Immediately a series of torches all lit up and the entire area was illuminated. It was the first time Harry was getting a good look at the room. There were bones all over the ground. The walls were covered in moss and there was a strange writing on the walls. "Look Siri, yummy bones," Sev teased his Animagi brother, who growled at him. They followed Harry until they came to the fallen rocks which had a hole in it, large enough for Harry alone to squeeze through. Severus looked at the ground and saw a piece of the basilisk shed skin on the ground. He got excited and immediately took out his knife and started harvesting it. He called Harry and Remy across and they both helped him cut large pieces of the skin. "Harry, this alone made this trip worth it. I have enough here to spend the rest of the year experimenting," Severus said, smiling. Remy smiled as well and then looked around. Siri was nowhere to be seen. He called out to him and after a minute saw the dog's head pop out from the other side of the wall through the hole. Remy sighed and Harry went through the hole after the dog. Remy carefully removed some of the rocks. With werewolf strength, he was able to quickly make a hole large enough for both Severus and himself to fit through. They then continued until they reached the chamber's entrance. Harry once again opened it and once more Siri went through first. When he entered, Remy made a brighter light which lit up the entire room. Sev, Remy and Siri all gasped at the size of the very large snake which was spread across the chamber floor. Harry looked at it and then at his brothers, who were all looking at him differently. Remy looked at him as if wanting to hug and protect him, thinking of his poor little brother who had to fight this monster. Siri was looking at him in excitement, thinking of the wonderful adventure that his godson had. Sev looked at him with a look that made Harry flinch. Severus was angry, thinking of the unnecessary danger that his Gryffindor brother put himself in. They made their way to the large serpent corpse and immediately Severus started working on harvesting the beast. He gave Harry instructions to lay out a large spread on the ground and then Remy enlarged several containers. After 2 containers were filled with basilisk flesh and skin, Siri came up and pulled Remy and Harry away. He had found something interesting. Siri then directed them through a passageway to the side and then to one side where there was another door with a snake carving on it. Harry asked it to open in Parseltongue and it opened. They found themselves in another room with several passageways. They wandered for a while until they reached another door with a snake guardian. Harry quickly asked it to open and they went inside. Remy lit a torch in the room which lit up torches around and found they were in an office with a library to the side. Immediately Remy went to the library. Siri looked at the desk and at the snake carving at the sides. Harry looked around in wonder and sat on a couch. To his surprise, the room looked clean. There was no dust, no cobwebs, no sign that the room was ever abandoned. Siri picked up a book that was in one of the desk drawers. Property of Tom M. Riddle, he read, and Harry gasped. Tom Marvolo Riddle was Voldemort's real name. He told them, and Siri dropped the book as if it had a touch of the plague on it. Remy came and looked at it. It's a 7th-year Dada textbook. Look, there are more books, potions, charms, runes. It looks like we found Voldemort's study. No, it's the office of Salazar Slytherin. Riddle probably found it and used it, Harry said. How do you know it's Slytherin's? Siri asked, looking at a piece of parchment with tiny writing. Because it says so right there, Harry said, pointing to the sign above the desk. You can read that, Harry? Remy asked, and when he saw Harry look at him confused, he explained. Because all I see is a bunch of squiggly lines. Me too, it looks like snake tracks, Siri said. Well, I see it as English. It says Salazar Slytherin's office, Harry said. Cool. Parcel writing, Siri said, looking at Harry in amazement. I think Sev is going to love here. I'm going for him, Remy said and darted away. Look, Harry, Voldemort was a geek. He picked up the pieces of parchments, all with large red O's on the top. Where have you guys been? It's 2 o'clock, Severus said with his hands on his hips as Remy came into the large chamber. Sev had all the things he harvested neatly packed away and now shrunk in his pocket. He had been waiting for his brothers to return. Not knowing where they had gone, he had decided to sit and wait for them there. Come, we made an interesting discovery. Salazar Slytherin's personal library. Sev, you are going to love it, Remy said and pulled his brother to come with him. Unfortunately, when they reached the room with the passageways, Remy could not remember which one they had gone through and took the wrong passageway. They had came out of the 4th wrong way when they saw Siri in his dog form sniffing for them. Siri quickly turned back into himself. Where have you two been? We were waiting for almost an hour? Wolfie here couldn't remember the way. We went down 4 passageways that ended up to blank walls or walls with snake paintings on them, Severus said with a huff. Remy, for a werewolf, you are a real idiot. Couldn't you have smelled your way? Siri said and turned back into Padfoot. This whole place smells musty, and all I could smell is Sev and the snake bits he has on him, Remy said angrily. Within 5 minutes they reached the door with the snake carving, which was the entrance to the office. To their horror, it was closed. And since none of them could speak snake, it remained closed. Siri, did you close the door behind you? Remy said in a huff, still a bit peeved. No, I didn't, Remy. It possibly closed by itself, Siri barked. Severus called out to Harry, but obviously the boy could not hear through the thick slabs of rock in between them and him. Great, just great. Siri slumped to the ground and sat down. After a while, so did his 2 brothers. Hopefully when Harry realizes we have not returned, he will open the door, Remy said, looking at the closed door. After a few minutes of silence, Siri said, You know, this reminds me of that time in 6th year when you, James, and I snuck into the female prefect's bathroom and Lily caught us and locked us in, Siri said, looking at Remy. Remy laughed. He did remember that day, as well as the sound spanking they got later. Yeah, Dad and Minnie were not pleased. I guess I should tell you it wasn't Lily who locked you guys in, Severus said, looking guiltily at his 2 brothers. You, snake, Siri said, shouting at his brother. How could you? Remy looked at him. Lily confessed to James it was her. She wanted to get back at James, since he was peeping at other girls and not her. That was right after the Slughorn slime incident, and I wanted revenge, Severus said. Siri laughed. They had pranked Slughorn and had used Severus' key to get into the lab, so Severus got blamed for it. Remember that time that we locked James and Lily in the old classroom in the North Tower? Remy said with a smile. That was when Lily finally let James kiss her, Sev said. I think they did more than kiss, Siri said with a laugh. I miss her. She was such a firecracker, Sev said with fond remembrance. I miss James. He was a really good friend, Remy said. I missed them both, and I missed you guys. Azkaban was horrible, but the memory of you guys kept me sane. You know, for years I thought that the dark side had won and that I was locked away because you were all dead, Siri said sadly. Siri, you would not believe how sorry we are, Remy said, reaching out and hugging him. It was right after Regulus had disappeared, and we thought that losing him made you long for your real family, and that you gave in to their expectations, Sev said in explanation. Sev, you and Remy and now Harry are my real brothers. Reggie and we were strangers who shared the same bloodline. I never really was a black. Siri said and rested his head on Sev's shoulder. They talked for a long time about Siri's time in Azkaban, about things that happened over the years he was away, and about Harry. They eventually all fell asleep, and when Harry finally opened the door, he found his 3 brothers sitting on the floor, outside the door. Severus was leaned back against the wall and Siri's head rested on his lap. Remy was asleep half on Siri. Sev, Remy, Siri, Harry called to his brothers, who woke up and looked at him. Harry, Remy said sleepily. What are you guys doing here on the floor? Harry asked. Didn't you think something was wrong when we didn't show up? The door closed, and since none of us is a parselmouth, we couldn't open it, Sev said, pushing Siri off of him. Sorry, I fell asleep, Harry said. No matter. Come, we have to get out of here, Remy said, getting up and checking the time. It was 6:30 in the morning. Wait. Sev, you have to see the office, Harry said, opening the door wide. It's 6:30, Harry, we have to go now or Dad will have our hides, Severus said, but after looking at Harry's expression said, I will just take a peep. But Sev could not take just a peep. He was soon immersed in the library, and so was Remy. Harry and Siri found an old yearbook among Riddle's things and sat looking at the pictures. One of the pictures was of Siri's father Orion, and Siri then told Harry all about Orion and the rest of the Black family. Shit, Severus said, running out with a green potions book in his hand. Guys, it is 8 o'clock, we have to go now. There was a mad scramble, and the 4 brothers ran all the way out of the chamber and back to the chute that led to bathroom. How are we going to get back up? Siri said in frustration, and then looked at Harry. Last time Fox took us back up, Harry explained. Yeah, well, calling Fox is like calling Dad for help. We are so dead, Remy said, almost in a panic. Harry looked around almost in tears and then saw a sign in Parselreading. He stood at the bottom of the chute and said stairs in Parseltongue, and immediately the chute turned into stairs. Severus looked at the long winding stairway. That would take us over an hour to climb. Yeah, well, Mr. Master Spy, what do we do? Sirius turned to Severus angrily. Dad is going to roast us alive. Severus considered for a moment and then took out his broom. Brooms, gentlemen. We will go to my quarters and flew from there. All is not lost. They all unshrank their brooms, 7 enlarging Harry's, and sped up to the top of the stairs, and Harry quickly opened the entrance. Thankfully Myrtle was not there. They shrank their brooms and pocketed it and left the bathroom. They quickly ran to the end of the corridor, but to their horror, the place was now crawling with ministry officials. Harry heard Siri whimper as they saw 3 Aurors headed their way. Siri, turn into Padfoot now, Sev whispered, and then directed them to a secret corridor to the side. The corridor led them to the 3rd floor near to the charms classroom. God, we are so dead, Remy whimpered as they saw several Aurors standing in the corridor. We need a plan, Severus said, and then grabbed onto Harry as the boy was about to run out into the hallway. What in Merlin's beard do you think you are doing? I am going to cause a distraction, and the Aurors will follow me, Harry said quickly. You will do no such thing, you foolish Gryffindor. If anyone is going to cause a distraction, it's going to be me. I'm a teacher here, and it would not look strange if I come walking down the hall. Now stay put. But then Dad will know you were here, Harry said. I think he already knows, Remy said, and his brothers turned to see Albus Dumbledore walking down the corridor with what looked like the Marauder's map in his hand. Albus quickly called the Aurors, gentlemen. I think the house elves found something curious in one of the rooms near here. I would appreciate it if you could check it out. The boys saw the Aurors move in the direction that Albus indicated. Albus looked over at them briefly, and even from the distance they saw the stern look in the no longer twinkling blue eyes. Harry heard his older brothers gulp. Once the Aurors left the corridor, they made a run for it and startled Phileas, who sat in his office. The old professor shook his head in amusement at the sight of the 3 brothers all dressed in black clothes with a frantic-looking dog that had just burst into office. He simply tossed flue powder in his fireplace and called for Albus' room and allowed them to flew to their father's personal quarters. As they exited the fireplace, they saw the angry scowl of the deputy headmistress, who was waiting for them. You 4 are in big trouble, she said, and then handed them a phoenix feather. Go now, the minister is on his way up. Sirius turned back into himself and grabbed onto the feather. Minerva said a password, and the portkey took them back to Candy Cottage. They sat back on the living room couch, all four breathing heavily. After a few minutes, Siri turned to his brothers. That was actually kind of fun. Remy looked at him in disgust. Sev sneered at him, and Harry looked at him in disbelief. I mean, I know our butts are going to be blown away, but we just escaped a castle full of horrors, Siri grinned, reeling from the great adventure they just had. Siri, you are sick, you know that, Remy said. Sev looked down at his little brother, who looked like he was ready to cry. You okay, Harry? Harry nodded, and then looking up at Siri shook his head. I thought for sure they were going to get Siri. Sirius looked over at Harry. Hey kiddo, I'm okay. Even if they caught us, they would have only caught your new lovable pet dog Padfoot. So don't fret about it, we are all alive, he tousled Harry's hair. Harry laughed, but then got serious as he saw a flash of fire and a black envelope appeared. The angry voice of their father echoed through the entire house. What were you four thinking? Have you all completely lost your senses, or is Sirius' life worth the thrill of the adventure or the pieces of basilisk? You all deliberately disobeyed me, and you are all in so much trouble. Harry's broom suddenly zoomed out of his pocket and went into the envelope. He saw the other brooms consumed by the envelope. All of the potion's ingredients Severus collected came out of his pockets and went to the black envelope, as did a green book from Severus and 2 from Remy. The 4 of you, your rooms now, and do not even think of stepping 1 foot outside. I will deal with you when I get home, the angry voice thundered. The 4 brothers looked at the envelope in horror and then each ran to their rooms. Dumbledore sat at his desk messaging his temples. The minister had just left after a long, unnecessary meeting. The only thing the meeting accomplished was to calm him down. He thought of his sons. He still could not believe that they disobeyed him. He opened the bottom drawer of his desk. He took out the stout wooden ruler and sighed. Siri for some reason hated the ruler more than anything else, even the belt that his brothers feared. It would also be best since the young man was still recovering from Azkaban. He pulled out his paddle and considered Harry and then shook his head. His youngest was still very young. He could use the cherrywood hairbrush that he had at home. He put the paddle back and then pulled out the leather belt. His 2 eldest would feel the full weight of his arm and this belt. Especially Severus, he should have known better. Albus was sure it was Severus' idea to still go to the chamber after he had forbidden it. Yes, that young man would be in for a world of hurt. He swished his wand and the black envelope he had sent to his delinquent children appeared. He looked at the potions items and the books. The adventure had been fruitful, these were a great find. It would be torturous for Severus and Remus not to have access to these items. Albus considered 2 weeks grounding without access to their books or the potions lab would be sufficient torture. Albus picked up a picture hidden on his desk, invisible to anyone who did not know about his sons, and looked at the smiling forms of his sons. His hand passed over James and Sirius. Sirius could have been severely hurt or worse yet captured and kissed. He could have lost another son today. The boy was like a moth to a flame where adventure was concerned. Even if he was sick and ailing, he would have still wanted to go. Maybe a week or 2 of complete bed rest would be needed. He looked at the picture again and sighed. Harry did look like his dad. He needed to protect Harry and grow the boy up like Lily and James would have wanted. Harry had a dangerous future ahead, but for now he needed to be a child. It was Albus' duty to make sure Harry had as normal a childhood as possible, yet be ready to face the dangers ahead. The boy, like his father and godfather, was a magnet for trouble. Albus considered the trouble the boy had gotten in over the last 3 years. He sighed. Unlike Remus and Sirius, Harry would be spending his grounding with more books and schoolwork than he ever had. Albus leaned back and Minerva came in and looked at the ruler and the belt that now rested on his desk. If anything, this adventure has made them closer. I was actually pleased to see them all behaving like real brothers. Harry looked really cute dressed up like Sev and Remy, his friend of 50 years told him. Naughty brothers. I was hoping Severus and Remus would have steered Harry away from such crazy adventures. Instead, they put him in one just as bad as the ones he got into with Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley. Yes, but did you think you would have seen them all playing together, acting as one? She said, and then looked at the shrunken book that was obviously Salazar Slytherin's potions journal. They were playing a dangerous game, one that could have gotten Sirius killed. But it is good to see them all together. Well, they will all be punished as one. I am going to ground their backsides for 2 weeks, and if any one of them protests I will raise it to 2.5 for all of them. Albus said, and Minerva nodded. 2.5? Why not 3? Minerva asked. Full moon. Severus would need time to prepare the wolfsbane. I wouldn't do that to Remus, Albus answered, and Minerva nodded. It will be a pity that we have to wait at least 2 weeks to go to the chamber, Minerva said with a sigh. Yes, but unfortunately it is necessary. Sirius came close to being caught today. I can't lose another son, Min. Minerva smiled and stood up. Just remember that when you are blazing them, Albus. You go ahead, I can take care of the school. Albus watched his friend leave and sighed. He replaced the items back into the envelope and pocketed it. He then picked up the ruler and the belt and headed for the fireplace. He tossed the flue powder in the fireplace and called for his home. He stepped in the fire and steeled himself to deal with his 4 naughty boys. Albus stepped out of the flue and looked around. The place was quiet and his magic told him the boys were in their respective room. At least his sons did not disobey that request. He walked into the kitchen and made a cup of his favorite lemon tea, which calmed him down before going to deal with his sons. Sipping the tea, Albus thought about what he was going to do next. He would tackle his youngest first. He washed his cup and headed up to Harry's room. Harry was alternating between pacing his room and sitting on his bed to wait for his papa. He knew he was going to get the spanking of his life. His papa had sounded so mad that even Sev, Remy and Siri were scared. While it was hard to picture, he was sure his papa was going to spank his brothers as well. They are going to be so angry with me, Harry whispered aloud, putting his head in his hand. He got up off his bed and started pacing again. I should have listened to Sev when he said we had to leave, Harry admonished himself. If I had only listened, we would have been back home before Papa woke up. Sev is going to hate me. He stopped and sat down on the edge of his bed. They are going to blame me for falling asleep and not seeing the door shut, so they couldn't get me to go. They're all going to hate me now. He got up again and started pacing again. My first adventure with them, and I totally mess up. They are going to get spanked because of me, and they are never going to take me with them again. His heart started racing when he saw his door opening. He froze mid-stride when he saw the look of sheer disappointment on his papa's face. His racing heart stopped when he saw the hairbrush in his papa's hand. Harry sat on his bed and whispered, "Hi, Papa." Albus sat down next to him and said, "Do you want to explain what happened today?" Harry couldn't stop staring at the hairbrush, so he closed his eyes, nodded, and sighed. "We were only planning on staying there for 2 or 3 hours, but then we fell asleep. We're all really sorry, Papa. You cannot apologize for your brothers. This is only about you right now. You told me that Severus told you that I said we could all go to the chamber after the school was clear of all Aurors. So why did you go now? We decided to go at night because we thought that the Aurors wouldn't be there then. We didn't plan to stay all night. Honest, it was just a mistake. You may not have meant to stay whole night, but you should not have been there in the first place. Tell me something, Harry. When we spoke after dinner and I spoke to you about my answer to Severus' request, was this little trip already planned out, or was it done after?" Harry knew the truth would get them in more trouble, but he didn't think it wise to lie. "Yes, we planned it after Sev told us all your answer." "You lied to me, Harry. When I came up after dinner, you could have told me what was going on, but you lied. Why?" "I just wanted to do something fun with my bothers. I'm sorry." "You deliberately disobeyed me. So you know what's going to happen, right?" "Yes, Papa, you're going to spank me." "Yes, I am. Bare your bottom and come here." "Papa, please not bare." "Now, Harry James Godric." Harry whimpered a little but bared his bottom and lowered himself over his papa's lap. Albus wrapped his arm over Harry and brought his arm down in a very hard swat on the quivering bottom. Harry fought the tear threatening to fall. If the first one was so hard, he didn't think he would survive the whole thing. The tears were soon flowing freely as his papa turned his bum a deep red color. Harry pleaded for his papa to stop and was relieved when he did. Harry took deep breaths. Okay, it was not as bad as he thought. He had survived. Then he felt the wooden hair brush tap his sore bum. Harry jumped. "Papa, please not that," Harry managed to whimper. "Yes, Harry, you went off on a foolhardy mission and endangered yourself along with your brothers. Albus lifted his right leg and lowered his left to expose Harry's sit spots. Swat, when swat I swat tell swat you swat something swat you swat listen swat and swat do swat not swat disobey swat me. Swat do swat you swat understand. Harry's brain was muddled, he could barely understand his papa. All he could think of above his roar that was his flaming arse was that he would never be able to sit again. Another stinging swat cleared his mind and he answered automatically, "Why yes sir." Harry went limp over Albus' lap and cried his heart out. Albus rubbed his back and said, "Shoo, it's okay. All's forgiven and you are much loved." After a minute Albus fixed Harry's pants and lifted him up onto his lap and cuddled him close. Harry latched onto Albus's robe and cried, "SHH little lion. It's all right. You're okay. Don't worry, I have you." Albus kept whispering comforting words into his ear and rubbing circles on his back to try calm Harry down. After 5 minutes Harry sobbing turned into hiccups and he looked into his papa's eyes and said, "I really am sorry, Papa. I just wanted to do something with my brothers. Have some fun." "I understand that, Harry, but you have to know if I saw no it means no. Now for the rest of your punishment, yes there is more." He added, seeing Harry's "Are you kidding me" look. "You are grounded for 2 weeks. That means you will do the rest of your homework, all of your extra credit work, read your books, and start on your arithmancy work so you can catch up to 4th-year students." "All that work?" "Yes, all that work. And in the evenings you will be doing chores around the house also." Harry sighed and just said, "Yes, sir. Are we still going to go shopping?" "I will think about whether or not we will go later today or after you are off grounding." Albus stood up and let go of Harry and said, "Now why don't you change and have a little nap?" "Yes, Papa." Harry went into the bathroom. He stripped of his clothes and looked at his arse in the mirror and was shocked to see that it was only red. He thought it would have looked like minced meat. He put on his soft pajamas and went back out. He saw that his papa had pulled down the covers and was waiting for him. Harry crawled into bed on his stomach and Albus pulled the covers up and tucked him in. Albus kissed Harry on the forehead and sat next to him and rubbed circles on his back till Harry fell asleep, and then he went down to deal with his other sons. The next thing Harry knew was that he was being shaken awake and he didn't want that. "Go away sleeping," Harry said while batting the hand away. "Wake up, Harry, you didn't eat lunch and it's dinner time," Albus said. Harry lifted up his head and said, "Food." Albus chuckled and said, "Yes, time for food, but you have to get up." Harry got up and went into the bathroom to wash up. He looked at his bum again. It was a pink. He went down with his papa downstairs. When Harry got to the table he saw all 3 of his brothers trying very hard to not squirm on their chairs. None of them looked at him. Harry sat down and looked at his plate. His brothers were mad at him and it was his fault that they came back so late. Albus looked at Harry and saw the look of pure dread on his face and wondered what was wrong with his youngest. Dinner was a quiet affair. Even Siri took his medication without complaint. Near the end of dinner Albus turned to Severus. "First things first, gentlemen, your grounding is now 2.5 weeks. Harry groaned and looked like he wanted to complain, but he caught Remus's eye, and his brother shook his head, as if to tell him don't complain. His dad continued, "Severus, the minister brought over the Newt results today. I need you to go over the list to finalize the graduating certificates. I will need you to come to Hogwarts tomorrow for an hour to 2. What time are you leaving?" "I need to be there by 10, so a little before then." "Okay, I'll be ready by 9:30 to go." After dinner was done Harry looked at Albus and asked, "Papa, may I be excused?" "Yes, you may, Harry, but take these with you." Albus waved his wand, and where Harry's plate had been moments before, a pile of books appeared. "These are some basic arithmancy books. You may read the first chapter, however, I want you to work on the rest of your other school assignments for now, okay?" "Yes, Papa, I will." "Thank you for getting the books," Harry said before he picked up the books and went upstairs. Albus looked at his 3 other sons and said in a no-nonsense voice, "Why don't the 4 of us go into the living room and talk?" The 3 boys looked at each other with looks that screamed, "What did we do now?" Albus sat down in his armchair and looked at his contrite sons sitting on the couch. It had been many years, but the 3 looked the same as they did when they were in 7th year and had been punished for pranking then Minister Crouch on his annual visit to the school. Albus sighed. He had really missed his sons. Albus started, "Did any of you notice Harry at dinner?" "Yeah, he was really quiet. Was something wrong? He thinks that we blame him for the door closing and for us not being able to get home on time. He thinks that it was his fault that we all got in trouble and that we are going to hate him now, Sev said with confidence. What did I tell you about using legitimacy on family members, Severus? Albus said sternly. Sorry, Dad, but his thoughts were just too loud to block out. I did not intentionally read his mind. It just happened. We have to tell him that that is not true. Even if he wasn't here, we were bound to get into some trouble, Sirius said with a small laugh, and then seeing his father's stern look, he got serious. Dad, I know we are grounded, but I think it is important that the three of us talk to him. This is not something that can wait for later. He will continue to blame himself unless we could convince him otherwise. How are we going to do that? Sirius asked. If he is like James, he is going to feel responsible for all of our actions. Remind him that you were each punished, that each one of you had your part and you were all punished for your own part. Remind him that he is forgiven and it is forgotten and that he is loved, Albus said, and the three boys nodded. Now remember that each of you have your chores to do tonight before bed. You can take as long as you want with Harry, but you still will have to do your chores after. You got that, Sirius? Sirius rolled his eyes. Yes, sir. Severus knocked on the edge of the railing as he entered Harry's room. The boy was sitting at his desk with a book in front of him, but it looked like while his eyes were on the page, his mind was nowhere near here. The three brothers walked into the room and still Harry did not move. It was only when Severus went over to Harry and shook his shoulder did Harry turn around. Harry, are you okay? Sirius asked, concerned. Yeah, fine, I'm just doing some homework. It's part of my grounding. What did you need? Harry said dismissively. You were kind of quiet at dinner. I thought something was wrong, so we came to check on you. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. How did you get Papa to let you come and check on me? Harry said, looking at his three brothers. Severus knelt in front of Harry and said, Harry, do you know what occlumency and legitimacy are? No, what are they? Legitimacy is when someone can see into your mind, and occlumency is blocking your mind against a legitimacy attack. Dad and I are very good at both of them, and I kind of might have used legitimacy on you while you were at dinner to see why you were so quiet. I'm sorry, I was just trying to help, Severus said, and looked away guiltily. You looked into my mind, Harry said, horrified. Severus nodded. Harry looked at Severus. His brother looked so worried. Were they really worried about him? He had come to really respect Severus, and in his heart he knew his brother really cared about him. Well, that explains many mysteries. Ron, Hermione, and myself had, Harry said, half joking, and Severus smirked and Remus grinned. Sirius relaxed and plopped down on the beanbag chair. Aw, so soft. So much nicer than that dining room chair. Harry felt badly again, and seeing Severus and Remus looking at him, he sighed. I guess since you can read my mind, I best just talk about it. Remus looked at the second beanbag chair and then motioned to Severus if he wanted it. I think I will remain standing, thank you, Severus said, and Remus gently sank into the chair. Dad really did spank you all as well? Harry asked, looking at Remus. What, you thought he would only lay it into you? Sirius asked sarcastically. Well, I don't know. It was all my fault. If I hadn't fallen asleep and shut the door, you three wouldn't have fallen asleep in the corridor and we could have been home in time. It's my fault that you three got into trouble, Harry bursted out. And now I wouldn't blame you if you all hate me, he whispered. Severus sighed. Harry, it wasn't your fault. It was mine. I was the one who insisted we go last night. I was the one who planned everything. And it was my fault we got caught. Dad has a motion spell on the tunnel we used. I didn't know that, but I should have guessed. As I told you all, I used that tunnel as a spy. Sometimes the missions would not leave me in good condition and I would collapse before reaching the school safely. Dad apparently put the spell to know if I entered, so if I collapsed he would be able to get me. When we used the tunnel tonight, his sensors went off and well, he checked our beds and realized we were gone. Severus looked up really guiltily at Harry and his other two brothers. The fact is, Harry, Dad knew we were gone even before we entered the chamber, so even if we had come home when we wanted to, well, we would have still been in trouble. Harry looked at his brother, who turned to him. So Harry, do you hate me now? It's my fault you. Severus did not get to finish as Harry launched into him and gave him a big hug. I don't hate you, Sev. Severus, it is not entirely your fault. I should have stopped you. I knew it was wrong, and whenever you get any of your lame-brain plans, it's usually up to me to stop you. I should have stopped you. Harry, it's my fault that you fell asleep. I did not pay attention where I was going and couldn't find my way back to the room. I took Severus down 4 dead-end corridors before Siri found us. If I had paid attention, then we would have been back sooner and you would not have fallen asleep. Remus looked really forlorn and Harry moved over and hugged him and then sat on his lap on the beanbag chair. Besides, it's my fault our grounding got extended. I was the one who complained, Remus said, and Harry heard Sev and Siri groan. Severus explained, Harry, it is something you have to learn. Whenever Dad is giving a punishment, you don't complain or challenge him. I mean, if you genuinely didn't do it or you think he is under an imperious or something, fine. But in general, don't challenge him or your punishment will be increased. Whenever it is a group crime, like today, if one person challenges him, then all our punishment will be increased. Harry nodded. Remus sighed. Guys, I really am sorry, but when he came in with the belt, I thought he used it on Harry as well, and I kind of freaked. I should have realized that he wouldn't have used it on you. He used the belt on you? Harry said in horror. Yeah, but I deserved it. Siri could have been captured and killed. I prefer Dad's stinging belt to Siri getting kissed. They were all quiet for a minute, thinking about what could have happened. Did you all get the belt? Harry said after a while. Severus nodded, but Siri sat up. I didn't get the belt. I got something far worse, Harry. Harry looked at Siri horrified. Something worse than the belt? Yes, I got the ruler, Siri said with dramatic effect. Sev and Remy groaned and Siri found himself hit with Harry's pillows as Sev and Remy each wandlessly axioed them. What, you guys know how much I hate the ruler? Harry, you've never seen it. It's like 3 feet long and like 5 inches thick. It's 2 feet and possible quarter an inch thick. I don't know what's with him and this ruler. Ever since we were in first year, Sirius has been terrified of that ruler, Remus said. Siri opened his arms. Come here, pup. Harry climbed off of Remus and went into his godfather's arms. The thing is, Harry, Dad would have been angry at us for sneaking out, but what made him even furious to really lay it into us is because I put you all in grave danger. The thing is, I put my life, your life, Sev, Remy's lives in danger because the Aurors are looking for me. I knew that going out tonight was dangerous, and it was even more so because I am a wanted criminal. Had we been caught, I would have been killed. Sev would be now in a cell in Azkaban for helping me. Remy they would have executed because of what he is, and you would now be in the hands of one of the minister's puppet masters. But Siri, we weren't caught, Harry said softly. But we almost were. We were like 20 seconds from being caught and captured, Harry. Dad really laid it into us, so we would think twice before doing it again. I guess we all are to blame in a way, Harry said, thinking about it. Severus looked at his littlest brother. Harry, there is a reason why Dad punished us individually and together as a group. We are all responsible for our own actions. Each one of us has to take into account what we did wrong, and together as brothers we acted as one today, and together as a team we gotta take our lumps, Siri said with a smile. Harry nodded. Are you okay now, Harry? Remus asked. Yeah. Thanks, guys, Harry said, and Siri gave him an extra squeeze. Well, I guess we better get going. We all have chores to do, and I know you have work to do as well, Severus said, holding out his hand so Harry could get off of Siri and the beanbag chair. Yeah, I am trying to finish my history essay. Oh, Bins, now that is cruel and unusual punishment, Siri said with a fake hint of torment. At least he has his books. Dad confiscated all mine, Remus said with a sigh, picking up Harry's history text longingly. You're not the only one suffering. I don't have any of my books, potions, journals, and I can't brew, Sev said. Oh, poor baby, Siri said, and Sev growled. At least you get to go out the house tomorrow, Remy said. Yeah, to a castle full of my colleagues who will all be smirking because I wouldn't be able to sit properly. Headline at the staff meeting: the big bad Professor Snape got spanked by his daddy. Yeah, tomorrow is going to be just great, Sev said and sighed. Harry hugged Sev again. It's going to be okay, Sev. I still respect you. Thanks, Harry. Come on, let's go before Dad comes looking for us, Remy said and ruffled Harry's hair. Siri stood up and was about to turn when he said, Harry, what did Dad use on you? Hairbrush, Harry said sadly. Oh, the baby ruler. Poor Harry, Siri said and came and hugged Harry again. Sev shook his head and grabbed Ciri's arm. Remy took the other, and the two lifted their hyper-brother and physically carried him out. Wait, he needs more comfort. Guys, wait. Guys, come on, Ciri said, trying to get back at Harry. Night, Harry, his other brothers said as one. Harry smiled as he finished off his essay. As if planned, there was a knock at this doorway and his papa came in. Finished your essay? Yes, sir. Good, Albus said, taking it off the desk. You have your chores to do. Go and clean the kitchen. By the time you're done, I should be done checking this through and made my points on it. Harry sighed. He was doomed. Harry left the kitchen an hour later and saw his dad sitting in the living room. He walks in and stands where his dad could see him. As Albus looked up, he said, "Excuse me, sir, but I am finished with the kitchen." Good. I have just finished your essay. Albus hands it to him. It was pretty good, just a few errors. I marked them. As you correct them, the marks will disappear. Thanks, Papa. Do you need me to do anything else tonight? Just fix your essay and then go to bed. I'll come up and say goodnight later. Kay, see you later. One thing, Harry, I confiscated your guitar, like Remy's books and Ciri's potions. You will do without your guitar for the duration of your grounding. Harry wanted to protest but remembered what Sev said about challenging a punishment, so he said, "Yes, sir." As Harry went back upstairs, Albus decided it was time to check on his other sons. His first stop was Remus' room. He knocked and heard the response to enter. Albus walks in and looked around. Now, did you use magic or not to clean? Remus looked at him and says, I cleaned it by hand. I remember our discussion about using magic for everyday things. Believe I remember and don't wish to repeat it. Albus sat on the bed and said, You look troubled. Do you want to talk about something? Remus sighed. His dad knew him well. Dad, we only went now instead of waiting because we were so excited. The legendary Chamber of Secrets. How can you not want to jump at the chance to go see it? We also had fun and bonded. I understood that we were going to get in trouble. I don't mind that I did, but today I also got to know my brothers again after so many years. Sev and I actually talked when usually we snap at each other. We're sorry that you worried, Dad, but to be honest, I'm not sorry we went. That place is amazing, and there are so many books that are thought to be lost. Some written by Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, even a healing book by Rowena Ravenclaw, and Harry found some of Salazar's own personal potions journal in Parseltown. I'm happy we went, and I also know that Aunt Minnie would love it. Yes, Min told me she regretted she would have to wait to see the chamber. I'm glad you and Sev are talking again. You two have been at odds for far too long. Harry is new here, and I want him to get used to living with us. But he has to learn the rules, just as you had to. Yeah, I know, but he is just so little. You know, Harry loves you. He really loves us all and is settling into seeing the difference between us as professors and as his brothers. Aunt Minnie might take some getting used to, however. When is she coming over? She will be coming over tomorrow morning. Come on, time to get some sleep, little cub, Albus said as he stood up. Yeah, Dad, night, Remus said as he got up and gave his dad a hug and went to get ready for bed. Albus left Remus' room and one thought went through his head, 1 down, 3 to go. He knocked on Severus' door and heard a voice say, Enter. As he enters, he sees his oldest son lying on his bed staring at the ceiling. Albus sits on the edge of the bed and says, Are you bored by any chance? No, I love looking at my ceiling for hours on end, Sev says and sits up. What can I do for you today? You can lose the sarcasm. I came in to say good night and to let you know that Min is coming over tomorrow morning, Albus says sternly. Dad, she's going to know what happened to me, Sev said, losing his snarky tone and sounded like an 11-year-old. She already knows. If you forgot, she was the one to help you escape today, and she very well knows how I deal with you boys. After all the years while you all were in school and even after. I know, it's just I don't like people to know. You know? She won't make fun of you. She still respects you as a knowledgeable potions master and colleague. Sev nodded his head. I also wanted to talk about today. I won't say I'm sorry because I'm not sorry for going. I'm sorry for worrying you. That was never my intention. I know, Sev, but you know I always worry. I miss my son. Dad, I didn't go anywhere. I have always been here. You've been acting different until we told Harry. You were acting like you hated me. It hurt. I guess I got too good at acting like a bastard, huh? I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't mean to hurt you. I understand, but now it's 10 at night and you have no potions to brew, so time for bed, Albus said as he stood up. Dad, why do I have to go to bed now? Severus whined. You're grounded, my slippery little snake. That's why, Albus says. Then he hugs Sev and walks out the door. Albus then made his way to Ciri's room. He knocked on the door but received no answer. Thinking his son was sleeping, Albus opened the door and saw his son huddled into a ball on top of the blankets. Albus walked over and sat next to him. Ciri. There was no response. Albus tried again. Ciri? Again there was no response. Albus looked and saw his son shivering and holding himself tightly. He touched him. Ciri? At his touch, Sirius huddled back and fearfully scuttled back to the corner of the bed. His eyes were pure white and his skin was clammy. Ciri, it's Dad, Albus said. Little pup, it's Dad. Sirius whimpered. Albus took out his wand and summoned his Phoenix Patronus, and less than a minute later, Sev and then Remy came into the room. They both walked over to Sirius. Ciri, it's Remy. It's okay, Remy's here. Ciri looked up at them and then let out a terrifying scream. Chapter 10 Visit from Auntie Minnie. Harry was in his room waiting for Albus to come up and say good night to him when he heard the screams throughout the house. He got up and followed them to Sirius' room, where he saw his papa, Sev, and Remy holding Ciri's arms and legs and trying to wake him up. Harry walked in and asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" "Harry, why aren't you sleeping?" "I was waiting for you to come up, Papa, and then I heard the screams and came downstairs. Do you need any help?" "Yes." "Sit by his head and try to talk to him." Harry sat down and said, "Ciri, come on, you got to wake up. I need you to tell me embarrassing stuff about my parents. Remember you said you would tell me all the good pranks you pulled and how my dad finally won over my mom. Please wake up." Harry finally begged and hugged Ciri's neck. He felt a hand on his head and heard a voice say, "Jamie, are you crying?" "Ciri, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine now. Tell me who I have to beat up for making you cry." Harry laughed and said, "You don't have to beat up anyone. I was just worried." Ciri looked around and saw everyone. "Jamie, where is everyone, and who are all these old people?" "Ciri, I'm not Jamie. I'm Harry, his son. These are Sev, Remy, and Papa. Please come back to us," Harry said. Ciri shook his head like he's coming out of a trance and saw everyone around him and joked, "Are we all having a sleepover?" "Ciri, thank God you're back," Albus said as he gave him a bone-crushing hug. "Do you want to talk about it, Ciri?" "Not right now, Dad, but can you just stay with me for a while, please?" "Of course I will, my little pup." Albus looked at everyone else and said, "Okay, off to bed with all of you. Good night, love you all." "Night, Dad. Love you," Sev said, giving Ciri a brotherly pat on the shoulder. "Love you too, Papa." "Ciri, night." "Night, Dad." "Ciri," Remy said. "Night, you all. Thanks for the help." Remy went immediately to his room and Sev looked at Harry and asked, "Hey, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. Just gonna get a drink of water, then go back to sleep." Sev looked at him and gave him a hug and said, "Don't stay up till late, okay?" "I promise," Harry said as he went downstairs. After he was done with his water, he went to his room. After a half hour of lying in his bed staring at the ceiling, Harry heard his door slowly open. Thinking it's his papa, he pretended to be asleep. He heard someone chuckle near him and then heard someone say, "You can stop pretending to be asleep, Harry. I know you're not." Harry looks and sees Ciri kneeling by the head of his bed. "What are you doing here? I thought you were asleep." "I tried, but I couldn't. After Dad was asleep, I slipped out of the room and I kept seeing your face when I closed my eyes. I scared you." "Not really. I just wasn't expecting to be called Jamie. I'm really sorry about all that. I think my brain went back to happier times before I was imprisoned. Do you want to talk or something?" Ciri asked as he sat on the bed. "I thought something was going to happen to you. Then you were my age and calling me Jamie, asking me who you had to beat up for making me cry. I guess it was all too much," Harry said with tears in his eyes. Ciri opened his arms and said, "Come here," and drew him into a hug and just held him. That was Harry's breaking point, and he just let it all out and didn't even mind when Ciri drew him up onto his lap. Harry fell asleep while cuddling into Siri after he cried it all out. Siri lay back and got the covers on both of them and fell asleep with Harry's head resting on his chest. Albus woke up in Siri's room but panicked when he did not find his. He started searching the house from top to bottom, starting with the kitchen. By the time he got up to Harry's room thinking to wake up Harry and his other sons to help find Sirius, he found to his surprise Siri cuddled together with Harry sleeping peacefully. He silently axioed his camera and took a couple pictures of it, thinking of how cute they looked together. He walked over to the bed and first woke Siri by saying, "Siri, food." Siri's head popped up and said, "Food." "Yes, food. Are you hungry?" "Yeah, help me with Harry?" "Hold on, I'll get him up." Albus went over to Harry and said, "Harry, time to get up." "No, go away, sleeping." "Harry, food." Harry pulled his pillow over his head to try and block out his papa's voice. "Dad, wait a minute, I think I know a way," Siri said and leaned over Harry and started a tickle attack that made Harry jump up and shriek like a girl. "That was mean. We had to wake you up. Minnie is coming today, remember?" "Now I know I'm not coming out. Tell her I'm doing my homework and I'm grounded." "No, you are coming downstairs now. Let's go." Harry got up and went to get his clothes and got into the shower. While Harry was in the shower, Albus talked to Siri. "Why were you up here?" "I couldn't sleep and I didn't want to wake you up. So I came to check on Harry. He looked a little down when he left my room yesterday. Probably because I didn't come up to say good night last night. I was just worried about you though. I think it was because I scared him with what happened yesterday. He wasn't ready to be called Jamie. I think it was all too much." "Is he okay now?" "Yeah, he had a good cry last night and had me during the night if he needed me." Harry walked in and saw the two still there. He went over and said, "So what are we talking about?" Siri grinned. "How I can trick you to go downstairs." "You can't. I'm awake, that's what I promised. Now I will start doing my homework. Have fun with your guest." "Harry, you have to come downstairs and eat breakfast." "No, because then you'll force me to do my work downstairs and I don't want to." "Harry, come eat now," Albus said sternly. "Papa, please no," Harry says with the puppy dog eyes. "Now, Harry James Godric." Sirius stood up and said, "I'm going to be downstairs if anyone needs me," and all but runs out of the room. Harry sat on the bed and sighed. Albus looked at him and could see that something is wrong, so he sat next to him and said, "You know, it would be easier if when you wanted to talk, we talk instead of us shouting. Talk to me, Harry." "I can't face Professor McGonagall." "Why not?" "She'll know what happened." "Yes, she will, but she won't yell or do anything except talk to you or maybe hug you. That's all, Harry. Trust me, okay? Besides, your brothers are all in the same situation and they are all downstairs." "I'm sorry, Papa. Still working on the whole thing." "It's okay, now let's go see if your brothers left us any food." When they got downstairs, Harry saw everyone already eating, so he sat down and started to eat. After they were finished with breakfast, Siri did the dishes and Harry cleaned the kitchen. He had just finished wiping down the kitchen counter when the flu alarm went off and out came Professor Minerva McGonagall. Albus got up and gave his friend a hug and said, "How are you doing, Min?" The usually stern professor smiled and rolled her eyes. "Albus, you just saw me yesterday. I have been fine since then. How's everyone here?" All the boys looked away from her when she asked, so Albus answered, "We're all fine." "Siri, did you take your potion?" "Yes, I did, Dad. Took it when I came down. Sev and Remy can confirm it." They both nodded to their dad and Harry asked, "Papa, can I be excused, please? I need finish my homework?" "Go on, Harry, but come down for lunch." "Yes, sir, I will," Harry said as he left the kitchen. "Is something wrong with Harry?" Minerva asked. "No, nothing is wrong. I think he just wants to get his homework out of the way, especially with all the other work I gave him as a part of his grounding," Albus said, not wanting Minerva to know that it was her Harry was running from. "So how are you three doing?" "I'm doing okay, Min, just bored," Severus said. "Let me guess, you got no potions brewing or potion journals. No reading at all for Remy. And last but not least, bed rest for poor Siri. What about to Harry, though?" "Harry is also grounded, which means he has to do the rest of his homework, all of his extra credit work, read his books and start on his arithmancy work so he can catch up to the fourth-year students. He also has chores around the house to do. I also took his guitar away for the duration of his grounding. Why did you give him so much work, Albus? I love him, but he needs to understand I have rules, and he needs to follow them. I also think he thinks we might be going away, so I have to show him that's not true. Dad, I think he knows that, it's just this family thing is new to him. Sure, he loves us all and has taken to us being his brothers or his papa. That means he respects us a lot to listen to us, but Dad, right now I think he really needs some alone time so he can just process this whole thing, Sev said. He seemed fine the last time I talked to him about this whole adoption thing. Siri smirked. Dad, do you remember that one time when all of us were about 12, 13, and we were all happy one day and brooding the next? It's called being a teenager. It's normal, Dad, don't worry. I think it's something more than that. I don't normally ask this, but did you get anything severous? No, not this morning, Dad. He wasn't thinking so loudly today. Give him some time, Dad. He'll probably be back to normal soon. Yes, I'll do that, but now Remy, clean the living room. Siri, clean your room, no magic at all. Sev, get ready to go to Hogwarts. Yes, Dad, Siri and Sev say. Remy got up and says, yes, sir. You are mean, Albus. I'm not being mean, Min. They have chores to do as part of their grounding. I know. What happened last night? Everyone looks so tired. Siri had a fit, for lack of a better word, and I guess he spooked Harry pretty good too. I found them cuddled in Harry's room this morning. It could be that the punishment caused the fit. What exactly happened? When I went in to check on him, he was shaking, all curled up into a ball. I tried to get him out of it, but it didn't work. I got Sev and Remy and we tried all together to calm him down, but he only got calm when Harry came in. Harry had heard Siri's screams and came to investigate. After Harry calmed him, Siri woke up, but in his mind he was a teen and thought Harry was James. Then the fit stopped and he was fine. I stayed with him till he went to sleep, and I guess I fell asleep first and he snuck to Harry's room. It could be that the punishment made him do that. He reverted mentally in age, or maybe memories of Azkaban. You already spanked them. Grounding might be too much for Siri at this time, and of course he needs his brothers around him. You're going soft, Min. If those three were still in school, you would have spanked them and had them in detention for a month. I'm their auntie, it's my prerogative to worry about them, and if they need the tough love, either you or I are here to give it to them. But besides Harry, they are not in school and Siri needs a lot of tender loving care, and I don't think grounding him after 12 years in Azkaban is wise. A voice from the doorway interrupted them. Well then, Auntie Min, I need to steal Dad for a minute. They turned and saw Sev in the doorway leaning on the door. How much did you hear? Oh, I heard enough. Dad, Harry needs you. What's wrong? I don't know. I went up to see if I left something up there while I was helping him with his potions essay, and the door was locked, so I knocked on his door and he said, unless it's Dad, leave me alone, he needs you, Dad. Albus got up and said, excuse me please, and walked upstairs. Albus knocked on Harry's door and announced himself. Harry, can I come in? He heard the lock slide and the door open. He walked in and saw Harry sitting on his bed with his arms around his knees, just staring at the wall. Albus sits next to Harry and says, Harry, what's wrong? Harry, hearing his papa's voice, jumped and leaned into him, and Albus hugged him, while Harry said, I got some letters today from Ron and Hermione. They were punished, but I think their parents blame me. What do you mean, their parents blame you? Harry handed him the letters and said, Here, read them. Dear Harry, I'm home safe and sound. Thought you would want to know that. I'm glad you're okay and that you got your aunt and uncle to sign the adoption papers. Now you never have to be with them. I'm glad you like your new house and feel so at peace there. That is how you're supposed to feel. I can't wait to see your house. It sounds so nice. Now for the part of the letter that's bad. As expected, I got punished. They talked and decided it was really bad. So I got the paddle and grounded for a week. But they let me write to you guys so you could know I got in trouble, and I will not be able to write to you for the rest of the week. You finally are taking your grades seriously, are you? Good for you. I told you not to take divination, but no, you wouldn't listen. Arithmancy would be good. I love it. You were getting tutored in history. Your grade must be bad. Good luck. Love, Hermione. P.S. For once you started early. Harry. Glad you got those papers signed. Better life away from those people. Sounds like the house is nice. You got to tell me all about it. Why did you drop divination? I'm alone in that class now. Ah, well, it's nap time anyways in that class. You're getting tutoring in history, I don't envy you for that. Well, we could always say, oh, your dad made you get tutoring if anyone asks. I did get punished, by the way, by Dad, and he used the bloody slipper. That thing stung so badly and I'm grounded for 2 weeks and I have to do chores around the house. Talk to you soon, mate. Ron. How did you get that their parents blamed you? They wouldn't have gotten into trouble at all if it wasn't for me. I see you're feeling guilty for getting your friends in trouble. Harry, it's okay to feel like this, it's normal. Their parents don't blame you, Albus said as he maneuvered Harry onto his lap. Harry laid his head on Albus' chest and let the presence of his papa calm him down. I'm sorry, Papa, I guess I'm just not thinking right now. That's okay. My little lion, I can stay as long as you need me, Albus said as he tightened his arms around Harry. Harry just cuddled into Albus and let himself calm down. Papa, do you remember what you said earlier? When we were yelling, what? How Professor McGonagall wouldn't yell at me or anything. Are you sure about that? Of course I am. We were talking before I came up here, and she tried to get me to let you all of grounding, but I don't know yet if I'm going to. Please, Papa. I'll be the bestest behaved boy in the world. Promise. I wouldn't disobey you again, Harry said, giving Albus the famous puppy dog pout. Stop the face, I can't take it, Albus said with a laugh and buried his face in Harry's hair. My secret's weapon always works. Well then, I'm forewarned about that weapon. No fair, Harry pout. What are you for? Albus asked as he starts tickling him. No, giggle, stop, giggle. Can't giggle breath. Harry says, trying to break free. What did you say? I can't understand you. Albus stopped and asked. I couldn't breathe while you were tickling me. Well then, now I know how to torture you, besides spanking you, Albus said, smiling. Papa, can I ask you something? Sure, Harry, what is it? You said we have some woods on one side of the house. Do you think we would be able to go camping if everyone wanted to? Who would be everyone? Me, you, Siri, Remy, and Sev? How about a family trip soon, okay? Harry nodded and said, okay. Can you stay here for a little while longer, please? As long as you want, Albus said as he hugged Harry. Do you want me to tell you a story? A story about what? Your parents at school, Albus said as he sat on the bed and motioned for Harry to also. Harry sat next to him and said, please. Albus gathered Harry in his arms for a hug and said, well, they were in their 6th year and James had a spell he wanted to try out. A spell so that whoever it is cast on, they can only speak in one language that the caster chooses for one whole day. James wanted to try it on Sev, but Lily started yelling at him in the hall. James still fired the shot but hit Min with it as she was walking towards them. She wasn't happy. Let me tell you, it's a good thing I can speak French. She stormed into my office and started screaming at me with the 2 children behind her. I was trying so hard not to laugh at her. So I turned to Lily and asked her what happened. She looked at me and explained what happened. I looked at your father and told him to remove the spell. He tried but made it worse as Min started meowing. It really was funny, but I had to remain serious. Your mum, however, did not have my control and started laughing. Your dad looked like he wanted to laugh as well, and Min went over to him and gave him a couple of swats. I was glad that your mum knew how we punished James and my sons, otherwise your dad would have been mortified. I eventually took the spell off. Min yelled at him and he told her he was sorry. Then I had Min take Lily to her office to deal with her punishment, which I believe was a stern talking to and a few lines on yelling in the hall. Of course your dad got a spanking, and after I held him and said I forgave him. Sometime after, Min and Lily came back in and we all sat down and talked for a little while. Then I sent them to their rooms and Min left. He was terrible. No, he was a teenager who needs guidance and love to grow. Your dad grew up around me, so he looked to me like an uncle. That is why he accepted my punishing him. He loved Min as his aunt and would never be embarrassed when he got punished. Harry just cuddled to Albus. I'm sorry for acting like a brat earlier, Papa. It's okay, Harry. But I explained to Min how you were grounded. That way she won't think I'm trying to be mean. Speaking of which, I should get back to it. Albus stood up and said, I'll let you get back to it then. I'll have someone come up and get you for lunch. Have fun. Kissed Harry on the head and left. Harry sat at his desk and considered he had finished his transfiguration, potions, and history homework. So he grabbed his charms text. Albus went downstairs to the living room and saw Minerva sitting in a recliner reading a book with Severus and Remus in different corners facing the wall like two little disobedient children. He sat down in the chair next to her and asked, "What did they do now, Min?" "They were bickering like two 5-year-olds. So I put them in the corner." "Boys, what happened?" Both boys turned around and started to talk at the same time. "Daddy, I didn't do nothing. It was all him. He yelled at me and scared me. He was a big meanie," Remus said and pouted. "Dad, he was bugging me and following me everywhere. He wouldn't leave me alone. So I told him to get lost," Sev said. Albus looked at the two boys. "Sev, how old are you?" Sev looked at him strangely and said, "You know I'm 7, Dad." Minerva gasped and Albus turned to Remus. "Remy, how old are you?" "Daddy, how can you not remember I just had my 4th birthday party?" "Ha ha, a Cliffy. Tell me what you think." "Boys, why don't you go to your rooms for a little while, okay? Remember you're in trouble, so no playing or reading." After he was sure they were gone, and not listening, he turned to Min and asked, "What happened?" "I don't know. All I do know is that I was in here reading a book when I heard Sev say, 'Get lost, Remy, and stop following me.' Then Remy was crying and saying, 'Sev, I just want to play. Why won't you play with me?' So I looked at them and said, 'If you two are going to argue and act like little kids, then you can stand in the corner like little kids.' And I sent them to the corner. I have to find out why they're acting this age again. Do you think it could be a psychological regression of the brain due to the fact that Harry is living here?" "No, Albus, I don't think that at all. There were a few days at school where Harry was your son, and it's been 6 days since everyone gotten home. They've adjusted, and aside from Severus and Remus right now, they are not going to compete for your attention. Explain everything to everyone and they will understand." "Okay, but how did this happen?" "Let's think about this. Remy was cleaning the living room, Sev was getting ready to go to work, and Siri was cleaning his bedroom, so they had no contact together at all. So how did this happen?" Albus looks at her and an idea comes to him. Min, who has always been the prankster in the family, and who still has his wand with him? They all have their wands on them, but Siri has always been the prankster. "I have to go to the school. Would you do me the hugest favor of babysitting everyone? If you tell me the real reason Harry's not down here, don't give me that homework crap. Even I can see through that crap easily. I think he's afraid of you, actually. His exact words earlier were, 'I can't face Professor McGonagall. She'll know what happened.' I think it's that he doesn't want you to be disappointed in him." "I would only be disappointed in him if he didn't try his hardest. I can already see that he does try the hardest he can. How can I be disappointed in him?" "I don't know, Min, but I'm going upstairs to talk to him and to tell him that I'm going and you're stating and about everything." "Good luck," Minerva said. Albus knocked on the latch door of Harry's room. It opened and Albus went up the ladder. He saw Harry sitting on one of his beanbag chairs, reading his charms book, and said, "Harry, we need to talk." Harry put his book down and said, "What's wrong, Papa? Is everything okay?" "Everything's fine, well, almost everything. It seems that your two brothers, Sev and Remy, have been de-aged to 7 and 4 respectfully. They have all their adult memories, but they act like little kids. And I have to go to Hogwarts to do some more work, so Min is going to be staying here, keeping an eye on everyone, okay?" "Yeah, I'll be okay. I still have some reading to do anyway. I don't want you hiding out and missing lunch, Harry, okay? I promise, Papa. I will be the perfect son while you are gone. All you need to do is act normal. Now Remy and Sev are in their rooms grounded, and I'm pretty sure Siri is sitting in his room being bored. So Sev is 7 and Remy is 4, and they have all their adult memories but are acting the ages they think they are?" "Exactly. My brain hurts. Just do you work and listen to Min and everything will be fine," Albus said as he kissed the top of Harry's head and left. Albus saw Min coming out of the kitchen with a cup of tea and said, "I explained everything to Harry, including the boys, and that you were in charge and he had to come down for lunch. I'll be back," Albus said and went to the fireplace. Minerva went up to Sirius' room and knocked softly on the door. "Sirius, can I come in, please?" The door opened and Sirius said, "Yeah, come on in," and went to sit back on his bed. Minerva sat next to him and asked, "How are you doing?" Not so hot, I don't know what happened last night, but I woke up and Harry was crying and Dad almost threw himself at me, he was so happy. After he was asleep, I went to check on Harry and he saw me and he looked like he was trying so hard not to cry. I scared him enough to make him cry. What's wrong with me, Aunt Min? Min put her arms around Siri and said, Nothing is wrong with you, you spent time in one of the worst places in our world. It's only normal for you to be a little different. You'll be back to yourself soon enough. Don't worry. Siri hugged her back and said, Thanks, Aunt Minnie. Siri, do you know what happened to Sev and Remy? Yeah, I saw them coming upstairs and they ran and hugged me and started blabbing. Why are you mad about it? Your father and I are worried about how it happened. They have all their adult memories, but it seems that Sev is 7 and Remy is 4. Do you know how this happened? I was just trying to bring some happiness back. Everyone seems so depressed since we got back. It'll only last 24 hours and I cast it about 2.5 hours ago. Please don't be mad. I'm not mad, sweetie, but you will have to tell your dad when he gets home, okay? I know. I was going to tell him soon anyway, but I didn't know that he left. Why don't you lay down for a little while, sweetie? I will, thanks. Sirius said as he got up and hugged her, then crawled into bed and she pulled the covers up over him. After she left, she went and checked on Sev. She knocked on his door and opened it to find Sev sleeping on his bed, shivering from the cold. She went in and pulled a blanket on top of him and left him to sleep. Minerva then went to Remus' room and saw him staring up at the ceiling, and she could tell he was bored out of his mind. She knocks on the doorframe and said, A little bored, are we? Very, very bored. Can I do something, please? Minerva sat on the bed next to him and said, You heard what your daddy said. You can't play or read, you're in trouble, you remember. I know, but I'm bored. I know, honey, but you got into trouble. Why don't you try and get some sleep? Take a nap. Remus yawned and said, K, night-night, and curled up into a little ball and promptly fell asleep. Minerva tucked him in and went to go check on Harry. Minerva knocked on the door to Harry's room and heard, Come in. She entered and saw Harry laying on his stomach on his bed reading his history book. He looked up to see Professor McGonagall in the doorway and sat up and said, Hello, Professor. Can I help you with something? Minerva walked in and said, Just checking in on everybody. Everyone else pretty much fell asleep. What are you working on? Reading history. Papa's having Remus tutor me, so I thought I would try to get a head start, but it is so boring. That it is. Do you need any help with your transfiguration homework? I already did it a couple days ago, thanks though, Harry said. You're not used to this yet, are you? Harry put his book down and said, Used to what? Having a family with Sev, Remy, Siri, and Papa. I'm used to that. I have no doubt that you are used to them. I'm talking about me being here. No offense or anything, but yeah, the last 3 years you've been my teacher. I think it'll just be a little weird for you to go from being my strict teacher to being a caring aunt in my eyes. Was it hard for Severus, Remus, and Albus? I already knew Remy cared about me from this year. I found out that Sev was a spy, and that kind of fit in with how he always hated it when any one of us did something wrong or anything, so that kind of put him in a different light for me, and Papa wasn't really my teacher, but he did look out for me. It's like he was always looking out for me since I started at Hogwarts. You are one of my best teachers, and for Gryffindor you are a great head of house, but all I'm saying is it might take me a little time. Can you understand that? Of course I can, Harry. Just know that I will always be here if you need me, okay? Thanks a lot, Aunt Minnie. I let you slide once for the name. Now what do you say to some lunch? Minerva said as she stood up and put an arm around his shoulder and started to lead him out of the room. As they were walking downstairs, Harry asked, So do you know how to cook at all? Yes, I do. Do you know how? But of course I do. Years of the living at the Dursleys taught me. About that, Harry, I'm sorry I never knew or noticed anything. Harry stopped and looked at her and said, Professor, if I didn't let Papa take any of the blame, what makes you think I'm going to let you blame yourself when the only people at fault were the Dursleys? I can still be sorry I didn't catch on, can't I? Yes, you can, you just can't apologize for it. It happened and it's over now. Let's just move on now. When Harry walked into the kitchen, he asked, Should I go wake everyone up? Would you please? I'll start on lunch. Be right back, Harry said and left to see his 2 de-aged brothers. Harry went to Remy's room and shook him awake and said, "Remy, come on, time to wake up. It's time for lunch." Remy looked at him and said, "Harry, sleepy time," and buried his head back into the pillow. "Come on, Remus, you know Papa will flip if you don't eat lunch," Harry said while shaking his shoulder. Remy gets up and says, "I'm up happy. Immensely. You're mean. Do you want to help me wake up Sev and Siri?" "Yeah, let's go." Remy grabbed Harry's hand and dragged him into Siri's room first. Remy opened Siri's door and walked in and pounced onto Siri's stomach to wake him up. "Siri, time for lunch, wake up." Sirius opened his eyes and saw the very excited face of Remus staring back at him. "Yes, can I help you?" "Siri, come on, time to wake up, lunchtime." "I'm up, Remy, I'm up," Siri said as he got up and stretched. "Come on, let's go down and see what was cooked." "I have to go wake up Sev, you two go on down," Harry said as he went into Sev's room. Harry went into Sev's room and saw that he was just starting to wake up, so he went over to him and shook his shoulder and said, "Sev, come on, it's lunchtime, wake up." Sev looked at Harry and said, "What time is it?" "It's around 12:30 in the afternoon. Come on, Aunt Minnie made lunch." "Okay, I'm up," Sev says as he gets up. Sev and Harry got downstairs in time to see Minerva threatening Siri to take his potions. They all sat down and had a very good lunch of fried chicken, potatoes, gravy, and vegetables. After lunch, Albus walked through the door and saw Minerva sitting on the couch reading a book, and he saw Harry sitting on the recliner reading his school books. He walked over and said, "So where is everyone else?" Harry looked up and said, "Hi, Papa. How was work?" "Very boring and long. How was your day?" Minerva looked at him and said, "Siri is washing the dishes. Remy and Sev are in their room like you said, and before you ask, yes, everyone ate lunch. So I'm overprotective, I know it." Harry looked at Albus and said, "Papa, we had a good time. It was fine. Aunt Minnie and I talked and I explained it to her." "You are letting him call you Aunt Minnie?" Albus said, looking over at Minerva. "I told him just that once, thank you. All your kids call me that anyway." Just then they hear feet running down the stairs and a blur knocks Albus flat on his back. He looks down and sees a little person attached to his legs. "Daddy, you're home. I missed you." Albus picked Remus up and sat him on his hip. "I missed you too. Did you behave for Aunt Min?" "Yes, I took a nap, had lunch. Then after lunch I had to go back to my room. The best part was Harry let me help him wake up Siri, and I jumped on him. He woke up really fast." "Really, that's nice. Why don't you go back in your room? You're still grounded, remember." Remy looked up at Albus with his big puppy dog eyes and trembling bottom lip and asked, "Can I please color though?" Albus laughed and said, "Yes, you can. Now go on." Remy giggled and ran upstairs to his room. Albus turned to Harry and said, "You let him jump on Sirius to wake him up, Harry." "I thought he would jump on the bed, not him. I didn't know." Ulus just shakes his head and asked Minerva, "Did you talk to Siri at all?" "Yeah, we talked about what happened last night and the spell." "So he did do it." "He wants to be the one to tell you himself. He said that he was going to, but he didn't know that you left earlier. Go talk to him." Albus walks upstairs and knocks on Siri's door and hears a soft, "Come on in." He opens the door and sees Siri lying on his bed just staring at the wall. He turns and says, "Hi, Dad. How was work?" "A little boring, but it was paperwork, but that's to be expected." Albus patted Siri's leg. Siri sat up, and Albus sat down and said, "Min said you wanted to talk to me." Siri looked down and said, "I did something stupid, Dad." "What did you do, Siri?" "Don't be too mad, please. I just wanted to bring some happiness back. But I guess I didn't. I'm sorry." "Sirius, tell me what you did." Sirius looked Albus in the eye and said, "Dad, I'm the one who..." "Hope you liked it." Review if you want. Oh, cast the spell on Remy and Sev. I guess I just figured they would be happy to get to have a little fun again. Siri, why would you think that they would be happy? I don't know. I guess I just wanted laughter to fill the house again. Everything has been so depressing lately. I guess it has been a little depressing, but you do not turn your brothers back into little kids. You tell a joke, play a prank, anything but de-aging people. Speaking of which, what are the mechanics of the spell? They revert back to the age, keep their adult memories but still act like little kids. The spell lasts for about 24 hours. I cast it about 2.5 hours before you left, and it's been a little over 6 hours, so we have about 18 hours left. Albus looks at Sirius and sees that he is beating himself up, so he pulls Siri into a hug and says, I know that you're sorry and that you regret doing it, but you still need to be punished, young man. I know, so grounded for 3 weeks? Sirius asked hopefully. Yes, you will be grounded, but for a month and you will receive a spanking, pup. I figured as much. Now or wait? Now, stand up and bear you bottom, Albus said as he looked at Sirius. Sirius looked at the floor and mumbled, Yes, Papa, but one request? Yes, what is it? Silencing charm, please? Only this one time. Thanks, Dad. Albus silences and ward the room and beckons Sirius over to him. Sirius stands up and Albus tells him, pants to son. Sirius lies over Albus' lap to get the spanking over. After the spanking, Sirius cuddles with Albus on his lap with his arms wrapped around his dad's neck and just cries his eyes out on Albus' shoulder. Calm down, pup. It's all right now. It's forgiven and forgotten. Calm down, it's okay, son, Albus says as he rubs circles on Siri's back. After 10 minutes, Siri stops crying and says, I'm sorry, Dad, and I promise I won't do it again. You know you will be apologizing to your brothers for this though, right? I know, Dad. You can take the silencing charm off now, you know. Shoo, Albus said as he took down the wards and removed the charm. 5 minutes later, there is a knock on the door. Come in, Siri calls. Remy came in and ran to Siri and said, Daddy, did you hurt Siri? No, Remy, I did not. Siri was a bad boy and need to be punished. He was, and now everything is forgiven. Oh, can you play for a while, Daddy? Actually, I still need to talk to Siri for a while. Why don't you go ask Harry or Aunt Minnie? Remy gets up, gives Siri and Albus a hug and says, Okay, Daddy, and walks out to find Harry. What's up, Dad? Siri asks. We need to go over the rest of your punishment. No TV, no wand, no books, no radio, and you have to help out around the house. Okay, here you go, Siri says as he hands his wand over to his dad. Do you want me to stay for a while or what? Yeah, could you stay till I fall asleep, please? I hate that I get tired so easily. It's the after effects of Azkaban, Siri. You have your potions that should help, Albus says as he stands them both up, gets Sirius into bed, and sits on the chair humming softly. Night, Dad.
Sweet dream song.
Harry looked up from his book to see someone staring at him. He sits up and asks, Can I help you? Remy looks at Harry with puppy dog eyes and asks, Can you play with me, Harry? I'm bored. With a little pout. Harry smiles and says, Do you want me to read you a story? Okay, Remy says. Aunt Minerva, is there any kid books here? Minerva smiles, waves her wand, and 3 books appear in front of her. She hands them to Harry and says, Here you go, and you can call me Aunt Minnie. Don't tell anyone, but I like the name. I just like making a fuss about it. Harry smiles and says, Thank you very much. He looks at Remy and says, Come here, and sits him on his lap and starts reading. An hour and a half later, Albus comes downstairs and sees Harry and Remus cuddled together on the couch, covered up with a blanket, and a pile of books next to them. He looks at Minerva and asks, What happened here? Remus asked Harry to read him a story, and this is the result of 4 stories and those puppy dog eyes. Can you help me take them upstairs? They'll be uncomfortable when they wake up. Minerva says, Sure. And she picks up Remus. After Remus is in bed, Albus picks up Harry and they get him to bed. When they get downstairs, they go into the kitchen and Albus makes them both some tea. Minerva asks, "How's Siri doing?" "Grounded for a month and I spanked him." "Is he okay though?" "He's sleeping right now, he's exhausted. I hope he gets better." "He will, Albus. He has an amazing father looking after him and a very motherly feeling healer looking after him also." "What would I do without you, Min?" "Go insane probably." "To true, my dear, to true." They heard little feet coming down the stairs and hear a little voice calling out, "Dad." "In the kitchen, Sev." Sev came in and ran to Albus and buried his head in his side, threw his arms around his waist and started crying. Albus picked him up, held him close, and asked, "What's wrong, my little snake? Why are you crying?" "I had a bad dream." "What was it about, sweetie?" "Everyone left me all alone. I called everyone's name and no one came. I was scared. Then I woke up and I couldn't find anyone. I thought my dream had come true." "I'll never leave you, baby. I'll always be here for you." "I love you, Daddy," Sev whispers as he hugs Albus tighter. "I will always love you, Sev. Always and forever," Albus whispers back as he hugs Sev. He looks up to see Min wiping her eyes to keep the tears at bay and softly smiles at her. "Are you still tried, Sev?" "No, can I stay here with you?" "Of course you can. Aunt Minnie is still here too." Sev turns and says,
"Y aún minuts."
"Hi, honey. Are you feeling any better?" "Yeah. Can we play?" "What do you want to play?" "Can we play chess? Muggle or wizard?" "Wizard, please." "Be right back," Minerva says and goes to get the game. An hour and 45 minutes later found Albus losing his game to Minerva, who won against Severus, who won against Albus. "Dad, you are bad at chess," Save said. Harry, who was coming downstairs, heard him say, "Me and Aunt Min both beat you at chess." "Hey everyone." "Harry," Sev squealed, ran over, and hugged his legs. "Hi Sev, I missed you too. Wanna help me do something?" "What?" "Well, I'm gonna make dinner, and I can use a little help. What do you say?" "I can really help?" "If Papa says yes, we just have to figure out what to have." "Daddy, please can I help, please?" Severus begged. "Yes, you can. Have a nice nap, Harry?" "Very nice one, thanks. How about fried chicken, mashed potatoes, green beans, gravy, and a salad for dinner?" "Sounds very good. Want to stay for dinner, Minerva?" "I'd love to." "Papa, am I still grounded?" "No, your previous grounding is cancelled. Right now, only Sirius is." "Why?" "So that I can do this," Harry says and turns on the wizard radio and puts in a CD. As Harry and Sev go about making dinner, Albus goes to check on his other two children. He goes to Remus' room and sees him curled up into a ball, with a stuffed wolf in his arms. Albus fixes the blanket, kisses his head, and quietly leaves. He goes over to Sirius' room and sees Sirius staring at the wall. Siri was so fixated on the wall that he didn't notice Albus sitting next to him until Albus said, "You're not grounded to your room, you know." Siri blinks and says, "Hi, Dad. I just got up a few minutes ago. I was just thinking." "Good thoughts." "Very good thoughts. Me, you, Lily, James, baby Harry, Remus, Sev, and Aunt Min at Harry's first Christmas. Lily came up to you with Harry in her arms, kissed you on the cheek and told Harry to say, 'Hi.' He said, 'Hi, Papa,' and reached for you. James overheard and came over and said, 'So whose dad are you?' And you said, 'I'm Lily's dad, she's well behaved.' And you stuck your tongue out at him. You all kept joking about that. I miss them so much." "We all do, Siri, we all do. Now I came to get you to tell you that Harry and Sev are making dinner for us," Albus said as he hugged Siri. "Yes, but Harry can cook. Wash up okay?" "Yeah, Dad, I'll see you down there." And they both leave. Once everyone, including a very sleepy Remus, is sitting at the table, Harry brings the food over. Remy hits his elbow on the edge of his fork, which is in his mashed potatoes, which fly over and land on Sev's head. Sev retaliates by flinging potatoes at Remy. Then Siri yells, "Food fight!" and food starts flying. Two things happen simultaneously. Harry ducks under the table and potatoes and gravy hit Minerva right in the face. She looks at them and shouts, "Children!" They all stop and stare at her, trying not to laugh when they see the gravy sliding down her cheek. She sees that someone is missing and says, "Come out, Harry." He peeks out and says, "Is it safe?" "Yes, it's safe. Now I have two questions for all of you. Number one, who started this?" "Remy flung potatoes at me." "It was an accident," Remy cried out. Question number two, who hit me with food? Everyone looked at each other and back. Then one hand slowly rose. "Why would you do that to me?" "Gave you another Cliffy. The only reason this is up is because I have a library near my house with internet access, because I won't type this on my house computer because my whole family uses that one. Hope you like it." "Who thinks they know who did it?" He looked at McGonagall and said, "I was just trying to liven things up around here. I'm sorry, will you forgive me please?" he asked with the classic puppy dog pout. "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, how dare you throw food at me?" Albus looked down and said, "I'm sorry, Mina. Can you ever forgive me?" Minerva looks at him and says, "Go stand in the corner." "What, Minerva? Why would I do that?" Minerva smirks at Albus and says, "You want to act like a little kid. You'll be treated like a little kid. Now go, young man." She looks around the table and says, "In fact, Siri, Remy, and Seth Corner also. You all participated in the food fight also. I'll clean up." The four of them got up and went into different corners of the kitchen, and Minerva looked at Harry and asked, "Will you please help me clean up?" "Of course, Aunt Minnie," Harry said with a smile. Harry got up and started to clear the table, then started to wash the dishes. Once that was done, him and Minerva went into the living room, and Harry asked, "So how long are you going to make them stand in the corner?" "It's been about 20 minutes, so maybe another 10. "Okay. I'm going back upstairs to practice my guitar. Have fun." A couple of hours later, Harry hears a knock at his door. He opens it and sees Remus standing there. "Hey, little guy, what's wrong?" "I can't sleep." "I have an idea. Come here," Harry says and lays him down on his bed. "Now you just relax and try to go to sleep, okay?" Remus curls into a ball under the covers and says, "'Kay, Harry," and closes his eyes. Harry starts to play a soft lullaby so Remus can sleep. Halfway through, he notices Remus is out like a light. Harry just keeps playing soft lullabies for a few minutes, then he saw Albus open the door and said, "Are you missing something by any chance?" "What do you mean, Harry?" Harry pulls down the top and the blanket covering Remy and said, "He came in a little while ago saying that he couldn't sleep, so I played him a few lullabies. Then I figured you would be up here soon." Albus picks up Remus and said, "I'll be back up soon to talk," and he walked out of the room. Once Albus comes back, he sees Harry is sitting on his bed all ready for bed, and Albus sits next to him and Harry asks, "So how was the corner time, Papa?" "Haha, that was so funny. Minerva forgave me, I think. It's hard to tell with her. But I wanted to see how you were doing." "I'm fine, why wouldn't I be?" "You seemed a little quiet at dinner, too quiet. Was anything wrong?" Harry looks at his blanket and sighs, then says, "Nothing is wrong, Papa. I was quiet for a couple of reasons. The first was because I didn't want to get involved in the food fight, and the second was because Aunt Minnie can be scary when she wants to be. I know that feeling, but you don't have to be scared of her, you know." "I know. I have a question for you." "What is it?" Albus asks. "When exactly are we going clothes shopping?" "After the spell on your brothers is reversed, which by my calculations should be sometime tonight while they are sleeping." "Okay. Papa, did Aunt Minnie go home, or is she staying over?" "She is staying in the guest room so she can help me with Remy and Sev when they wake up, because they most likely will be screaming during the night, and they might be a little disoriented, so she will be helping me with that." "Papa, can Ron and Hermione come over?" "Not right now, they're grounded, but maybe after I will talk to their parents and ask. Now it is time for bed. Hop in and dream sweet dreams," Albus says, standing up and pulling back Harry's covers for him to climb in. Harry lies down and Albus kisses his forehead and leaves Harry to his peaceful dreams. Albus woke up hearing screams coming from across the hall and ran into his son's room. He went over to the bed and grabbed him and said, "Cub, calm down little cub, it's okay. You're all right, Daddy's here," Albus said as he rocked Remus. Remy looked at Albus and said, "It hurts, Daddy. Make it stop." "It'll stop in a minute, Remy, just hold on." 10 minutes later, Remy stopped screaming and the spell wore off and he became an adult again. Remy looked at Albus and said, "Thanks, Dad. The pain's all gone now." Albus looked at him and said, "Are you sure?" "I'm fine, Dad. You might want to go check on Sev. If it was that painful for me, and he holds his pain in, it'll be a lot worse for him. I'm just going to go to sleep." Albus tucked him in and kissed him on the head. "Good night, son." Meanwhile, while Albus was in Remy's room, Minerva went into Severus' room to stay with him. "Sev, come on, it's okay," Minerva says as she rubs his back and tries to calm him down. "I'm fine, Auntie. You can go back to bed." "I heard Remus screaming. There's no way you are fine. You may be good at holding in the pain, but I don't care. I'm staying till you are turned back to normal." Sev turns to face her and says, "Thank you for staying with me." Albus walks in, goes over to Sev, and asks, "How bad is the pain? And don't even think of lying to me." "It's bad, Dad, but I can deal with it." "But you shouldn't have to. Let it out. We won't think that you're weak or anything." Severus hugged Albus and then started to whimper as the pain coursed through his body as the spell wore off and he changed back to normal. After the change was over and the pain stopped, Severus laid down and told Albus and Minerva, "I'm going to go to sleep now, so you two should also. Good night." "Night, Sev," Albus said as he gave him a kiss on the forehead. "Good night, Severus. Sleep well." Harry woke up to the sun shining in his face at 7 in the morning. He decided to get up and go work out for a little bit. He changed into sweatpants and a t-shirt and quietly made his way down to the basement. Once inside, he got on the treadmill and started running. An hour later, the door opens to reveal a frantic-looking Sirius who goes over to Harry and asks, "How long have you been down here?" "About an hour. Why?" "Dad is going crazy, that's why." "I just wanted to run, that's all. So how are you doing?"
I'm okay.
"Took my potions when I woke up, then tried to find you." Siri throws an arm over Harry's shoulder and started to walk to the door. "Let's go try to calm down Dad. He's going crazy," Siri says as they open the basement door. They find Albus pacing in the living room. When he sees them, he runs and gathers Harry in a hug and says, "Where were you?" "In the basement, running on the treadmill." "The one place I didn't check." "Is the freak out over now, Dad?" "Yes, Siri, it is. Now you are still grounded. So go set the table for breakfast." Siri goes into the kitchen as everyone else comes into the living room. "Morning, Sev, Remy, Auntie Minnie." "Good morning, Harry. Why are you so happy this morning?" "I just got done exercising." "Okay, breakfast time, everyone," Albus says from the kitchen door. As everyone sits down, Siri looks at Sev and Remy. "Sev, Remy, I really am sorry that I did that to you both. I was just trying to make things happier around here." Remus looked at Siri and could see the regret plain on his face and said, "I know, Siri, but you're not out of the doghouse yet." Sev looked him in the eye and said, "Do that to me again and I'm going to hurt you very bad, all right?" Minerva looked around the table and said, "Now let's discuss the food fight, shall we? I didn't start it on purpose, it was an accident really. I know that, Remus, but Severus did not have to retaliate. But Aunt Minnie, you already made us stand in the corner for that. What else is there?" "I could think of a lot of things that could be worse than standing in the corner, young man. A potions ban perhaps, but I have a better idea. You, Sirius, Remus, and your father will have to scrub the kitchen from the top to the bottom after breakfast." "What about Harry?" "As I remember it, Harry was the smart one and ducked under the table to hide until it was safe. He also helped me clean up your mess, so he doesn't have to help you for clean. We will be talking." They both get up and walk out, leaving the 4 troublemakers to get to their cleaning. After talking to Minerva for an hour to go over the basics of his transfiguration homework, to work out all the kinks, he went out into the backyard to the broom shed, grabbed his firebolt, and went for a nice relaxing fly. After 3 hours of flying, when he seemed relaxed enough, Harry went inside the back door and started to head for the stairs to go to his room when he caught sight of Severus, Remus, Sirius, and Albus, all sitting on the couch looking like 4 little boys in trouble with back and forth in front of them. What he couldn't believe was that they were all soaked from head to toe. "What happened to you 4? "Ah, Harry. It seems that these 4 adults decided to have a water war while cleaning the kitchen," Minnie told him. The way she emphasized adults told him that she thought of them as children at that moment.
Okay.
"I'm gonna go take a shower. Have fun with them, okay?" "Go on, Harry. I can deal with these 4 miscreants," Minnie said, and Harry walked upstairs and out of view of everyone. "Sorry it has taken so long. Writer's block. Hopefully this will make up for the long wait." After Harry finished his shower, he got dressed and sat on his bed and grabbed his guitar. He flipped through his songbook and finally settled on "I Will Remember You" by Sarah McLachlan. Halfway through the song, Harry heard a knock and his door open. He saw that it was Minerva. She told him, "Lunch is ready. Nice playing, by the way." As she climbs back down the ladder, Harry calls out, "Aunt Minnie, is everyone still alive down there?" "Yes, they are still alive. I didn't kill them, you know." "I know. Be down in a minute," Harry said as he put his guitar away. As Harry enters the kitchen, he sees everyone at the table looking all sad. He sits down next to his papa and asks, "Why is everyone so sad?" "She just got done yelling some more," Remy said as Minnie sat down. "Well, go on and eat. I'm not serving you people." Halfway through lunch, Severus looks at Albus as asks, "Dad, you remember what happens every summer?" "Yes, you have a house guest, don't you?" "Yeah, how are we going to do that this year? With everyone here?" "We will explain it to him and act like we normally do." Minerva looked at Sev and asked, "When will your godson be coming?" "Today is Tuesday, so probably Saturday." Harry looks at Albus and says, "Papa, you know we can't stand each other." "Yes, I know that, but you will be polite to him while he is here," Albus said as he looked at Harry. "As long as he loves to pick fights with me, Papa, you know that." "Then just be polite, and if it comes down to it, then ignore him." Sev looks at Harry and asks, "When do you want to start your tutoring?" "Can we start after lunch?" "Sure, what do you want to start with?" "Well, I need history, potions, and arithmancy, so can we do potions first?" "Sure, we'll start with first year and go over stuff, so bring your first year book down." "Thanks, Sev." Harry grabs his book and enters the lab, and Sev says, "Okay, Harry, we're going to start with a first year potion, so turn to the boil cure potion. I'll check when you're done. If you need help, just ask, all right?" "Okay, Sev," Harry said and went to work. An hour and a half later, Harry says, "Sev, I'm finished. Will you check it, please?" Sev looks at the potion and says, "Very good, now clean up, and we will go to your room to work on your arithmancy." When they got to Harry's room, they both sit at his desk and Sev started. "Now, Harry, arithmancy is the study." 2 hours later, Sev said, "Okay, I think that's enough for today. We'll do more tutoring tomorrow, all right?" "Thanks for helping me, Sev." "You're welcome, Harry. I'm your brother now. I might have to act like I'm a bastard, but you know it's an act that I put on for the students. I'll always help you if I can. We'll go over more stuff tomorrow, okay? Now I have to go clean my room before Dad sees it. I got a little mad this morning and trashed it, so bye, see you at dinner," Sev said as he left. Harry finds Remus in the living room and asks, "Remy, can you help me with my history now, please?" "Yeah, all done with potions and arithmancy?" "For today," Sev said, "we'll go over more stuff tomorrow." Remus puts down his book and says, "Well, let's get to it then. Do you have your book?" "Yeah, right here," Harry says and sits down. "Okay, we're going to start from the beginning, okay? So read chapter 1, and then we will talk about it." "Okay," Harry said and started reading. 45 minutes later, he looks at Remus and says, "Okay, Remus, I read it. So what did you learn from this chapter?" "I learned that." An hour and a half later, Remus says, "All right, Harry, that's it for today. Go wash up for dinner." At dinner, Albus asks, "So how did the tutoring go, Harry?" Pretty good, Sev, and I spent 4 hours on potions and arithmancy and Remus, and I spent a little over 2 hours on history. Excellent. Do that for the rest of the summer and your grades will be so much better. Yes, Papa. After dinner, Harry went up to his room and sat at his window looking out and started to play Wishing on Someone Else's Star on his guitar. As he finished, he heard a knock on his door. It opened to reveal Albus, and he sat on the bed. Did you lose track of time by any chance? Harry looks at his clock and sees that it says 10:15 at night and says, Sorry, Papa, I was playing my guitar. I'll go get ready now. And he goes to his bathroom. Once he comes out, Albus says, Since this is the first time, you're not in trouble, but if it happens again, you will have an earlier bedtime, all right? Yes, sir. Albus pulls back the covers and tucks Harry in and says, Sweet dreams, my little lion, and leaves. Harry's new study schedule went on for the next few days when all of a sudden at breakfast on Saturday, Severus says, Dad, Draco should be here by noon, okay? All right, so should we tell him everything right away or wait? We should be in the living room, but I want to talk to him first. Happy face, 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 carrot. Against his will, Harry was sitting in the living room to welcome the guest that was staying for a week, who Harry had named the annoying ferret-faced intruder in his head. Harry figured that with him showing up, the rhythm that his life had become would be disturbed. No more tutoring from Sev in arithmancy or potions, and the playful atmosphere that had enveloped the house would disappear. The flu activated and out he stepped, the young, blonde-haired, gray-eyed aristocrat Draco Malfoy. Draco looked around, saw everyone, and asked, Uncle Sev, is there something you want to tell me? First, I have to ask you a question, and you have to be completely honest with me, all right? Of course, Uncle. What do you need to know? Do you want to be like your father? You mean with his idiotic, nonsensical, pure-blooded supremacy thoughts? Of course not. At school, I have to put on the act of the model pureblood heir, a snob who thinks he is better than anyone else just because of their bloodline. Pansy, Crab, and Goyle would all tell their fathers if I acted any different, who would in turn tell my father. I love my father. Deep down I hope he loves me too, but I can't degrade people based on their ancestors. That's unethical. I thought so. You see, I know the real you, Draconis, the real man under the mask. It helps that I have known you as a baby, though. So what's the secret? I was adopted when I was in my 6th year by the headmaster. He had other children before that. First he adopted Remus, and he couldn't technically adopt our other brother, but he ran away from his home and Dad took him in and has been family ever since. He most recently adopted someone else. Draco looked around at everyone and saw that they were all looking at him and Sev, all except Harry. I assume that this is a heavily guarded secret. Yes, it is. Can we trust you to keep it? Of course. So do I know anyone else in your family? Well, Remus, of course. You outed his big secret in front of the entire school. How could you do that to your own brother? Draco, we came up with that plan because we needed Remius to do something for Dad. You also know my youngest brother. Really? Do I know him? Harry, who had been staring off into space, heard them say youngest and popped his head up and said, I don't know, do you? As he stared at Malfoy. Potter, you're his brother. There's that sharp wit we always hear about. Harry looks at Albus and says, I was here, I was civil like you said, so can I go please? Yes, Harry, you can go. Thank you, Harry said as he headed off to his room to get his guitar the outside. Draco, having made sure Harry was gone, turned back to Sev and said, Potter is your brother. Yes, Draco, but remember it's a secret. I won't tell, I promise. So who's your other brother? Just then they heard someone say, Dad? Sev? Remy? Harry, where's everybody? Albus says, We're in the living room, and stop shouting. Sirius comes in and asks, Hey Dad, is Poppy still mad at me? Why are you hurt? No, one of my potions is all gone. I wanted to know if I can get some more. Which potion, Siri? Sev asks. Dreamless sleep. I was going to ask if you could brew some for me, but I remembered you were having company this week. I'll brew the potion for you, Siri. Draco can use the practice, and this way you don't have to face the dragon lady anytime soon. Thanks, Sev. I think he is going into shock, Siri said as he looked at Draco. You're Sirius Black. Really? And here I thought my name was Bob. Thanks for clearing that up for me. Sirius Black, there was no need for that. I'm sorry. Now where is the shrimp at? What did I tell you about calling him that? Sorry, Dad. I'll be good, Sirius said as he sat down with a pout. To answer your question, he went out back. Draco, the Ministry is still looking for Sirius, Albus said. Quick question. Do I have to be friends with Potter? Draco. We can't stand each other, you know that? Yes, but why can't you stand each other? Remus asked. I don't know. All I know is that I offered him my hand in friendship on the train in the beginning of first year and he refused. Let's find out, shall we? Albus said as a sliver blur shot out of his wand towards the backyard. Harry walked back in, sat next to Siri and said, What's up, Papa? I wanted to ask you something. Okay, what is it? I want to know why you don't like Draco. Simple, when I first met him he was being a snobby, obnoxious jerk to me. I offered my friendship to you. No, you were telling me how you were automatically going to be out in Slytherin, how Muggleborns didn't have a right to be in school, how you would bully your father into buying you a broom and try and sneak it into Hogwarts. You unknowingly insulted my mother, and you reminded me of my cousin. I didn't know who you were. So you only censor the stuff you say for people you know. How nice. It doesn't matter. I still think that you are a snobby, obnoxious jerk and we can't stand each other. I am willing to be civil, but that is it. Can I please go, Papa? Go where? Flying for a little bit, please? Yes, but no dangerous stunts. Thanks, I'll be back later, Harry says as he went to go get his broom. Sev stands up and says, Come on, Draco. We'll get you settled into the guest room and then we can start brewing, okay? Thanks, Uncle Sev. Thanks everyone for letting me stay here. No problem, Draco. You are a part of Sev's family, so you are welcome. Albus says as Sev and Draco go up to the guest room. Albus looked at Siri and said, How did you run out of dreamless sleep? It was the same amount as your other potions. Naps too. Dreamless sleep is only for the night, not during the day. I know. I won't use them for naps, I promise. Remy stands and says, I'll see you both later, and goes downstairs. You okay? Yeah, Dad. I'm fine. I'm just going to work out. Okay, have fun. After flying for a while, Harry decided to sit on the grass and he thought about what Draco being here would mean. His new brother would probably be spending more and more time with Draco and ignore him. He would most likely never learn arithmancy now, and his potions would still be dismal. He was still thinking this all over an hour later when Albus came out to find him. He sat down next to him and asked, What has you thinking so hard? With Draco here, Sev won't tutor me anymore. Harry, just because Draco is here it doesn't mean that Sev will ignore you. He'll still find time to help you with your studies, and you know that. Come on, let's go inside, Albus said as he stood up. As soon as Harry entered his room, he saw that it looked trashed. Everything was messed up. Clothes were thrown everywhere. Papers and books were strewn across the floor. Harry opens his door and shouts, Papa, can you come up here, please?